Oh, gracious, chat. I take 1 week off. 1 week off, chat. Just getting my life together. Getting my debut together. Just having a wonderful, wonderful time. And here we are, chat. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. That we are going to be discussing this. 1,000 pages, chat. I cannot believe it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first ever VTuber review with a new model. Let's go! Holy shit. All right, so I kind of have to admit to you a little bit, guys. I kind of commit to you. I've already read it at least once, right? I've already read it at least once. Yeah, I read it once, guys. But that does not mean that we don't need to discuss this, because my goodness gracious, it's absolutely good. No! Okay, I was trying to talk, chat. I was trying to... Look at this photograph. It's a photo of a photograph. Okay, alright, my bad. My bad. I'll just see you look pretty. Yeah, I'll just see him look pretty. You guys can just, you know, spam that. I'll just look pretty, guys. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'll just sit right here. I'll just sit right here. No. All good, guys. All good. How's the time zones? How's it going? It's going good. How are you, kitty? What's up, everybody? Alara, it's not making it take the house already. It's not my fault, man. Just everybody's going crazy. Yeah, you know what? You're fired. How about that? You're all fucking fired. You every single one of you who just followed. You're fired. Congratulations, you're out of here. You're fired. Dragon of War, you're fired. You're all fucking fired, chap. Every single one of you is fired. No! I want to come back to the screen. I want to fucking talk to you, chat. Jesus Christ. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Katie and Young Joker, thank you for following. Welcome in, guys. How are you doing today? Welcome to another... I will find where your cookies are. I will find every single one of your cookies, chat, and I will eat every single one of them, and I will talk to Santa. I just started, bro. I just started. Oh my Christ. I think you can actually hear, you can see my actual face reactions and my anger now. I mean, I do love Klee. Klee is cute as fuck, but definitely not cute like chat. Chat, you're fired. You're done. You're out of here. See you later. Thanks for coming, chat. Have a great day. Seems that talking is not allowed. Yeah, talking is not allowed. So just kind of want to be fired. I don't even work here. You all work here. You're part of our army. I mean, I might fire a few of you, but you know, you're specifically fired, Darcy. Congratulations. You work here, now you're fired.
Says, Elara, did you get rid of the yeet already?
Wait. What is this?
Belfry, looks like chat's confusing you with Elara. Can't even keep track of who's who. Stay on your toes. Belfry, also Booba.
Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, Elara. I don't want to listen to you talk about Booba. That's all you care about. Eels and fucking Booba. You're just like chat. Booba this, eel that. No. By the way, did you know the female hyenas have a lung that, well, a what? They have a what? That resembles a what? No, I didn't want to know that, chat. I didn't want to know that. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you? Happy Subathon Day 304. And this is my brand new model, bathed in all of its glory. Praise me, chat. Actually, though, I hope you really like my new model. What do you guys think of it? Looks pretty good, right? Why does Elara sound like Ursula? That's because she might have Ursula's voice. Maybe I'm not revealing my secrets. Did you see Booba? Of course, here you go, Alvin. There you are. I'm glad you guys like it. It's so much more expressive. I feel like you guys can actually like see what I'm doing on screen. It's great. I love it so much. So, chat, today is going to be I imagine we're going to be doing this today, tomorrow, and Tuesday as well. We're going to be discussing this Cinder document. Yes, I know I'm a little late, chat. I know I'm a little late, but hear me out. Hear me out. I was getting ready for my model debut, chat. So please don't judge me. I was trying my best. I was working really hard. But I wanted to talk about it and I wanted to discuss it in detail. Obviously, there's 1,000 pages, so there's a lot to go through already. But we're gonna dive into it, of course, here in just a little bit. It's quite a lot. I've already read it once. I do have some thoughts before we start that I want to share with all of you. And then, of course, we'll dive into it. You guys can tell me, what you think about it and everything else. So I'm sure everybody has opinions on it. I don't doubt that at all. I want to remind you all to keep it civil, guys. Please keep it civil. But more importantly, chat, what's even more important than that is what I'm about to pin right now. I have new merch available! That's right, chat! The new merch is out right now. All you gotta do is click on that link and type !boy merch, and you can get all my merch. You can get the dock, you can get the Booba mouse pad, you can get it all right now.
You care about Booba as well, because nothing beats some good Booba, and to answer their question myself, I stole Asala's voice right as she died. She won't be needed.
What? What? Cheer-a-lar plush. I'm not making a Cheer-a-lar plush. It's not happening, chat. Shut the fuck up about it. You're not getting an Elara chair plush. Maybe for like 1,000 subs, but otherwise, no. It's not happening, chat. It's not happening. Until November 1st, right? Well, what's till November 1st? You're already plotting against me, and I just started. Isn't that crazy, bro? Isn't that crazy? Yo, good morning, Red. How are you? Emo plush, yeah. We can do that. We can do that. I'm sure Mickey and Disney would sue the fuck out of me for that, right? It'd be totally fine. 1,000 subs and I'll get a Cheer-a-lar plushie, okay? All right, there you go. By the way, chat, you added so much time yesterday. We're back at 21 hours. That is actually nuts as fuck. What is wrong with you, chat? Why are you adding so much time to the timer? Like it wasn't already enough time. Public domain though. I'm pretty sure though Disney is fighting the fuck out of that, so I don't even know if I would want to I don't even know if I would want to try to fight it. You know what I mean? I don't think it's worth fighting, chat. Are you any chance in need of a me-shaped chair? Are you in need of a restraining order? Because boy, do I got one just for you. Since that I can't call you Timu Haruka anymore. Yeah, what are you gonna call me now? What is my Timu version now, chat? Sometimes you just gotta cut your losses. Yep. Like I did with Dear RM. Is Disney gonna pull Nintendo? I hope not. I mean, actually, what are we talking about? Of course they're gonna do that. What am I talking about? Of course they're gonna do that. Who are we kidding, bro? Who are we kidding? They're definitely gonna do that. Oh my god, dude. I'm already reeling from having to cover this document because, well, number one, I debuted my new model yesterday. I had a week off, but really, that week off, well, really, it was 5 days. It wasn't actually off. It wasn't really actually off. I spent all that time. Timu Cotton? Bro, what the fuck? That's fucked up. Timu Twilight Princess Zelda. Okay, bet. Alright. Disney would sue us for the concept of a princess. Yeah, that's not even funny. That's just mean, bro. So, I took some days off, but I spent all that time just kind of getting ready for this model debut, chat. So I spent all that time getting ready for the model. And then after now, and I'm done, I'm like, okay, it's time to get back in the news and stuff like that. And then just everything going on with SINDER and all the stuff with VNU, art culture. I mean, there's so much. So I want to give you my plan, chat. Can I tell you what's going down this week? And what my plans are for all of the news coming up. So, coming up on, what's cracking, Scratch? How are you?
Screw Marvel versus Capcom. Wins Nintendo versus Disney in the courtroom. Also, you know who should have cut their losses. SINDER.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So, I want to tell you guys. Yeah, no, literally they say about everything, Sally. They don't give a fuck. So, today, chat, we are going to be oh my god, talking about, we're not suing anybody, I swear, we're not suing anybody. We're going to be talking about Cinder. We're going to be talking about Cinder today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, alright, guys? And then after that, coming up on, TTS is on base, Tuxedo, it's on. And then coming up, guys, on, Wednesday, we will catch up on everything else that I was not able to get to. I know we have so much news to go through, chat. Please bear with me. This Cinder stuff is going to take a while. I have a plan for at least 3 streams to go through it, so it's going to be quite a lot. Several when, Kazahana. Yeah, I'm sure Kazahana went into it. I know that Lydia also dived into it as well. I'm sure Rima's going to dive into it. I know Moochin dived into it, did like a big stream. I want to read every single page with y'all. Every single page, every single message. Talk about it all, chat, because there is so much to discuss, you know what I mean? Like, Elara's new model with her first new segment. I'm so catching on. Thank you, Yumi. I appreciate it. You're very sweet. And, I think you can actually see a lot more of my, like, expressions, which I really, really like. I think that this model is so much more expressive. It's so much more bouncy, and, you know, you guys can really see me a lot, and I love that so much. So you can actually see my reactions, like big time, you know? Yeah, it's a lot better. So you can actually see me like nod and shake my head and all that stuff. So I'm really in love with this model. Type in Nez absolutely cooked. And then the fucking photograph. Damn it. Yeah, I hope that you bring your popcorn and your soda for this one, chat, because you're probably gonna fucking need it for this stream. It's gonna be a pretty long one. So again, I'm gonna break this up across 3 days. I'm gonna try to get through as much as I possibly can today, chat. We'll kind of see how we're feeling a few hours in, and then we'll go from there. So does that sound good, everybody? Everybody good with that? You know, that gives me a chance to test this out. So is that good with everybody? Let me know. I have a new poll thing. You can just type yes or no. What do you think? Is that good? Yes or no? What do you have to do about popcorn? Nice. It's kind of early for popcorn, don't you think, though? Yeah, I feel like it's really early for popcorn. We rip it here, baby! Oh, it's over. Oh, my bad. Look, we gotta focus up. We gotta get back into the news, chat. We gotta focus up, chat. We gotta get ready for this. So, I do want to talk to you guys, really quickly, because I have read the document. I have read the document once, really more than once, a few times. I skimmed over it first time. I read through the whole thing one time. And then I kind of skipped around a little bit for some other stuff. So I want to give some opening notes to talk about this. And then we are going to talk about this whole document. I'm going to be taking more notes as we go along, chat. So I encourage you to do the same because I've not made any official notes myself. I wanted to do that with all of you. So I want to remind all of you today, chat. I'm very serious about this. Do not attack anybody, chat. If I swear to God, if you go in after anybody, we're gonna have some problems. I want you to look in my eyes right now, chat. Do not go after anybody. Do not bother anybody. You're allowed to talk about it here. We're gonna have a fair, good faith conversation. We're not gonna do any of this bullshit Twitter stuff and be like, oh, you're ugly. You're a horrible person because you blah, 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 blah. No. We're gonna have a good conversation. We're gonna have a good in-faith conversation. And we're gonna be nice to each other and treat each other with respect, okay? I wanna make that super duper clear right now. Number two, chat. I know some notes I don't want to share with you that are important, but before we start, I want to say, guys, and acknowledge this because I think it's important. You know, based on my past coverage and stuff like that, I am 100%. I am biased, chat. I am biased, right? And I'll admit that I am biased, and I'll admit that. In fact, we're all a little biased, right? Everybody has Thank you so much. I appreciate it, God, Jim. Everybody has bias, right? And it's okay, but I want to make sure that I acknowledge that right now, that I'm still going to do my best to treat this situation as fairly as possible, okay, guys? So, again, I know that I'm not a big Cinder fan, I will admit that, but I'm going to try to be fair about this, and I do want to at least acknowledge that I do have a bit of a bias, but I will do my best to keep everything fair and clear as I always do. And I think it's important to acknowledge that together, chat. So here are my notes that I took on my first run of the document. So number one, and I think the most important thing was, you know, I think we all knew together that you're ugly and I don't want to put my eyes to your face, so I'm gonna put this on. I think we all knew that Nanolith wasn't entirely innocent, right? We had the question marks, right? Again, I don't want to talk about the severity yet, but we knew there was more to it, at least at minimum, right, chat? That was definitely something we knew at minimum. So, you know, a lot of information was shared. She shared that information with other people. So I guess you have to decide or infer, was she forgiven by those people, right? So again, we're gonna dive into this and talk about it. It is of a Discord apology I will discuss. But I think a couple of things for me that I want to talk about is like why did Cinder make this document, right? That was my biggest question when discussing all this. Why did Cinder make this document, right? I feel like, in my opinion, that she could have just come back and said, I'm sorry, and that's it, and just started streaming again. But like, you know what? I'm really sorry. I'm gonna come back, and that's it. And you know what? I feel like that would have been better than just this document coming out. I'll be honest. So like, if she would have just started at 0, I think it would have gone a lot better, right? But now, it seems like she's starting at -1. That is at least my opinion, right? And I'm going to tell you why that's my opinion. So there's two really, really important things to acknowledge here, right, chat? And I don't want to ask all of you, and you can be honest. You can be honest. It's okay. You as a viewer, right? And I hear you booing me, Jesse, and that's fine. You as a viewer, are you willing to read a 1,000-page document, yes or no? Are you willing to read a 1,000-page document, yes or no? And you see all the no's right there. And that, yeah, there's a few yeses, right? But that is a majority of no. And that is inherently the problem with this document, right? The average person is not going to read this document, Chad. They're not going to look into it. They're not going to discuss it. Because that's too much. That's too much for one person to look at. And that is part of what I want to call the Cinder gamble. So Cinder took a gamble, chat, by releasing this document. And the gamble with that is the majority of people will not read this document, right? That is a simple, acknowledgeable fact. Most people will not read it, right? And this is the gamble because most people are not going to actually read it to find out if she was lying or not. And that's a bit of a gamble, right? Because if you want to disprove people, you need to make your document digestible, right? It needs to be easy to read, easy to understand, and very straightforward and communicative. And sadly, that was not what this document was. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, that is not what this document was. You're saying that Cinder didn't get a right to defend herself. What do you mean by that, Evil Dragon? If you're saying that I don't think that she didn't deserve a chance to defend herself, absolutely, she totally did. But I think that this document went about it in the worst way possible. This is really way too long, completely unnecessary of a length, because the average person is just not going to read it. And that's just a fact. I don't think that anybody would disagree with that fact that, sadly, it's just too long for people to digest. If you want to come back and you want to disprove people, there's a clear way to do that without 1,000 pages. So that is a big issue with this document that we need to acknowledge, that it's way too long. It's way too long. Yeah, so to say, people would barely even read the Adora document, you know? So, like, I'm not saying that anything directed towards the Cinder issue in itself. I am talking about the document right now, chat. If she would have just come back and said, I'm sorry, and then do her thing, that would have been so much better than her trying to come back and drop this giant document that most people are just not going to read. It's a gamble, you know? I can't say whether it's going to work for her or not. I don't know because I'm not Cinder, right? But I will go ahead and tell you, chat, that I think that everybody deserves a second chance, right? And I've said this before, even Cinder deserves a second chance. Everybody deserves a second chance under the right circumstances and amount of time that has passed. Under the right circumstances and the right amount of time that has passed, everybody deserves a second chance. Even Cinder, chat. Sure, and you know, most people feel like that has to be earned, etc., right? But this document, in my opinion, chat, was just way too long. I respectfully disagree with you, suggest the my rate of not filled it or hints the length of the document. I mean, and that's totally fine, Nico, and you are welcome to disagree. That's totally fine. My point of asking that question, right, is, again, Nico, my question was, are most people going to read that document? The answer is no. And it's a gamble, right? It's a gamble on creating a document that long. In my opinion, I think it was too long. You lose the messaging. It was too much. And that's my opinion, right? And I think most people are not going to read a 1,000-page document. You know what I mean? Like, it's a gamble. Are people won't read to find out if you are disproving your stuff or not. And that, in her case, right, I think it would have benefited her more to actually take the time to disprove stuff in a straightforward, communicative, fast fashion rather than a lengthy one, you know? Like, you could give us a TLDR in, like, maybe, like, 20 pages, right? And that would have been so good, and then provide the rest of it. But you have to really dig through this, this whole document to try and get the little, like, bits and pieces of it. And some of it is even contradictory, right? So that's another problem within the document as well. So I just think this document wasn't the way to go. I think it was not properly thought out. You know what I mean? That is what I'm saying, and I hope that makes sense. Let me get a sip of my tea before I continue. Yeah, like I said, it's an absolute gamble. It's an absolute gamble. It's just so long. So most people are just not going to read it, and that is problematic in form, right? So for some of us, we're going to read it, right? Like, to your point, right? You disagree? Some people will read it. I'm going to read it. We're going to read it together. But the issue is the average person is not going to read it, and that is a disservice to herself. Because part of communication, right, is to make it easily understood. I mean, in some cases, concise and clear. She lost that, you know? Like, maybe a video would have been better. I don't know. So, the other thing that I want to say, chat, when I read this document and looking at Red as a whole, I think there's something we can agree on here, chat. She needs to separate from Red as a manager. I believe that Red is detrimental to her overall career, and I think that she needs to separate from that guy. I don't think that he's doing her any favors whatsoever. And we will discuss that more as we dive into it. But again, this was from my first read through and just the very brief notes that I took. I don't think that Red is good for her in a professional sense. And then not even counting he was a catalyst for a lot of it. And the other thing I want to state is, this is very obvious, and I already said this the other day, but I think that sadly, I don't know if it was Red or his influence or her and Red or whatever combination or whatever, right? But this whole particular problem, right, chat? It's very immature. I can tell you that she is not the most mature person. This stuff happened. She didn't know how to deal with it very well. And thus we're seeing the results that we're seeing now. So I think that that was also part of the problem as well, immaturity. So I have a really, really important statement that I want to give you guys today because throughout me getting ready for my debut and stuff like that, I've been looking at all of your responses. I've been looking at Twitter responses, all of it, right? I've been looking at even your responses here in chat.
She should have released 3 docs. One about her and Red.
I think a video would have been better, personally.
Tubers, and one about Nano.
So, honestly, it's a pretty much high school drama mindset. This should have been done with a long time ago. Thank you, Dragon. I appreciate that, and I agree with you. So I want to say something really quick, chat, because I feel like I have seen people's statements on this, and I want to share a sentiment with all of you that I want you to listen. So please, chat, just for a moment. Hear me out, okay? I really just hear me out. It's very important. So I see everybody digging through these documents, right? Talking about this stuff, trying to find these gotcha moments. And all that it's doing, chat, is perpetuating divisiveness in the VTuber community. And it's perpetuating us not having a conversation because it's either you're right or you're wrong. And there's no more conversation happening because everybody is digging for this tiny little kernel of information that is going to give them this ammunition to fire that's going to prove that they're right. But guys, some people are more at fault than others. Absolutely. Yes, 100%. I want to discuss this for the next few days because I want to clear up any misconceptions, right? I want to have a goodwill conversation and I want to come to a conclusion together. Whether you agree or disagree, that allows us all to learn and to grow from this situation. Analysts, Cinder, chat, everybody included, chat. But right now, I see people having these conversations in a lot of bad faith. And it's just causing everybody to fight with each other. There's no more conversation anymore. And that, no, I don't think Cinder wants to split the community, not at all. But I think that sadly, there's a lot of people having conversations about this that are for wanting the ammunition with a gotcha moment, or to be like, oh, well, there's this line, so I'm right and you're wrong, right? Like, it's not about that. It's about the reason we talk about drama, right, chat? We talk about drama to learn from other experiences and to grow, right? It's not just all about, well, I'm right and you're wrong because I knew this about Nanolist, or I guess this about Nanolist, but I don't give a fuck. We're here to talk about this stuff and have a good little conversation, and let's learn and grow from it, guys, and take a look at what happened about this drama and this document and learn from it together and have a conversation and come to an agreement. Whether you agree or disagree with the overall sentiment, that is perfectly fine. That is okay. But guys, let's try to look at this as adults, right? Let's try to look at this with a mature mindset instead of just trying to find something in the document to attack people with, you know? Because I see that so much, right? I see people, yeah, exactly, BD. They're like, so Shy Lily's the bad guy. Like, well, let's look at everything, right? And then we can discuss that. Again, other people to blame more than others?
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
lurk and chill for this dissection.
Thank you, Borg, for the
Based
$5
on what
donut.
I understand, she shouldn't have bothered to make this doc. She
It's just too
probably
long.
hurt her case from the perspective of many and her own zealous,
Right.
toxic, and parasocial. Fans will support her
Thank you,
either
Vera.
way. It's just going to cause drama.
So, like, I think that everybody gets the right to defend themselves, right? And I think that Cinder deserved the right to defend herself, right? Everybody deserves that right. But if you're going to defend yourself, I will take a moment to criticize how you went about it, because I feel like the way that she defended herself was not the best way. It was a complete gamble. I don't think it was the right way to do it, and that's my opinion. I'm gonna stick to it. It's just way too long. It's too much to try to dissect. You know what I mean? It's so much stuff. I think it's gonna take 3 streams. It's too much. It's too much. So before we move on, chat, are we all on the same page about our discussion for the next few days? Are we good? I hope so. I don't mean to be like, super straightforward and like cruel or blunt in any way. I want to put this out there that this isn't a conversation to weaponize against other people. This is a conversation to learn and grow and to have a conversation. That's what it's about. I want to have a good faith conversation. I don't want to sit here and chat and be like, oh, well, I knew this and that, so you're horrible and you're wrong. Like, yeah, okay, well, information changes, right? Like, things happen. So all we can do is talk about what's in front of us, and that's it. So without further ado, chat, let's get into it. Everybody type news. And we're going to dive right into all of it, chat. So primarily, we're going to be, of course, looking at this document. That's really it. That's all I got for you today, chat. We're going full on fucking document time. So what I want to show you all is kind of what happened at the start, right? SINDER did, of course, finger Discord, and of course, release this document. The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof. Here's a Google Docie. So I'll go through the reactions probably on a future stream, because that is part of what I want to talk about. But what I do want to talk about here is the burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. Well, which is a true statement, right? However, to kind of point out the problem in this, right? She admitted to it, right? She admitted to it in her original statement that she did all this stuff. So that's always been my argument for a lot of the naysayers, right? Is, well, she did admit she did all this stuff. So, you know, it's kind of hard to take this first statement very strongly. But you know what? We'll dive into the document. Maybe she's gonna prove us wrong. We'll see what's going on. So normally when these type of documents come out, right? Why is this great? So normally when these documents come out, chat, for me, what I'm looking for is refutal. I'm looking for refutal of what is going on, chat. I think it's very important that when you open up a document, you want to talk about what's going on. You want to prove why it's wrong, and then you want to show why it's wrong, right? So you say, this is what I was accused of. This is what was wrong with it, and here's the proof of that. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the proof that these things that were said about her are not true. So that is what I'm going to be looking for this entire time. I think all of you would agree with that as well. That is the sentiment that we are indeed looking for throughout this entire thing. So, okay, I can't select this. That's good. I was about to cry. So, anyway, elara. Wait a second. Are you gonna be reading this in your actual voice? I didn't think about that. Is she gonna give us the evil villain voice? Wait. I have a question. Since you ate your Ara, could
Don't
you
sass me,
theoretically?
I will get my treats. Ha 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 ha.
Theoretically, you could mimic her voice, right?
Yes.
Oh my god, it all makes sense. You ate Diorara, you can mimic her voice. Oh my god, that's great. That's gonna be perfect for our document today. Thank you so much, Elara. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I didn't come up with that lore in 3 seconds. Thank you so much, Elara. Wow, you're actually pretty cool. Well, I guess I'm gonna let you read some of this SINDER document for us and tell us what's going on. So, guys, I'm gonna try to save my voice when I can, because it's a lot to read, and I'm gonna let Elara kind of, hit us with some of the goodies sometimes. So, here we go. She absorbed Tiara's power. Lord, the lore in the new stream. All right, here we go. Let's do it.
Hi everyone. It's been over 5 months since everything happened. I have never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities, and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to the people closest to me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanolis and Bao posted their documents together, after I had finished streaming earlier in the night. I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time I posted my apology. Looking back at it, no,
Which makes sense.
it wasn't good. I was not in a sound state of mind when it was written. I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried contacting me privately beforehand. I was unable to eat, sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents and statements be released while everything fell apart. I didn't have read.
I'm gonna take some notes here as well, chat, so we can kind of have these for ourselves. So I am gonna put these up here as well for us, but let me continue reading this. I'm sorry, I didn't have read it, my friends. I think she can only read so much, so I'll try to digest it for you a little bit more, Elara.
But I had the weight of the entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say, and how I was going to say it wrong. I didn't have access to search for all the evidence to defend myself with the growing list of allegations, and I didn't have time to put it all together cohesively anyways. I was petrified. How could I possibly respond correctly to a coordinated effort like this in the state I was in without just blindly accepting fault for all the things I didn't do or never knew happened? I rushed to get something out, defend myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and post it just so I could rest. No matter what I would end up saying, it would never have been good enough.
That's very true. I won't even say anything against that statement. That's true. So I think the note that I want to make here is nobody tried to contact her privately beforehand. So that was kind of something that was important. But as a personal note, chat, blindsided, I was not a good state of mind when it was written. Guys, if you ever have to make a Google Docu, whatever it may be, I hope to God you don't have to make a Google Docu, but if you have to wait to put out a better quality one, absolutely do that, guys. Listen to me. You're never going to be able to put out a perfect document, right? It's either going to not be quick enough, it's going to take too long, or you didn't address everything. So why not instead wait a little bit longer and release a document that has better proof in it? That's at least my take on it. I personally feel that way, Chad, and that's my opinion. You should wait to release a document till you have all of the proof that you need. If it takes longer, then so be it. You can put something out and be like, yeah, it's taking me a little bit longer to get it out, but I want to address everything. I think that is preferable over pushing it out too soon. But I do understand where she's coming from, because obviously there's some very heavy allegations, so
it took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability to face any of this again. I couldn't look at anything Cinder related without breaking down. All of my fans that looked up to me were led to believe I was evil, and encouraged to destroy or donate my merch. Almost everyone I knew or cared about turned on me in an instant, and anyone who's ever had anything to say about me did. I had only one of my close friends message me after everything was out there.
So, that just recounting the events of what happened, right? Now, I do want to make this very clear, chat, about the part I'm about to play for you. That's unacceptable. For her to receive these types of doxing, death threats, and everything, that is absolutely horrible and deplorable. If you were part of that, I 100% do not support that type of behavior. I don't care how many problems you had with Cinder and this and that. That kind of behavior is just unacceptable, and I think we would all agree to that, chat. Way too far. Way horrible.
I received rape, dox, and death threats over these accusations.
Unacceptable.
So I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red and we worked things out between ourselves. When we were both ready to, he helped me with the long process of making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I had absolutely everything put together to post all at once, in one place.
So, I guess one of my other thoughts here to share too, chat, is she spent all of these months creating this document, right? And I mean, again, you get the right to defend yourself. That's fine, right? If you want to do that, absolutely. But did it really need to be 1,000 pages? It's just too much. It's just too much, chat. I want to sit here and listen to what you have to say, but 1,000 pages, and you spent months, all of your time off, working on this document, right? Like, would it really not have been better spent just to say, hey, you know, I want to work on myself over this time instead? Because I'm going to be honest, I don't think 5 months is really enough time for you to change your overall behaviors, right? That 5 months is just not enough time, you know? So I would have rather you been like, yeah, I spent 5 months off and I just like disconnected. I'm sorry, moving on, right? But I don't know how long she spent creating this document, right? It's just kind of like, it's so long. I'm led to believe that she spent like most of her time, you know, going back when she could have spent that time doing something maybe more beneficial. Yo, what's up, Yako? How are you? Thank you for the raid. Let's go. How are you? What's up, cutie? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are talking about the Cinder stuff. And diving into the document. It is day 1, so it's going to take quite a lot of time to get into this. So, anyway, let's continue here. And again, I just want to see how deplorable it is that somebody would, you know, threaten to rape her and stuff like that. That's horrible. Absolutely horrible stuff.
Purpose of this document to present the full story and the facts and evidence around what happened with complete transparency, defend myself against what's been said about me, and provide mine and Red's perspectives and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too. To take accountability for everything that each of us are guilty of in the past couple years, whether they were revealed in the original documents or not. This document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoing, and it isn't trying to.
So something important to note right here, chat. You know, this document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoings, isn't trying to. So she is acknowledging, hey, you know, I fucked up. And I think that's good. I think it's a very important move to go forward, that you acknowledge you fucked up, right? But she wants to be transparent about everything. That's cool. And that's always appreciated, right? So, and by the way, Anonymous, absolutely. Look, this is an open forum of conversation right now. We're going to go through it. Please throw in your thoughts and conversation throughout. The only thing that I'm asking is that you remain civil, right? Be actually like an adult. And don't just sit in here and be like, well, Shy Lily's an awful person. Like, okay, let's get to the proof first, and then maybe we can discuss it. But, you know what I mean? Like, let's actually, like, have a civil conversation, you know? They're just like, I can't believe, you know, I don't know. I can't believe Aru is, like, the devil. Like, Aru's not the devil, you know? But I see people on Twitter, like, say that shit. I will see, I'll point to hold up as we get through the document, yeah. So anyway, I did share some initial thoughts at the start. Thank you so much, Yanka. I really appreciate it. You like it? Also, I have this thing now, so I don't have to look at chat. It's really great. I know, Aru just will be left alone. And I have such high praises for Aru. I love Aru. So to see that kind of go towards her. I mean, again, I already admitted I'm a little biased, guys. But I'm going to be as fair as possible.
Dispel rumors, misconceptions, and theories about me, show how and why things actually occurred, and point out and refute discrepancies and lies in the claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong, but the amount and degree of them has been incredibly exaggerated or completely made up. This document contains speculation. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact.
So this is also another point as well, Chad. So baseless accusations made against me. I've kept speculation labeled as such in document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence. So there's a bit of speculation in here, right? And I think this particular part to me might have to do with the Shy Lily section, but again, we'll get a little bit farther into that here in just a bit. So we might not even get into that today because it's the analyst part is very long.
This document is not to fuel harassment or spread hate towards anyone involved.
Absolutely.
I am doing what's listed above and posting this
it's
document in the same public setting
so, I mean,
the original documents were. If you have harassed anyone involved in my defense,
it adds to the fire,
you are not
right?
my supporter. Your actions are reprehensible, and I've never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I'm sorry to anyone who's been affected by any actions of rogue community members against my principles.
I'm glad that she took the time to acknowledge this because you guys remember that group of the rogue pyro pups. I forget what they call themselves now, but they were doxing Shy Lily and other people. I'm sure you all remember this. We covered it in great detail. I'm very glad that she called this out, or at least said like, hey, like, don't be a shitty person, you know? So this was actually a good thing to call out. Yeah, and anything you add to conversation is still good. What more added to the conversation is never a bad thing, right? But it's important to know that it is speculation, right? So
I have been made out to be a two-faced, greedy, jealous, psychopathic narcissist who's maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged, and betrayed those closest to me, and anyone around me, for my own gain for years, manipulating my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. You were lied to. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This was a complete public assassination of my character over what were lies and assumptions, followed by my cancellation and disappearance, with my accusers profiting from it. If I was really the awful person I was made out to be, then this document wouldn't exist.
So, refuting everything Chad saying we were lied to, there are things she's done wrong. Obviously, the image that happened to her, thank you, Trico, could be farther from reality. Now, we'll say there are a lot of things that are in here that she admitted to, that she already did. So, I mean, a lot of the things that were already shown and said, she admits to, right? And we'll get to that part. So, like, you better have some good proof to disprove this, right? That's my thought about reading it. It's like, okay, if this is true, you're gonna have to prove it to us, right? You really gotta prove it to us and show that you didn't do all of these awful things as it was shown. However, the evidence against you was pretty solid, right? So, looking at what Silverbill had to say about like how she was uncomfortable, looking at the spite stuff where you pretty much copied her stuff. You gotta prove it, you know? So let me see the proof behind it. That's what I'm looking for, right?
If I was really the awful person I was made out to be, then this document
will not skip
wouldn't
anything,
exist.
by the way.
I wouldn't have any
I
way
don't care
to
how many
refute
days
the
it takes me to
claims
get
made
through it.
against me. I
Yeah,
could
we
have
cannot
just
skim.
continued streaming and profited from the drama and the over 30 million views this situation garnered. I could have let everyone forget about this and come back like nothing ever
that's
happened.
true. She could have.
But it's not true, and I couldn't allow myself to move on without making things right. Everything that's come out and stories that followed have been blown way out of proportion and turned into crazy conspiracies.
Yeah, that
Both
welcome to
Red
the
and I
internet.
have done wrong, and all of
Sadly.
that will be addressed here, but
That's
the
good.
story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every single person I've ever interacted with in the past almost 5 years, even those closest to me, and every single interaction with them, would have to have been fake for the story told about me to be true.
Again, if that is the case, we're gonna be looking for proof. I mean, just I don't even want to put this in the notes, like honestly, but I'm just gonna say proof. Like you know what I mean? Like I want the proof. If this is all true, you got some statements for me, right? You got some screenshots. That's what I'm gonna be looking for, right? So again, proof. The proof is in the pudding. That's always what we're gonna ask for. So if you make a statement, the best thing you can do is back it up with proof, and that's what we're gonna be looking for in this document. Again, I'm gonna allow Cinder to prove us wrong. That would be my hope, that she does prove us wrong, but we will see. Joe says, I think Nano and Lily are in the wrong. Do you wanna like add to that statement a little bit? This is Stream Elements Kimberly, Lewis. So I mean, if you wanna tell me like why you believe that, I'm totally down to listen, but at least like give me a little bit more than just that, you know? Like I encourage all of you to look at this situation with an open mind, right? It's really important, but you know, ask questions along the way, right?
I believe that there were two people responsible for how things played out, with a third person merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanola lied overwhelmingly about what happened between her and Red, sat back, and played everyone, including my friends. Shy Lily lied about me from the start, orchestrated things behind the scenes, and manipulated the public to their side. Silvervale took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction.
This is a very,
None
very
of them
strong
could take
statement,
accountability for their own actions and pushed it all onto me instead. The only two people that could disprove their lies were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet.
So, these are very strong statements. I want to read this to you again. Nanolis lied overwhelmingly about what happened between her and Red. Now I can play to everyone. Now, what I will tell you, chat, a little bit of a spoiler is, Nano did not, was 100% not transparent about everything, right? Nano did not, actually, was not forthcoming with the information that she was the one that started with the exclusivity. But again, we'll get to that. I know I'm spoiling a little bit, but, Nanolis did, not come forth with all of the information. So, okay, I see this statement, right? However, Shy Lily lied about me from the start, orchestrated behind the scenes and manipulated the public to their side. The real took the opportunity to lie about other interactions together, making things look even worse for me. These are very big statements, chat. Yeah, Nana was like 80% transparent. That's fair. These are huge statements, chat. Shy Lily lied about me, manipulated, orchestrated stuff behind the scenes. I mean, that's crazy, right? So let's put this in a note. Shy Lily, orchestrated. I almost typed orca, like, you know, the animal. We'll put a question mark. Shy Lily orchestrated, Silvervale, flag, question mark. So again, we're going to be looking for these two things as well, because these are very strong accusations, right, chat? Very, very strong accusations. Ellie's part felt like it's more of a friend going in. They attacked her to me and told her close friend was harmed. Information she was told was a lie. Claims to require strong evidence. Exactly. Ain't behind that one for a second. Do I think there's two sides to this debacle? Absolutely. Review your defenses against I was evil from the start. If they've all been evil from the start, you lost some credibility. This feels a lot like, oh, thank you, Bricky. This is a lot kind of like.
You have seen, but Aru posted a response on YouTube.
Oh, okay, thanks. Where did that come from? So, yeah, orchestrated. So, I do feel like that this document reads a lot like, well, I was bad, but they were too, so, you know, take everybody down, which he does decide she is going to come back, spoiler alert, so, we will take a look at that. So, and again, including their own satisfaction, what exactly are you talking about, right? If you're saying that they want to get you off the internet, why? Again, we need the proof behind that, right? That's what I want, the proof. Give me the
Aside
proof.
from the labeled
Give me the proof.
speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide, and there isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here
Absolutely.
was over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, and feelings can change a lot over such a long period of time, for better or worse.
That's, nothing to add. Nothing to add. Let's keep going.
I went back and forth on a lot of things to put in here, asking myself if I should leave them out for the people I still care for, or keep them in for my own sake. No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all of the evidence, all of this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, and gaslight my way out of what happened, and that no one should possibly believe me again.
Todd, do you think that there is gaslighting in this document? For those that have read it, legitimately, if you've read it, actually read it, chat, do you think that there is gaslighting in this document? Yes or no? I actually bring up the poll for it. You guys can tell me what you feel about it, but do you think that there is actually gaslighting in this document? Yes or no? If you've read the document, right, chat? If you've read the document, only should you type yes or no. Let's continue here. I think she talks about her gamer subs.
To show that I stand by everything written here and that I'm sorry for the things I've done wrong, I made a very hard decision. I'm giving up my part ownership position of gamer subs. I've worked so hard for them since December of 2022, and earning this position was one of the biggest accomplishments of my life.
Yeah,
I'm
that's a pretty
honored
big
they
deal,
chose
chat.
to give me the opportunity, and I've been immensely proud to have the title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love, the people that work there, and everyone associated over my own interests.
And that is absolutely, I think the best course of action, in my opinion. I think that was probably the best thing, considering all of the PR issues that GamerSubs had to deal with. I think that it was probably the best course of action for her. I think a lot of times that, yeah, I figured most of you say yes, but I think that they dealt with a lot of PR issues. They had to push a lot of stuff off, trying to figure out. They were just like, hey, like, you know, she hasn't created content. We don't really know, etc., etc., right? So ultimately, I think that her selling her stuff off is probably the best case scenario, right? It's best for GamerSubs. She probably gets paid out for all that. So I think that ultimately, pretty much everybody wins in that situation. You know what I mean?
GamerSubs suffered a lot of damage when all of the accusations were made about me, and that fell on my shoulders.
Yeah, I'm sure they did.
This
At least
is my
like the pressure.
responsibility as part owner, and I don't want any more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I didn't have to do this, and I wasn't asked, forced, or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them
Obviously,
of my
talking about that,
decision
it's
in
just
June,
business
and
line
it will
chat.
take effect at the same
Yeah, no more,
time
it's
this
just
document
business.
is published.
Definitely trying to comment on them. It's this business line, but I notified them of my decision in June to take effect at the same time this document is published. So she actually separated with GamerSubs back in June. That is actually pretty interesting. We'll put that in our notes. It's not the most important thing, but you know, I think that they've made statements, and maybe it wasn't just public yet, but nonetheless, it's good to notate, right? So, so she separated from GamerSubs back in June, very closer to when the event actually happened, her first time.
Each tab in this document
That was
is
the best
about the
decision,
people
in my
and events
opinion.
related to the claims made against me, where I've provided links to each person's respective statements for reference, the evidence, context, and mine and Red's thoughts around each situation. You're intended to read each section, and in the order they're presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whoever
I think it was the
it's
best course
relevant
as well.
to.
I agree. Yeah, Cypher. I mean, like, I've done like 1.5 reads. I guess I would say like I've done 1.5 reads. Because I did like one full read and like a skim, but this is important for me too because I want to,
few sections,
you know, get my stuff down as well.
Bow, Card and Numi's concert, and Shylily, culminate in a section breaking down what you've seen throughout them, with the last few sections of this document being standalone.
I don't know
Unless
why it's
stated
gray.
otherwise, every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. This document will not be edited after it's posted either. Because we live in 2025, I need to say that this document was written without the use of AI.
You can tell, by the way,
understand
there's
some
a lot
the
of
things
grammatical
in this
errors.
document may be damaging to the
But yeah,
people involved.
she's
They
not lying.
understood that their claims would be damaging to me before they publicly made them too. Everyone can review the evidence for themselves and decide what really happened, and if I really am the person you were led to believe me to be.
There we go. The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. Again, I will add that she did admit to a lot of this stuff, but now we're getting the document where she's like, well, you know, this isn't always 100% true, right? So anyway, here we go. Redacted. So we're going to hear a lot from Red, by the way, chat. Red co-wrote this document. So you're going to hear quite a lot from him in this entire thing. If you don't know, Red is her manager, also her partner. So there's a lot of specifics in here. So anyway, let's go.
Red helped me put this entire document together. We want to be upfront and honest that this was a two-person effort. His own commentary is present throughout it and is labeled as his and highlighted
Oh, in
in
blue
blue.
is
Red.
Red.
Below, I'm Red. I'm Cinder's longtime partner and have worked alongside her since she started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months I've had
Yeah,
to come to
exactly,
terms
Nid.
with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationships, and her career were all ruined. I hurt people who were our friends. I fucked up, and she had to answer to the world for it by herself. My actions ruined everything for her, and I'm taking responsibility and helping
Just
her
a
pick
little
up
bit,
the
right,
pieces.
Chad?
I didn't want to
Just a
put
little
something out sooner without her that could have made things worse. I ask that you don't hold what I did against her.
I ask you don't hold what I did against her. So, I mean, I'm just gonna hold you accountable. Like, to be honest, chat, I think, again, I'm gonna say this for my original notes. I don't think that Red needs to be involved with her in a professional capacity anymore at this point. I think that is the worst case scenario for Cinder as a whole. I think that she needs to remove him professionally. Like, partner is one thing, but sometimes, guys, just your partner and professional does not mix. And I think this is one of those situations. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If I was Cinder, I would not want him touching my business. Sorry, but this is my full-time job, guys. This is my career. I take that seriously. I try to work on things professionally sometimes. So, not sometimes, all the time, but like, you get what I mean, chat. Like, so I think it's important that if this is your career, you don't want, you really don't want somebody that is not professional to constantly be involved with all of your stuff. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue.
Red and I are still together. We had a falling out and spent time apart after the documents dropped on April 26th. But he was still here for me when I was ready to talk to him again. We were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what happened.
That's good.
I wasn't planning
Privately,
to say
you know?
anything about this again publicly, but I felt I needed to.
So I definitely, you know, it's not anybody's like, nobody is required to tell anybody that they're in a relationship or anything like that, right? So, I mean, it's good to know that she is not Red Claw, just his name is just Red, not Red Claw. Oh my god. But I mean, it's good to know. Is it really relevant? Their personal relationship? No. But it is relevant that he's still her manager, like, you know, doing stuff like that, right? Working on it. So, and of course, she goes on to talk about cheating on Red. So, here you go.
Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons, and
Which
the
we
things
read
I
that
said
other
about him
document at
were
that
out
time.
of my own frustrations and past experiences. I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and mischaracterized the person he is. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public in April, and no one else was ever told about it before then either. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved
That's what
past it
I'm
a
more
long
worried about,
time
like,
ago.
the business
It had
part
nothing
of
to
it.
do with my career or current events, and isn't relevant to talk about further. We disagree,
Sure.
we get mad at each other, we argue, but our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate it if the speculation around it would stop.
I don't remember reading anything about this, but that definitely is just uncalled for. Now, what I want to point out is exactly, well, number one, I'm going to get to your point, Rap, but number one, why was this at the start? This is not important. You dropped a statement about Shy Lily and Silvervale lying to people, right? We want that first. I want that stuff first. I don't give a shit about like, your relationship right now. I want to know why these people are lying. If you are going to refute, if you're going to make such strong statements, give me the evidence about that right now. That is way more important, I'm sorry, than what's going on in your relationship. Again, I'm not trying to, like, push this aside because it is important, but, like, this needed to go way later. Way, way later. This is not that important in the overall narrative, right? And to your point as well, I know a lot of people already said this. A lot of people opinionated is if you're a cheater, you lose all credibility in somebody's eyes. And chat, I will tell you, you're allowed to believe what you want to believe about that. I mean, I can't tell you you're wrong. I've been cheated on. It's one of the worst things that I've ever had to deal with in my life. And I hated it so much. I lost money. I lost so many things. I had a horrible, horrible ex. And it hurts you. It breaks you in a lot of ways. So I completely understand not wanting to trust anybody that cheats. That is your own prerogative. Again, I'm not here to convince you otherwise of that. I'm just here to read you the news and have a discussion. So we're talking about Cinder, Butler, the whole Cinder document. Let's continue here. Like again, I'm glad that you figured out stuff, but I don't need all the deets. You know, it's not my business anyway.
Communication problems, even with each other. Neither of
That's
us
just not my
are good
business.
communicators beyond surface level. It's hard to open up, and we get in our own heads about things. We butt heads
okay,
and
guys, it's
disagree
okay.
with each
I
other
appreciate it, though.
sometimes, and even more so working together all day, every day. It's gotten much better over the years, but it's never been perfect.
Well, no relationship is perfect, but again, I'm glad you fixed your relationship. It's just kind of like, it's not super relevant, right, chat? Look, I mean, if you look at the fruit situation, the people already made up their minds that she cheated, and therefore the proof she posted later didn't matter. Yeah, absolutely, Pepper. Even though we went through all of that on my stream and disproved all of it, people still out there like, Fruit's a horrible person, you know? So I definitely get where you're coming from on that. I guess just my thing is just like, well, number one, chat, I want to make this clear. We're not going to skip and we're not going to skim because this document deserves this much time, but like, this is too much. This is too much. You know, I don't need all this information.
So the idea that anyone in any relationship would know about and agree with everything their partner feels, says, and does is crazy to me. I'm not the only one who's ever had a significant other keep secrets from them, and neither is Red. Every relationship is different.
Remember, this
and
is
has
business
its own
related,
nuances,
not relationship.
dynamics, and problems,
Related.
functioning in a way that only the two people involved know of and fully understand. No one looking in can say otherwise. Because I cheated on Red, should I assume that everyone's significant other has cheated on them in the past? Should I assume that all of my friends' relationships are the same as mine? No, and for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them just because I'm their friend that sees them a few times a year is ridiculous.
So basically what she's poking at here is that a lot of people say like, oh, well, because Red did this, Cinder automatically knew everything that was going on. And I gotta tell you, here's 2 points about this. Number one, there's one thing about personal secrets, right? You know, if you're in a relationship, right, and you don't know everything about somebody else, well, that's really impossible, right? Because people go to work, maybe they'll tell you everything that happened at their day, etc., right? There's certain parts of person you just don't share with each other, right? And that's inevitable, right? But I don't think that it dispels the difference between personal stuff not knowing and business stuff not knowing, because business stuff is normally treated differently than your personal stuff, right? So is there a doubt cast upon her knowing everything in the business part of it? Absolutely. I think we acknowledge that initially, right? Like, she couldn't possibly know every single conversation Red had about everything, but I do think that her feigning ignorance about a lot of the things that happened is not entirely fair, you know what I mean? But she did say she's going to go on to take accountability, so I would be looking for that. So, I mean, you can assume that there's probably some things she didn't know about, but she can't just feign ignorance about the whole thing, right? And I think that's entirely fair. Anyway, let's continue.
When I became Cinder, we wanted to keep our relationship private. In public, Red was simply my manager, and we hid our relationship from my friends for over a year during
it's always
multiple
nuance,
trips.
right?
We agreed that I'd tell my closest friends about our relationship in March of 2024 because we felt we were close enough and trusted them enough to tell them.
Okay. And I think that's when she went on a few trips with some of her friends. I don't remember exactly who she says, so I'm not gonna put the names out there. But anyway, let's continue.
When we traveled, my friends saw us always close by each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phones, almost all of the time
take
from
multiple
chats
days on
we
tape.
were both in, instead of talking about things out loud to keep up with our projects while away, and to keep them private between us. It's easier to say look at this to keep each other on the same page, rather than have a verbal conversation while we're around other people at almost all times while away. What they saw at conventions or on vacations was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we worked together and acted around each other when at home.
which is entirely fair, right? So again, I think that there is, her point of bringing this up is, hey, you don't know what we talked about and you don't know everything, but at the same time, it's kind of like, well, but also, you can't feign ignorance about everything, right? So it's the truth is somewhere in between is basically what I'm poking at as well. So, yeah, and, like even Noctis for us, like, yeah, I mean, she did say she saw DMs, but we will address all that so hard because again, I want to read this. I want to allow her to prove us wrong. Let her prove us wrong, right? So even for us, Noctis, like, when A and I first started dating, right, like, we weren't sure if we wanted to talk about it, right? I mean, you know, sadly, when you talk about being in a, you know, lesbian relationship, even to this day, people are like, oh yeah, gay people are horrible and they deserve to burn in hell. Like, unfortunately, it's entirely true, chat. Riot, thank you for the raid. What's up? How are you? Welcome in. We are reading the SINDER document. So, you know, it was, we weren't sure we wanted to talk about it publicly, you know, but the kind of culture in the community I wanted to cultivate, I felt like I should be able to be open and honest about that. So, and I appreciate all of y'all for all your support. But yeah, I mean, it is wrong, but it's unfortunate reality, you know, so, and it's my choice, exactly. So, I thank you so much for the raid, Riot. I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. I just debuted my new model yesterday. I hope you are having a great one, Riot. Again, thank you for the raid. We are going to be talking about the SINDER document pretty much all day long. Pretty much all day long. So, you know, sit back for the ride. Enjoy it as we get into everything. So, all right, so let's continue here. And there's a part I'm actually going to ask you all, because I'm not sure about this.
I lived with Red and his family from the summer of 2022 to the end of February 2025. I have never outright told anyone this, including my closest friends. We wanted to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone, even telling some people we lived apart.
Did she stream from there?
On stream I've always said I lived with family friends and streamed in a basement. The basement part is true.
What? Why? I'm really not trying to be like non-empathetic. What is that? Apathetic? I'm not trying to be apathetic, but like, why is this relevant?
It's where I spent the majority of my time, and it's where I worked and streamed from. My career started there in 2021 with my ASMR. Red was the one with the PC, mic, and experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. I would go there more and more often until I moved in when I became a full-time streamer.
The point, like, if you're gonna refute stuff, refute it.
For most of my earliest streams with my PNG model, Red would be in the room with me, modding on a laptop and making sure things would run smoothly.
There you go. He was kind of her tech support. So I think that a lot of people will look at this and be like, oh, like she lied about what was going on in her life and proof and stuff like that. So I pretty much think that she's trying to dispel a lot of that stuff by coming forward with that information. So, again, I don't really know how like super relevant that is, but let's continue.
He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to use and fix OBS if something went wrong. We built my own PC and I stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June 2022. He moved his PC into his own room and has worked from there since. Starting sometime last year, my streams kept disconnecting and we couldn't figure out why. This was going on for months and no matter what we did, it kept happening. We thought there could be something wrong with the internet there that we couldn't fix. So as a last resort, my parents and I made space for me to move back in with them with my entire stream setup in February. We were able to fix the problem, but it ended up having nothing to do with the internet at all. I've been working and living here since, separate from Red.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, well, maybe she has like anxiety from living away from home or something. I don't know, like, personally, I would've got my own space, but, that's not our business anyway, Chad. So, but again, I know I'm gonna say this a lot. Maybe you guys need to keep a counter of it, but like, I gotta be honest, Chad. How is this relevant? This isn't this isn't relevant at all, right, chat? It's this. I mean, I'm glad that you're sharing, and it's that's great, but this has nothing to do with your very strong claims. And I guess maybe this last paragraph hopefully will clear it up, but spoiler alert, it doesn't really.
The reason why I'm revealing all of this now is because we could have easily gone through each other's DMs whenever we wanted in those 3 years, but we didn't. It's not like we never showed each other our messages directly.
Right.
We did, all the time, but we didn't comb through each other's DMs at the end of every date to read anything we may have said, and I don't know anyone who'd say that's normal to do. We would just tell each other
right?
things that happened, and that was that. I never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything he was saying and to who. We trusted each other, and he's always had my best interest in mind.
You really didn't need to share all that information just to be like, hey, so, anyway, you know, we didn't look at each other's messages. Like, I don't think anybody realistically expected. Let me ask you all, chat. Do you think that realistically anybody ever expected that they look through every single DM ever of each other? Of course not. Of course not. Like, I don't think that realistically going through the document that anybody ever expected for you to constantly be combing through each other's stuff. I don't think anybody expected that, but I do believe that there is a reasonable expectation that when it comes to important stuff, you were having a conversation with them. You know what I mean? Like, especially when you have check-ins periodically when it's professional, you work on stuff together when it's your models, etc., right? Like, there are DMs that you would share. So again, I think the proof is somewhere in between, right? It's more like, hey, guess what? Yeah, I mean, even in they said the other document that they read each other's DMs, but to your point, Soulheart, the reasonable expectation about that is they didn't go through every DM ever of each other, right? That's just unrealistic to expect. And I didn't even think that they read every single DM, but my assumption reading that when they said, oh, they read each other's DMs and they shared DMs and stuff, is the fact that they talked about the important stuff, right? And that's what I want to hold for a bit of accountability here. So anyway, let's continue here. I'll talk about working together.
Working together, I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me.
That's a horrible choice.
Most of what he did for me before, but will not be doing any work-related communication
that's
for
a
me
horrible
in
choice.
any channels I'm not also
That's the worst
part
choice
of.
you've made in this whole document.
I now have access to his Discord account to check on things myself if I need to. It's clear to me that he learned his own lesson from what happened.
So, I think this is a big point of contention, right? So, if you guys remember, Cinder said that she would separated from Red, right? She backtracks on this now. So, when you look at this as like a good or a bad thing, right? I mean, for me, I think it's a horrible, horrible choice, but her first immediate response, right? I cannot spell separated, holy crap. Maybe I did. Their first initial thing is, hey, I'm separating from Red. And then now we're reading, oh, well, guess what? You're not, right? So it kind of feels like we feel a little misled in that regard, right? I feel misled about that. Yeah, again, I don't have like a horse in this race, but I'm just reading this. But to me, it's like, if you say you're going to separate from somebody, you should separate from them, especially when they fucked you over so badly. Like, probably a good idea to not work with them anymore. You know what I mean? So Red attacks Battle Cinder looks right. Like all the stuff that Red said in all these other conversations as well that we're gonna reread about Nanolis. It's just like I don't think that's the best choice. She tried to be as honest as possible to much. It's just there's nothing to hide. I get it. I mean, sure, Philip, but why would you continue to work with them? You know what I mean? Like in a professional capacity. Again, sometimes too much information is not good. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but hear me out. If you puke out so much information and then ask somebody to pull out the nuggets of it, it's harder, right? Because there's just so much information you put out there, right? Part of this kind of stuff, you have to be clear and concise. especially when you're looking in the public eye when people are not gonna read 1,000 pages. Take care, see you around.
He made mistakes, and I forgave him. I
Sure.
wouldn't be where I am without him, and he's just as much a part of Cinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages, and he had a part in a lot of the things
exactly,
I did.
McCoy.
He's always been the main creative mind behind my
I don't think
debuts and
anybody
other
agrees with
releases
keeping
too.
it as a
Even with
manager.
how involved he was, Red is still his own person, with his own ideas, his own opinions, his own feelings towards people, his own goals, and his own ambitions, working under the same brand as me.
I gotta tell you guys, unfortunately, some people are just not cut out for it. In the way that the things that he's already said, the messages that we've seen, the way that he's conducted himself unprofessionally from some of the stuff in Nano's original document, it's just like, this is not somebody I would want working next to me in a professional capacity. If you're my partner, maybe it's different, but otherwise I'm good. Debbie, I'm using TTS to save my voice since we have so much to read.
He's always been the business sensible one out of us, and the work side of things was always his focus. We worked together on almost everything, but we didn't agree on everything. There have been many business or creative decisions we'd argue back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Red didn't always consult me before making his own choices in his messages with our partners. A lot of the time I agreed with what he did or said and it was fine. But sometimes I didn't, and we either compromised, or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people we worked with,
I believe that.
and I didn't expect him to. I trusted him. There was never a reason for him to not tell me something important. That was until we disagreed about one of my friends, Bao. Does this mean I'm fired as boyfriend manager?
Does this mean I'm fired as boyfriend manager? Yeah, I'm sorry, Darth. I'm taking your other eyeball. GG's, bro. So, we're just going back to the same conversation we keep having, right, chat? Number one, there's a reasonable expectation that you talked about him with the serious stuff, right? You can't completely feign ignorance, right? But on top of that, number two, I don't believe that you talked to him about every single decision, right? I think that is true, but you can't feign too much ignorance, so the truth is somewhere in between here. But he's always been the business sensible one, bro. That right there. Yeah, okay, bro. No, I cannot take that sentence seriously. No, after what we have seen, after the way he's conducted himself and worked behind you, nah, he is not the business sensible one. No, absolutely not. Definitely not the business sensible guy. Yeah, wait a second. So, don't you know the business sensible guy is the same guy that, I don't know, kind of caused all this to happen, but don't worry, he's very business sensible. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, you might want to remove that sentence. Anyway, let's continue.
At the start of this year, we moved a lot of our work-related conversations with various artists into a project server so everything could be organized into one place. I could be included in discussions and decision-making where I needed to be, and would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of the things he was handling.
Wait a second, so she had a server where all of the conversations and projects were there for her to easily access that information. I'd be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of the things he was handling. So this reads to me, chat, keep me honest, this reads to me that she had access to all of the conversations available at any given point in time that she could have looked at.
This was for organization, convenience, and so I could interact with every person working with me directly. However, this didn't mean Red didn't still use his DMs to do business or talk to people we were working with. Besides the allegations in Nano's document, No one else we've worked with has ever complained about Red, and we've both worked with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us was nothing but positive.
I don't know the exact argument fallacy this falls under, but here's one thing I want to point out. So, if he was having conversations in DMs, right, but then he had this other server and stuff, it just kind of sounds like she was just being negligent, right? Like, yeah, there were DMs and they were talking, but if she had access to stuff, I mean, we don't really know, so this is a little bit of speculation, but it sounds like it was just a bit of negligence on our part. But I don't know what argument fallacy this is, but no one else we've ever worked with complained about Red. That doesn't mean that he's not, that doesn't mean that he didn't mess up, right? I don't know what this argument fallacy is called, I forget, but yeah, just because nobody else complained doesn't mean that he didn't do wrong, right? So this is a pointless sentence. You can still do wrong and not have anybody complain about it, right? So yeah, it's like you go and get a burger and it's like, I don't know, overcooked, and you're like, oh, it's bad. And the restaurant's like, oh, well, nobody's complained so far. Well, bro, it's still overcooked. That doesn't change the fact, you know? So I think you could just throw this sentence out. You know what I mean? So, I sent my apology to things Red didn't tell me about or hid from me and did without me knowing in the DMs. They're all shown in this document in the order below. I don't know about these things beyond what I was told, if I was at all. You know, it'd be really, really good to include is that server where she had all that information out there. That would actually, I feel like, help her argument a little bit. Because she's like, oh, here's the server, here's screenshots of everything, right? She could be like, oh, look here at the screenshots of the server. How none of these conversations that were really, really important, that I'm trying to obviously disprove, happened in the server. They only happen in DMs, right? Because you just have to take her word for it. You know what I mean? It would have really helped her argument to include the ignorance fallacy. Is that what it's called? Either way, like, including screenshots of that would be very, very helpful. I don't think she does, if I recall correctly. But I'm just now thinking about that. So, like, this is even my, like, second and a half read-through, and I'm still picking up on stuff. So, anyway, non sequitur, got you. Okay, thank you. Anyway, let's continue here, chat. So remember, like I said, my apology, these are things Red didn't tell me about or hid from me.
Red's inclusion of Bao and Cotton in his exclusivity deal with Nano in January 2025. Red telling artist number 1 Bao was someone he considered competition while discussing exclusivity on the same day as his deal with Nano. Red's conversation with Nano about Shy Lily in April 2025. Red's conversations with Mod number 1 about Silvervale throughout 2024 and into 2025. Red asking artist number 2 about not working with Silvervale in March 2025.
I don't know.
Red's conversation with artist
like
number 1 about Silvervale in April 2025, which artist number 1 told me about days later.
The names of artist 1, artist 2, and mod 1 are hidden to protect their privacy since they were directly involved in anything that happened in April. They will be reintroduced later in this document. So I do want to take this, chat, and copy this. It's quite important. These are the points that she says she didn't know about. So Cinder says she didn't know about these points. These are important points, chat, so we will want to go back and kind of keep these in mind. That she says she didn't know about these things, right? So remember these for later, chat, and we'll go back into this when it's more relevant. So anyway, falling out. So this has to do with Red, I'm sure.
The night the first documents were posted, Red was here with me. I ended my stream and he came over to see me while we worked on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bao posted their documents at almost 2 a.m. EST. I didn't understand what was going on and started panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out, regrettably refusing his help. We weren't in contact for almost a month after. I had one close friend reach out to me after things were public, and I responded to them sometime after Red was gone. I chose not to include their own message here.
Yeah, so this is a big part of my argument in why I feel like she's very immature. I blew up at him and kicked him out, regrettably refusing his help. We were in contact for him. You didn't talk to him for a month after? Nah, girl, this ain't it. This ain't it. This is number one, that's how you treat people to begin with, right? And number two, like, this is your partner, right? You didn't talk to him for a month. You kicked him out. This is why I really feel like she's somebody that got like a lot of fame really quick, but she didn't know how to deal with it, right? And when she, went under fire, she just blew up in the wrong way. And it's really sad to see how this is what went down, right? He tried explaining himself, but she didn't bother to listen and kicked him out. Seems a bit extreme without fully knowing what happened. I agree with that, Maestro. Again, I don't really feel like Red is the best person to begin with, but, it's definitely shitty towards him, right? So I'm so sorry. I'm trying to collect myself. Right now, I'm speaking right now, and I'm so upset with... Let me move this down a little bit. And I'm so upset with everything, right? So, and let's continue.
I was distraught, and I posted that Red was fired later that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus and avoid accountability. I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing the finger at me for his words and actions I didn't even know about, and I didn't agree with. I didn't know what else to do. In my apology I said, as of yesterday he is no longer working with me, and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Because Red will
so we got some context there.
I will be deleting this tweet sometime after posting this document.
Effective immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my vtuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator brand. Or my intentions, I'm sorry about it, I'll make a larger response when I'm able. The Cinder revealed themselves as well as Van Peach is a Redacted was Cinder's partner. Moreover, per Bow's and analysts and Silver's account, Redacted acted with Cinder's knowledge and consent, both of which directly engage in libel towards other creators. So I remember going through all this. So here's the thing though, like, you kicked him out and you made this decision very rashly, very, very rashly. So you have to own the fact that you did that to him and you didn't try to actually resolve anything or get the full story. You just blew the fuck up. You know what I mean? So this is a big point right here. She absolutely mishandled this. She should have taken the time, formulated a proper response. I think by her panicking and acting the way that she did, she completely made this situation worse. Completely made this situation worse. What do you think, chat? What's your thoughts? I mean, to be honest, you did panic and you firing him. You kind of did throw him under the bus. Like, I know you say you weren't trying to, but you did. You did. And you did avoid accountability. You already admitted that your original statement was not good. You might have not been trying to, but you definitely did. And I think we have to point that out, right? Even though you may not try, you can still do it. Rob, shut up. Yeah, she fumbled hard, and I feel like that's what made the situation a lot worse, right? A lot worse. Now, one thing I do want to point out that we've got this far, chat. Did Cinder do anything? Did she do some of this other stuff that we read about, chat? You know, attacking people, essaying people, assaulting people, robbing people of money. No, she didn't do these kinds of things, right? All of this stuff was more personal grievances, right? So she's not, to me, she's not in the upper echelon of these people that just do this horrible stuff, right, chat? Because there are people out there that are absolutely fucking deplorable people that we talk about on our stream, right? But I feel like through the way that she tried to attempt, I guess damage control is the right word, right? Here she tried to damage control. She's not in the door, right? Yeah, she didn't dox anybody or any of that, but the way that she mistreated her friends, the way that she went about stuff, and on top of this, the way she panicked, made the situation so much worse. Because again, she's not at door level. She's not doxing people. She's not, there's not these people that are like essing. She's not the worst of the worst, but the way that she went about stuff really made this situation, I think, blow up more than it maybe would have. You know what I mean? If she didn't react this way, I don't think it would have been as bad. But the way that she treated it and her avoiding of accountability is the reason why a lot of people have a problem with her, right? Butt pup, it's like, nah, dude, nah, you avoid accountability like straight up, right? And I think that's a big problem that a lot of people don't talk about or address, right? Sometimes it's not about how you know, the problem in itself, right? It's how you get back up, right? It's like Papa Lara says, it's not how you fall down, it's how you get back up. And she literally, instead of getting back up, she like, I don't know, stumbled on the banana, you know what I mean? She slipped on the banana and did a cartwheel. Like, it was just, it was not good. So, and I think that's a lot of people's problems as well, right? She just doesn't want to take accountability for the things that she did. Excuse you, V-Bridger. Excuse you. Yeah, and I think that's pretty much a large point here, is she doesn't want to take a lot of responsibility. And I think even from what I've read, she says she's going to take responsibility. So, you know, we're kind of hoping for that. You know what I mean, chat? We're still hoping. We're living on a prayer on that one. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, we're done with that. All right, my apology and taking accountability. See, look, segue, something apology, as I said. So anyway, here you go, chat. Here is your apology section. Let's read it.
My apology and taking accountability. Now that I've reviewed everything that happened and had time to reflect on my own actions, there are some details I need to point out and corrections I need to make from my apology. Then, I'll go over the things Red, or I, or both of us did wrong so we can take responsibility. Captain. Each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything we didn't do. Quotes from my apology will be present throughout this document to show what they were in reference to.
So, I think this is a, important thing, right? So each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything we didn't do. So, I mean, again, you are allowed to defend yourself. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. My biggest question, chat, is again, is it worth it? Like, this might sound controversial, so, you know, maybe brace yourself a little bit, but, I think sometimes in certain situations, it's not really worth trying to defend yourself about it. Sometimes just people are gonna rabble on about bullshit, and sometimes just not addressing it is better. Now, I know some people will disagree with me, and that's fine, right? But I think that sometimes it's just not worth it, you know? But this is her document. You can do what you want. So, thank you. I'm glad you like it. You guys like it, the new model? I really hope you can see, a lot more of my expressions and kind of my mouth movement and stuff like that. So, type really did cook on it. All right, so here we go. Yeah, kind of like people are gonna believe what they want anyway. Sometimes like it's not worth your energy to try and disprove people. But anyway, all right, so here we go. Here's the apology. We've already read through this, so we don't need to reread that, chat. I think we've read this like 5 times. So anyway, let's continue. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it.
The things I claimed and admitted to in my apology were based on what I knew at the time, what was published in everyone else's documents, and what Red told me right after. I shut him out when I shouldn't have. I made my apology
that was part
without
of the problem,
his help,
right?
without all of the info in front of me, and without knowing the full scope of what happened, how it happened, or what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could, and was expected to accept fault for everything I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Some of the things I wrote were overly apologetic, and I made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. Oh yes, your model is looking really awesome.
Thank you. Alara, though, I saw somebody just argument. The problem is I don't know who or what to believe. Well, you know, that's what we're gonna go through all of it together. You know, that's the whole point. So, if you were confused, we're diving into it for the next couple of days.
The main takeaway people had from my apology was that I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for anything myself. What I blamed Red for in my apology, because he was guilty of doing them, him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silver Veil, him holding a grudge against Bao.
This whole obsession with Silver Veil, it's too much, man. It's too much. You know what I mean? Don't have to hate everyone. Just that's who brings concepts you hate into reality. That's too big brain for me. Can you dumb that down for me? What do you mean by that? I'm just like, it's always about Silvervale. There's this weird obsession with Silvervale, but anyway, let's continue.
What I blamed Red for in my apology when I was also guilty.
He's trying to divide
Red was
the
the one
guiltiness,
with the
right?
business-oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. What Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano ever talking about a model for Gary in November 2023. Red including Val and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in January 2025.
Now we talk,
and
Philip.
bad-mouthing Val in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shy Lily and her model in April 2025.
So, I don't know if this is a hot take or something, right? But, well, you read this, right? She's like, I was also guilty because he was guilty I didn't know about. Here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, he was your manager, right? And you gave him access to your stuff. Unfortunately, as much as it might suck. What's up, Sana? How are you? You are responsible for his actions, whether you want to admit that or not. Does it suck? Absolutely, it sucks. But you're still responsible for his actions. You trusted him to be your manager, your partner, your liaison, you know? So if he fucks up, you're responsible for that. So I feel like just going through here and trying to like do these separations, it's kind of it's just a moot point. It's just moot. And it sucks. And I can understand why she would want to clear it up. But at the end of the day, like, you're responsible for it. That's it.
Things I said about Red in my apology that I was wrong about. He did not manipulate Nano. He did not push Nano to not work with Silvervale, and she was not a constant topic between them.
So again, chat, she says, I was wrong about this. He did not manipulate Nanos. This is a huge backtrack right here. So we're going to add this to our notes, right? Red did not manipulate Nano. According to her, we'll put a question mark since this is just a statement without any proof yet, which we will get into the proof. But that is a very strong statement, right? I'm not pushing Nano to not work with Silvervale, so we will be looking for that as well. Things I took accountability for in my apology. I mean, we are pretty familiar with her apology, but we'll get a refresh.
Agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made.
So she did know about
Nano,
that.
Feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. Not knowing about what Red had said about Val to Nano when I should have. Not speaking to Val about Red's feelings towards her, and letting it spiral to the point it did. Being upset and taking it personally when Val hired my video editor. Being upset when Sacramore told us he wouldn't be working with us again. Confiding in Red about Shiley's behavior towards me. Becoming resentful towards Silvervale. Letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. Assuming Spy copied me. Being very possessive of my design details early on in my career. Overreacting to Nyan Tail's Hellhound OC design, which was apologized for in the past. Cheating on
my boyfriend neglected to leave behind friends of mine. So, I mean, these are all things that are not good, right? These are all things that are, you know, bad, deplorable, right? But, I mean, I think that these things, if you read these together, if you just kind of like put these into their own bracket, right, chat? This all boils down to, I think, insecurity and ego. You know, this behavior Shy Lily did towards her. Well, what behavior, right? Is it just like, did she actually do something against you, or is this just your insecurities, right? Becoming resentful towards her. I think this is just all insecurity and ego. And sadly, you lost a lot of friends. You lost a lot of public support because you didn't, in the eyes of the public and overall, by the way that you treated this situation initially, you didn't take responsibility. And I think that is everybody's biggest gripe about that. You know what I mean? I think everybody will look at her initial statement, the way she treated stuff, and say, you didn't take responsibility, and that's why we were upset with you. I mean, obviously the stuff she did is bad, and you can make your own opinion, right, chat? Like, you know, do I think that all of these things are something you could come back from with the right amount of time and action? Yes, I do. I think that you could talk to all these individuals and apologize and try to make things right and come back in a better way. Absolutely. I think that you could come back from this and you could have a second chance. But if you're not willing to treat things the right way, initially, and you're not willing to take some responsibility at the start, right? It becomes a lot harder to believe you with a lot of this stuff, right? So, and it is up to you, chat, whether you want to give her a second chance or not. I'm not here to convince you one way or the other. You know, my opinion is I think she could have a second chance if she does it the right way. Do I think this document was the right way? No, I don't. And that's my opinion. But you guys can form your own opinion on if you think you want to give her a second chance or not. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. You know, yeah, like, I just think sometimes, chat, we overcomplicate stuff. So, like, this whole document, I'll be honest, chat, she didn't need to release this. She could have just been like, I'm sorry, I fucked up. Here's a one page about the stuff that I disagree with that everybody said. And I'm going to do my best to move on and do better, and that's it. And I feel like that would have been good. People have been like, you know what? There you go. Why you yourself give her a second chance? I think everybody deserves a second chance, given the right amount of time and action taken, right? Bitson, the right amount of time. It's very important that you include that in my phrase. The right amount of time and action taken with it, right? I think that if she would just come back, kept it simple, sometimes simple is better, right? You can really fuck up and be like, you know what? I fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm not going to try to, you know, sit here and dice the onions here and split hairs. I fucked up. I'm sorry. Here are the things I disagree with. And that's it. And you know what? I'm going to, you know, try to do better, move on. And it's fine. If you want to give her a second chance, I'm not here to judge you about that. That is not what I want to do. If everybody here in the chat said, I want to give her a second chance, more power to you. You know, do I disagree? We have to get through the document to come to our decision, right? But ultimately, it's on you to decide that, right? It's, you get to choose who you want to be a fan of, right? If you want to be a fan of Elara, absolutely. If you think that, you know, you don't like eels and you hate me and you want to block me and never watch me again, that's your decision, right? You know what I mean? So, and Shadow Dragon, I agree with you, but girl, more power to your vocal cord fruitiness. This is why I'm using TTS. Thanks for being here, Radio. How are you? Girl, I want to tell you, now that I have DB my new model, I hope we can hang out sometime. I don't like putting you on the spot or anything like that publicly, but I really, really hope that we can. I had to get through this debut. So let's continue though.
I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. Even with all of these concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. What I did was not admit to the right things the people making these claims already decided I was guilty of. They also expected me to apologize for everything I've ever done without any of it ever being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past.
That's not it. Yeah, yes, you took responsibility for this in your document, right? But your initial reaction, you didn't take responsibility. That's what we're on about. That's what we're talking about. You didn't take responsibility when everything first started. Now, do we need to give some concession because the fact she did apologize later? Absolutely, right? But that is still the point that most people have with you, is you just didn't apologize and take accountability at the start. And I think it's disappointed a lot of people, right? And even then, like, in the document, it's just kind of like, just because you take accountability for one thing, I appreciate that. And yes, it wasn't everything, and I'm not going to sit there and split hairs, but you don't get to choose how your apology goes down. I'm sorry. Like, you don't get to decide how people feel about your apology, you know? You apologize, and you hope that people are going to trust what you have to say. You don't get to choose if your apology is enough for somebody, you know? Is that like a hot take, chat? Is that a hot take? But I don't feel like you get to choose, like, what your apology means to somebody. I don't think you get to do that. Like, you fuck up, you apologize, and they decide whether they're going to accept it or not. Within reason, right? Some people are just, God damn it, Kirby. Is this my first Kirby sock on the new model? Damn you, Kirby. Damn you. Damn you, Kirby. So, anyway, yeah, entitled apology but not forgiveness. That's a good way to put it. That's a better way to put it. So anyway, we'll keep going here, chat, because we're going to be here for 5 years reading this fucking document. So here we go.
I understand that the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying and doing. But I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. My accusers went out of their way to claim Cinder did this, and Cinder said that, completely disregarding Red's agency from any of his own words and actions. The proof I must have known about everything he's ever said and done was because they said we worked on things together on our phones during the few times a year we were traveling, and Nano's document showed 2 of my screenshots from over a year apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what had happened between her and Red.
Here's the thing though, she's like, I understand that I'm supposed to take responsibility for this, but then publicly, my accusers found out where to say Cinder did this, Cinder did, and said that. Well, the thing is, though, is he is an extension of you. He's your manager. You are responsible for him. So if they say Cinder did this and Cinder said that, yes, technically you might not have done that, but you are responsible for it ultimately. And this is my biggest problem with this whole paragraph. Yes, you say that you're ultimately responsible for it, but then you try to say, well, but no, I'm not. You are. They are an extension of you. You know what I mean? Like, if you can treat this as like a business, you know what I mean? Like, this is your employee. I feel like you don't truly understand Cinder. You know, I feel like you say this, but this immediate statement after, you don't understand what this actually means. What do you think, chat? I had to find where I was. And again, I just think that falls into her
presented for their claim,
immaturity.
But they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasis was placed on Red's usage of we and our as if they could know for a fact that it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge, approval, and oversight every single time he said
it. And I understand
this
she wants
was necessary for their narrative to work against
divide
me.
That, right? Split the hair. She wants to split the hair and, like, you know, hey, like, you know, Red was not always speaking with my knowledge and stuff like that, but that's negligence on your end. That is negligence on your end. And you gotta take the responsibility. So, we're gonna add this to our notes. So, let's see. Cinder says she understands her responsibility. I'm just gonna copy. My keyboard's kind of far away, so Cinder says she understands the responsibility. To manager, but contradicts the next statement. I think that's fair to say. Yeah, I mean, she just feels
Once
very
you put out a statement or apology, you don't get to backtrack simply.
Right, yeah, you don't get to add but.
This is your manager here, and you are equally responsible for what's going on that they do on your behalf.
I just think that she's not willing to accept that. You know, she wants to put the hair of like, oh, well, he did this, he did this, he did this. Like, bro, we get that. Cinder, we understand 100%. I know that this guy was not like the best, you know, manager to you, right? But the best choice that you could have made, in my opinion, would have been like, look, I fucked up. I hired this guy. I'm responsible for all this stuff. I'm separating from him. I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again. I am so sorry. I feel like that would have went down so much better than what we got, chat. What do you think about that statement? I really do. This is why I send my apology about this. I do not condone anything about what Red said about that. Any themes either in him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect. I believe was done to get greater credibility behind what he was saying. Like, I feel like we all would have just accepted that. I'm like, you know what? Okay, I'm good with that. Because
In
at
my
least you
opinion,
understand.
just the fact that she
You
allowed
know?
him to still be manager after knowing all this is
Right,
her major problem,
it's
not even any
problematic.
of this, and it's the one thing
Exactly.
that's going
It's
to prevent her
problematic.
from being able to move forward.
Very
She could keep
problematic.
him as a like boyfriend and girlfriend type thing, but not as her manager yet again. If she can't be responsible enough to hold him accountable and make
Yep.
sure he's not doing things he's not supposed to do, so no, this whole document isn't
I cannot
going to
clap
help
loud
her.
enough. I cannot clap loud enough. Exactly. Well said, Cecil. I cannot clap loud enough for that. Like, this is somebody that has ruined your career and ruined who you are as a creator. Like, I don't know why you would want to keep him around, you know? Look, yeah, I got a question for you. Here's my question. Would you keep Red around, yes or no? Yeah, thank you. Can we put that on the fridge? Can we like put that on the fridge? Would you keep Red around, yes or no? Please type no. Let's continue.
Red, I have always been more
This is
or
coming
less
from
the
Red.
creative lead on things we did, like model designs, project ideas, and art in general, and Cinder often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without oversight. For example, a lot of times I would be the one talking to the artists we were working with who only knew me as Cinder's manager. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something, with or without talking to Cinder beforehand, and I said I want this art to be like this instead of Cinder wants this art to be like this, then it felt like an awkward thing for me to say.
Okay.
In my mind, to the person we're working with, I'm just the manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not their client. What I myself wanted wasn't important, what Cinder wanted was.
So again, they're just talking about the verbiage that they use for a lot of this, and that's fine. I do kind of appreciate at least like just addressing this as to why the specifics of that was done. So that's okay. That's fine enough with me.
So in order to give weight to what I would say, I started using we early on, without speaking for her directly, saying Cinder,
Sure.
if we wanted to do something a certain way, then it'd give me agency by implying that we both agreed on and made the decision, that Cinder was aware of the decision
well,
being
you did.
made, regardless of if she actually was or wasn't at the time, and that my words had meaning. I was speaking on we, the brand's behalf.
Exactly.
It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any projects or business dealings. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should be. I didn't speak like this all the time, or in every single
he already
message.
took
It's not
credit
like
for a lot of
Cinder
her
never
work.
knew about what I was saying when saying we.
Yeah, he
If
already took a lot of
afterwards
credit.
she did disagree with me on something, then I'd have to walk back what I said and say that Cinder actually wants it this way, for example. Very often Cinder was on the same page as me beforehand, or would agree with what I said.
Well, agree with me with what I said without her knowledge, using we afterwards. Chat, fundamentally, this seems very backwards to me. I feel like you should be having brother you. But let me address the business part of this, right? I feel like that if you are going to do this, if you're going to be the middleman, right? If you're going to be the liaison per se, you need to talk to her, have the conversation, and then you share that message. Instead of just being like, oh, well, I was in charge of all this stuff, so I just, I just did it anyway without letting her know. Like, well, number one, that's on Cinder for not being on your ass about that constantly, because I ain't giving anybody that type of decision-making kind of control. Regardless, I don't care if you're my best friend. I don't care if you're Aya. Literally, I would still want to talk with Aya, make sure it's 100%. So this is just communicatively and business-wise. This doesn't make much sense. She gave too much away. He let him just run free, and he ran with it. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is not what's up, Bart. This is not the way to be business dealings, right? You discuss with your liaison, your person in between, you have those conversations, and then you allow them to communicate on your behalf. But this is just, and for him to say he did all this, and then she's still okay with him, I don't get it, chat. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get why she would still want to work with him. After reading that.
In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I used we when talking about Bao,
exactly,
so it seemed like Cinder also backed how
That's
I
a good
felt.
example. I'll use that.
Cinder not only wasn't aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. In our conversation, Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Cinder didn't want her to, so I made sure to tell Nano how we felt, expressing my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will all be shown in Nano's section.
Yeah, so we gotta talk about this.
In my apology I need to correct that will be shown in full detail in this document.
We need to talk about this, but Zogi came up with a good example, right? That'd be like me telling Aya, hey, I want merch, and then she launches a bunch of merch without my consent or checking any of the merch items or art or any of that, right? That would be so fucked up. Like, Dan and I talked extensively about my art, the merch, and I approved all of the designs, everything, right? So that is something that has to be talked about, right? And sadly, they're just, whatever their business relationship was on that, but listen to this. I used we been talking about Bao, this seemed like Cinder also back to how I felt. Cinder not only was aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. That is actually insane. He directly went against what Cinder felt here. That is unprofessional and unacceptable. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I'm gonna copy all this right here because I feel like this is such an important point, chat. He admits here that he just did whatever the fuck he wanted. He literally did whatever the fuck he wanted.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Nah, bro. Nah, bro, that ain't it. That is not it. Yeah, why would you want to work with this man after that? Missing information, lies, and incorrect statements. In my apology. Alright, let's do it. What do you got for me?
Missing information, lies, and incorrect statements in my apology. I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silvervale in trying to overly apologize to her, and ended up making things sound much worse than what really happened. I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano about Spite in 2023 to not make things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what happened regarding her. I was wrong about which year the situation with Neon Tails took place in. I wrote that it was
that's
after
okay. You can make
Monday,
mistakes.
but it was actually an
On that.
entire year earlier. My apology, and the accusations made against me, did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility. Explaining the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant to justify or
diminish them, yeah. Or diminish him or their feelings as affected, but understand why they happened. I mean, this is important, right? So she's like, hey, I just want to tell you why, but, you know, I'm not trying to, like, diminish it, right? But here's the thing. I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano. So you expect us to believe everything else? Like... Oh my god. So, like, I omitted information, I lied. I mean, being wrong about the year, that could happen, but I mean, I do want to commend her for at least acknowledging that she lied and stuff like that, but, like, at the same time, why would you expect anybody reading this to trust you with any of the information in this document going forward? Like, I just don't get the thought process, Chad. I'm gonna be real. Why would you see that and then expect everybody to read this and be like, oh yeah, I trust you? Like, I don't get it, Chad. I don't get it. What do you think? What do you think of that? It's contradictory. It's very contradictory. I don't get it. I don't get it, chat. I don't get it. Some people speculate this talk was more for the Power Puts in the general public. Sure, and you know, honestly, Sean, I could get how that would be very difficult to release, but I don't know, man. Just it's good you're taking accountability there, but like it's just harder to believe you when you're like, well, you know, remember I did cheat on my boyfriend, and then also I lied about stuff and I omitted stuff. It's just like, oh my god, it's very hard to take what you're saying seriously, you know? So here we go, guys. We're getting to the important part. However, really quick, I'm gonna turn my fan on and just stretch a second. My joints are getting kind of stiff, so let me stretch. Let me turn on my fan. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Right when I come back. Are you serious? This is the worst day of my life, I swear to God. People seem to be happy because
why you always lying?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
That is crazy. But like, okay. So hear me out, chat. Yes, Cinder lied about all this stuff, which is deplorable, don't get me wrong. He lied about a bunch of stuff. He shouldn't be lying. Why are you always lying? But it's also not like she doxed somebody or something like that. You know what I mean, chat? So like, yes, she did bad, but also at the same time, it's not like she has done the worst thing ever. This is not good. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to, you know, try and like downplay that at all. But I think at least it's worth acknowledging that, you know, to a point here, it's not the worst thing that we've ever read, right? You know, just to rid his doom. So, I'm glad you bring it. No, we learned. No, don't suck off my eel. That sounds really wrong. Don't suck off my eel. But I do feel like, chat, at the end of the day, like, you can react to this however you want, but I do feel like some people sit there and they're like, oh my God, like, you know, she murdered somebody. Like, bro, she didn't murder somebody, right? She was just a shitty person, right? Don't trust the text, but I trust the pictures. If Shanino did not show the full context, everything, I wonder why I asked yourself that. Oh no, absolutely, Vark. We very much I think people that have read the document, not everybody here has, but I think most people are very much under the impression that, yeah, you know, Nano was not 100% honest, and there's some stuff in there, you know. So, yeah, I think most of us have already acknowledged that. Welcome in, by the way. I see that you're just popped in, so just want to at least tell you, so that way you're kind of caught up with all of us. She didn't, but also I hope she doesn't expect people to give her a chance. Right, absolutely. Like, and again, you can decide whether you want to give her a second chance or not. So, anyway, let's continue. Everything one of us or both of us are guilty of, that taking accountability, that accountability is taken for, and shown in this document, the order they're presented in. So here we go, guys. These are the things that she is actively taking accountability for and saying that she is guilty of. Okay, so here we go.
We both became neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online, and Earl.
Yeah,
Red and I
happens.
became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over all else. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree, and I agreed. Red and I left Tricky at our hotel in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip in October 2024. I chose to distance myself from Cotton after what happened between her and a friend.
But what is
I tried
that all
going
about?
back on my agreement with the artist Nixu in April 2025. Red asked Nano to not work with Spite in January 2023 and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing he spoke to her about Spite in my apology to avoid talking about it. Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a
that's a big
model
deal.
from Gary in November 2023. I guilt-tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but
I killed Trip Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. What? Red asked Nano not to work with Spite in January and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing you spoke to her about Spite. My apology to avoid talking about it, bro. That's you were trying to dodge the accountability on it. So like, again, if you say that you're going to take accountability for stuff, or you were going to take accountability for stuff from the start, but then you were lying about it and not taking accountability for it, how are we supposed to trust that you actually want to take accountability for the stuff that you said? You know, like, it's this, yeah, I don't understand why she distanced herself from Cotton. You know, I don't know the exact reason for that. To be honest, it's not really our business, but again, Red asked Nano to not work with Spite here, and then told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing you spoke to her about Spite. My apology to avoid talking about it. So again, in my apology, so as recent as her apology, she lied to us. She straight up lied to us. That's crazy. It's crazy. You know, like, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. I'm gonna put that in our notes. I mean, guys, am I crazy? Like, that's a big deal, chat. You lied about something in your initial apology. So if you say that, oh, I want to take accountability for something, well, it doesn't really seem like it because you dodged accountability in your apology. So I haven't really seen anybody talk about this, to be honest. I gotta be real, chat. I haven't seen a lot of people talk about this in their over on Twitter. If she lied about it, means that she knew Red was persuading Nano to not work with people. That's a very big deal. That's a good point, Gentle Dragon. That's a good point. We gotta get through the rest of the screenshots, but you know, again, that's a very solid point. So here we go. Let's keep going here.
Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a model from Gary in November 2023. I guilt-tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. Red reassured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's model in August 2024. I knew Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 and didn't try to do anything about it.
Okay,
Red and
so
I
we
agreed
got a
to talk
confirmation
with
on
Nano
that.
about exclusivity, including not to work with Silver Veils specifically on any more models, in January 2025. Red and Nano agreed to a deal for her not to work with Silver, Bao, or Cotton in January 2025, only telling me about Silver Veils inclusion. Red spoke to Nano about Shylily in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her, and never told me about this conversation. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working.
After Bao started working with them in September 2023. What's up, Shadow Wolf? I don't understand this exclusivity thing. Like, initially, like, this was such a big problem, right, when it came out. Like, when I say I don't understand it, I don't understand why you would want that. Like, why not allow artists to make their bag, to share their passion and their creativity with everybody possible? Like, it just, I don't understand why you had this, like, obsession over wanting to constantly get exclusivity. Like, it doesn't make you any less to have somebody else, like an artist, do multiple models. It doesn't diminish the value of who you are. And honestly, to treat it that way is pretty shitty. I think that's just a horrible way to think, right? Oh, somebody else has a model by them. It diminishes the value of the art. I'm sure you guys remember that from the initial document, right? That's just not That's a horrible way to think, chat. Horrible, horrible way to think. I just don't... I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Let's continue, though.
Red convinced himself Bowgate kept her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024, then held a grudge and list of grievances against her. I didn't speak to Bow to clear things up about what I knew Red held against her, and it led to me being an awful friend to her for months at the start of 2025. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Numi about her concert at the start of February 2025.
Okay, so there's the Numi part.
I pulled out of performing in her show, and almost didn't go after choosing business over my friend. We both grew to dislike Silvervale over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silvervale acted towards me. Red asked an artist not to work with Silvervale in March 2025 and never told me about it. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023.
So, I do want to stop here just for a moment. So, we grew to both dislike Silvervale over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silvervale acted towards me. Okay, so what? How did Silvervale act towards you? I guess we gotta look and see. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me. Once again, that was why would you make that assumption, right? I overreacted to Neon Tales, Hellhound OC design in 2021.
Don't think about it too much.
So let's continue with her apology portion.
Every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true, whether it was an assumption or a lie, in someone's document, statement about me, or verbally on stream. I would list the false accusations here, but there's been such a ridiculous amount at this point that I don't even know where to start. I will let this document speak for itself.
No, I wanna call this out, chap. You made a 1,000-page document, and if you want to say, oh, I'm just proving these are not true, you had time. You made a 1,000-page document, girl. I add that in there. There is no reason not to add that in there. You know what I mean? Like, no. Add that in there. I feel like this takes away from your argument. This takes away from your argument a lot. If you're going to say these are false accusations, there's too many to be ridiculous. Well, you made a 1,000-page document, girl. Like, just add a little bit more in there. What's it gonna hurt you? You know, like, you really could actually prove a lot here, but now this point just becomes moot, sadly, and that could have been another way to support yourself a lot. Should we add that to the notes? Yeah, should we add that to the notes? I feel like we should add that to the notes. Yeah, I'll add that to the notes. I think that's a good thing to point out because, like, why wouldn't you include that, you know?
These actions were not over years like the public was told. The majority of these actions happened in an 8-month span from August 2024 to April 2025. How each person was affected, if they were affected at all, is explained throughout this document. Nothing was black and white, and none of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it.
Am I crazy? But didn't she say somewhere earlier that didn't she like directly contradict this earlier? Why can we dismiss her dog because of a lie when Nano her what? Why can we dismiss her dog? Who said we're dismissing her dog? Yeah, but we're not dismissing her document, Yogurt. Yeah, nobody said that. God, that's why we're reading it. Yeah, we're reading all 1,000 pages. In fact, I'm doing the opposite of that. Yeah, I'm trying to find the nuance. No, we're not dismissing your document because there is a bit of stuff in there, right? There is some stuff in there, but there are a lot of contradictions and things she says, so I want to point that out. Where is the line that none of my actions motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it? I'm pretty sure to hold on. Let me go back here. Yeah, we're doing the opposite of that. Oh, I think what she's saying is there are other factors in it, not just greed or jealousy. Got you. She mentioned insecurity a few times, so I do know she said that in particular. We'll put this one up on the shelf, but I left out information. I lied about not knowing Red spoke to Nano. Motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious. Question, chat. Maybe I'm stupid. Isn't lying a malicious act? Yeah, isn't lying a malicious act? Like, am I dumb? Am I dumb? Like, isn't lying a malicious act? Yeah, so you knowingly lied about stuff. No, knowingly lying is not always malicious, as the intent behind it is a lie what determines if it's malicious. Person can knowingly lie for any reason, some of which are not malicious, such as protect feelings, avoid confrontation, or for personal gain without intentionally harming others. Okay, so it was for personal gain. I guess you have to question the intentionality. A lie is considered malicious only if it's told with a specific intent to cause harm. This can range from damaging a person's reputation and causing financial loss. Okay, so I would say that her saying that she omitted that part would fall into that, right? I lied about it. I know you read spoke to Nano. In 2023, did not make things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano Spike. So I think that would fall into the part of damaging a person's reputation. There's probably a little bit kind of decipher there a little bit more, you know? Yeah, also the AI overview, like how much are we gonna trust that? It can be, right? So, I mean, I would look at this as like malicious, but I'm not gonna sit here and split hairs about it. But my point is like you're saying, like none of this was motivated by jealousy, envy, greed. But yes, you clearly said here about Silvervale. Let me find it. Yeah, it's cooking us. Thank you, Nero. You said your insecurities was Cinder, right? Letting my insecurities in public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. That's jealousy. That's literal jealousy. I think your point about saying like it wasn't like jealousy or envy or greed or any of these things. Well, it was motivated by that. You know what I mean? Well, I'm gonna say that this statement is false right here. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is false. Y'all agree with that? I was gonna put my note. I can't even spell false. He assumes I was copying her. What was I motivated by? Jealousy, exactly. Jealousy. Yeah, well, what else would it be? Thank you, June. I appreciate that. All right, let's go here. My friends. So we're gonna talk about her friends. I'm not really even sure where to stop today, chat. Maybe we go through the Nano stuff up there. I don't know. It's quite long.
My friends, it's been falsely claimed that
yeah,
I
we
was
always change it later. She proves us wrong.
Sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all of my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of years-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone, and I have never pushed the ladder down behind me. I have never been jealous or envious of any of my friends, or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends.
No, you you literally just said, I mean, okay, maybe she's talking about her friends and she's not specifically talking about Silvervale, but like, this feels so contradictory to what you just said. Yeah, this feels so contradictory. Like, I know she's talking specifically about her friends, but like, can we just point out the fact about the exclusivity? Like, that does feel like, in my opinion, that is literally a push the ladder down behind me action, you know? I don't... Yeah, no, I'm going to disagree with this statement here. I mean, an exclusivity is to literally make sure that other people cannot have access to this other thing, right? I know you might want to paint it in this really, like, beautiful light, but it's not. It's really not. Yo, Camilla, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm really glad you like it. It's a lot more expressive. Holy shit. I can, like, actually, like, move around a little bit and nod my head, and it's so much better. But thank you. I appreciate it, Kitty. How are you today? What's up? Okay, anyway, sorry. So, push the ladder down behind me. Yeah, no, she definitely. I'm gonna put this in our notes as well. God, our notes are getting long. I've never been envious or jealous of my friends. I used to refer to myself, I love my friends. Which, again, she might have actually had a love for her friends, and that's fine. But unfortunately, I don't feel like her actions always supported that sentiment. You know.
Our experiences together were real. Our memories together are real. It
Absolutely.
hurts that I even need to say that here.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are plenty of things my friends know I've done for them, helped them with, or included them in for no other reason than that they were my friends. I've always
there's even
answered
more
their
examples,
questions
but
and offered them advice when they asked, done my best to be there and support them at their debuts, with their own endeavors, and I've personally bought so much of their merch for myself without ever saying so. I literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share with them. I spent my own time making one-of-a-kind cosplay pieces of their tubers for them for no other reason than that they were my friends.
How is this relevant?
Pieces below were planned for more of my friends,
how is this relevant?
including Bao, before I put all of my crafting focus into my nihilistic cosplay.
How is this relevant?
It meant a lot to me that I could make things that meant a lot to them.
Like, how is this relevant? I mean, I'm glad you brought brownies and I'm glad you bought some merch, but like, that's not relevant to anything. Like, that doesn't prove you're a good friend. Oh my God, I bought merch and I bought brownies. That's not the measurement of a friend, you know? On top of that too, like, you know, I pushed a ladder down behind me. I knew Bao's model was canceled and didn't try to do anything about it. Was it Bao your friend? No. I'm not buying this. Met God says, are you sure? Are you sure about what, sweetheart? I have a lot of questions flying, so I can always keep up with it. Yeah, this is absolutely pointless. What's up, Maple? How are you? How's it going, kitty? I'll be doing well. Oh, you like my name? Yeah, that's elara. Yeah, elara came back from the mystical ocean. You know, people missed her so much, she was born back. It's like a spirit bomb, you know, they lended their energy to bring her back and she manifested herself. It's like saying I'm not racist because I have a black friend. Just again, like, I literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share with me. You know, I spent my time making cosplays, I bought merch. That's not a measurement of a friend. You know what I mean? Like, it's really just not. That's not a measurement of a friend. So, yeah, no, this whole thing, I'm not even gonna put this in notes. This isn't like anything that needs to be added in notes, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Although these are pretty.
I don't know what they think I did against them other than what I listed above, or where these ideas came from, or what rumors they were hearing about me, or how my friends collectively agreed this must have been the case after everything we've done and shared with each other. I absolutely could have been a much better friend, but I just can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me at a moment's notice. There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nano's document was posted, and still not one of them said anything to me before they were posted publicly.
Yes, she's very like flotsam and jetsam. That's exactly what we went for, like a very like Disney flotsam and jetsam. That's exactly what you wanted. I'm glad that it looks that way. So, I have a question, chat. I have a question. Everybody, does my friends involved before Nano's documents posted, so not one of them said anything where they were posted publicly. But like, I know that she said at the top of our notes, like, her first note is, nobody involved tried to contact me privately beforehand, and they thought so little of me on a moment's notice. Like, okay, I know people dogpile, right? I get that. But also at the same time, like, maybe there was a reason for that. Maybe because of the way that you treated people and you talked to people and how you carried yourself around people and how your manager communicated that you were responsible for. That's why people felt that way, you know? That might be exactly why people felt that way. They just never thought highly of you to begin with, maybe. I don't know. I'm not them. I'm just kind of throwing that out there. That might be a little bit tinfoil hat, but sometimes
Elara, please.
People
you know I was
tell you
removing
when you're a
certain
shitty person,
fairy
you know?
permanently, then having Dear Lara as a snack afterwards. Vivi was an annoying
yeah,
bug
he
to
was.
find.
He was. So, I mean, that might explain it again. That's just a little tinfoil hat, but sometimes people don't tell you when you're a bad person. They just distance themselves from you.
A lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities have been, especially over the course of
absolutely.
2024. Because of
Right,
my
exactly,
focus
Bart.
being
Good
overwhelmingly
point.
on work, and less on my personal relationships outside of it, I neglected people I cared about, and so did Red. Both
Yeah.
online and Earl. Even my closest friends.
You a lip, bruh. I don't know how I ended up. What's a vein? So, like, okay, here's the thing, chat. I'm waiting to get to the part where it's relevant, but what I do want to see is that sometimes we get busy. We all have our own lives, right, chat? And I feel like my friends know that even though I'm busy, I never have friendship decay. You're gonna always reach out, you know what I mean? Is the music loud, chat? That's because the whole point is that the main claim against Cinder says she cares real about her friends, where she's showing how much she went out of her way to do things for friends. You'll spend a lot of time making things for your friend to end up stepping over them. I mean, but future, like, I'm gonna be real. These things that she did don't really seem to me like, it doesn't seem like it's, I'll turn it down a little bit. I'll turn it down just a smidge. Hopefully that's a little bit, I thought it was fine, but I'll turn it down a smidge for you. I mean, like, yeah, I guess she's trying to refute that claim, and that's fine. But also, like, making brownies in merch and buying merch and making stuff for somebody, that doesn't necessarily mean you're somebody's friend, you know? Friendship is unique and contingent between two people, right? So, I mean, just because you did that doesn't mean you're my friend, you know? I mean, I appreciate it, but you gotta understand, like, that doesn't automatically mean you're a friend. But maybe her actions were something that they had a problem with, you know, and finally when it all came out, they decided to speak up about it. So, but what I want to see here, chat, is she talking about her friendships and stuff like that is, you know, people get busy, it happens, right? I don't think it's really hard to work-life balance sometimes, and I get that. I think good friends will understand, that you're busy, right, to a point. But anyway, let's continue. You know, I didn't have as much energy into talking, hanging out, and that's not to say I never did, never wanted to, or dislike them for any reason. Again, this shit happens, you get busy, right? That's understandable. I think, again, she just wants to refute that very specific
I had
point.
my things going on, and I know they had theirs. When I wasn't streaming or working on something, I'd be isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress, and I didn't have the energy to socialize.
That's a good point, Untangle. That's a good point.
I tried to plan collabs with friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing my content brain. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say that I was using them for that, as if countless other tubers don't do the same thing, is crazy. When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was hang out and spend as much time together as I could, and it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved, valued, looked out for, and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have.
I mean, having friends can be hard, chat. It can be genuinely hard. So, like, I do get where she's coming from. She's saying, hey, I was just collabing, hanging out with my friends. It wasn't to use them, right? However, I do want to point out here that a lot of your actions, such as, in particular, saying Red convinced Bao to gatekeep the video, editor to hurt our future music projects in December, then held a grudge. We asked our video editor about the Bao stuff. I didn't speak to Bao about cleaning things up. Where's the one that I'm looking for here? I knew Bao's model was canceled, didn't try to do anything about it. Actions often speak louder than words. And this, to me, right here, is not a sign of a good friend, right? You don't do this kind of stuff, right, to your friends. So, well, you want to sit and argue, hey, these are my friends, you know, I value them and stuff. I think that people could see, to a point, yes, you did, but also that you didn't. So that is why it's up for question, right? Let's continue, though. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry to those of my friends who I haven't given the time they gave to me. I'm sorry for those I haven't spoken to in a long time for no other reason than my own negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends that I only focused on work with, and didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it.
It's not like spending time. It's more about just your actions towards people. I think it has a lot less to do with time being involved with your friends and more about the actual like actions towards them. Because trust me, like we all get busy, dude. We all get busy. Like my friends know I'm busy, dude. You know what I mean? Like I got a lot going on, but at the same time, like you're respectful of that. You know, should have brought more brownies as a mate. Like, bro, I appreciate brownies, but that's not like an auto friendship. You know, it just. I think people can tell when you're treating things transactionally and it's not just friendship, right? And if you're giving the aura, if you're giving the energy, if you're giving the action of transactional, people read into that, you know? So I think the best thing you could have done is just message everybody and apologize to them privately. Maybe you did, I don't know. But I feel like that would have been nice. Oh yeah, no, Brigade, I'm gonna read every word. I mean, I've already read every word, but I'm gonna read it again with y'all. So, yeah, it should have been like caramel brownies. How dare you? The business mindset. So I think this is really important to her overall narrative. Because chat, a lot of people fall down this hole, right? We get very obsessed with the numbers. We get obsessed with obsessed with performance. We want to be the tippy top. We want to be the best VTuber. We want to find the one piece of VTubing, right? But sadly, it can be all consuming. And sadly for her in particular, she fell down that hole. Let's continue.
The business mindset read, and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the
I'm gonna
past
break it up
couple
in multiple
years,
streams.
but especially throughout 2024,
At a business and growth
focusing more and
mindset
more of our time and energy
At
on
least I
this
like to think
career.
so.
Work became almost 24/7 for us, never taking a break.
I
It
get
was
that.
our job, our hobby, and
Yep,
almost all
I get
we
it.
talked about. We loved what we did, but we both became consumed by the content grind. Our
Absolutely.
work-life balance became non-existent.
Absolutely.
We were going, and going, and going all
I get
day
that.
every day as a
I fell into
two-person
that same
team,
trap.
working to an obsessive degree.
I fell into that exact same trap. I was working constantly, right? And I was constantly talking to Ia about stuff. I'm like, Ia, what do you think of this idea? Ia, content, blah, 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 blah. And one day she looked at me and she's like, Alara, I love you so much, but seriously, like, girl, I need a work-life balance. You're gonna have to chill out, or I can't keep doing this. I literally cannot keep doing this. I was like, you know what? You were absolutely right, Ia. I'm gonna try to do better about that and not be so like just content, right? And now I have a better work-life balance because of that. Even with the subathon chat, I do a lot better job in balancing things in my life because it can be hard. It can be really, really hard sometimes to balance all that all the time. So totally understand where she's coming from on that. It can absolutely be 100% obsessive. I get that very much. That is such a cope. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, like you gotta pay the bills, right? You gotta pay the bills. So I can see why people would say that. I don't really know. I don't really know. I don't think there's too much of proof to prove otherwise, but or proof to prove that that is real, right? But maybe I don't know. She says it was ambition, right? Which I think that ambition is always part of what drives us. But I mean, you gotta pay the bills too, you know? You gotta pay the bills. So anyway, let's continue. Because these sections are important as well. Yeah, I would have to see more proof, but you know, just again, this is about conversation, so
The money was nice, but it's never been the driving factor for anything we did. It was an indicator of a
Yeah, that's true,
successful
she did.
project, event,
If that was
or
actually
merch
her.
drop that anyone understood. The majority of what I've made and
I
spent
mean, it's not
went
our
back
business
into my
anyway about our
work, or
finances.
towards the house my dad has been building. I've released a lot of merch, and it's something Red and I have both been passionate about.
Are we all greedy for money? I mean, to a point. I mean, I'll be honest, I used to be a little bit more like in tune with that, but now I'm just very comfortable, so I'm kind of just, you know, chilling. So I'm just chilling.
Coming up with and releasing cool, new merch products is one of the most fun and fulfilling things to work on. And being
Sure.
on new products, like a drink flavor or trading card game, was super exciting to us. It was always about launching cool things for my
Right.
community over the money it made. I've turned down merchandise opportunities, and many more sponsorship opportunities than I've ever accepted, only taking on those I really wanted or had a strong interest in, even though a lot of them were paying very well. Being a greedy, money-hungry person has been falsely projected onto me. It's never been all about the money for either of us.
I mean, here's the thing, chap. In anything we do, it's never all about the money, but it's partially about the money, you know. So like, I get what she's saying though. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you're just doing it for the money, etc." When she did have a genuine passion for it, right? But sadly, you know, her ambition unfortunately consumed her in the wrong way. Yo, what's up, vtuber? Explain how are you? I haven't watched your Cinder video yet, but I need to get around to that. I was busy with debut. How are you? Guys, VTubing Explained, really solid YouTube channel. They explain a lot of stuff in a very condensed fashion. They're pretty cool, so certainly go check them out on YouTube. How are you, cutie? I just debuted my new model yesterday, so I'm now catching up on the Cinder stuff. So yeah, I mean, you can see it's not all about the money, but I mean, it's partially about the money, right? It's your career. You're trying to, you know, function and make money and live your life. So
One instance I may be called out for regarding
like, I
this
don't
was
glaze
during
anybody
my
unless
Heaven
I
Bound
actually
model
appreciate
debut.
you.
During my
So
lore video,
you're
I
glazing
had an
concern.
intermission where my chat needed to fill a gold bar on screen with bits to progress the video. It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut, and my
That's not
chat
true.
having direct involvement by cheering me on was important to the story being shown. The motivation wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, this is actually just false. I need a mission where my chat need to fill a gold bar and scream with bits to progress the video. You can do that with channel points. There's actually like a million other ways to do it without money, like actual money. So, yeah, that's just not true. I just want to call that out as a fellow streamer. Like that's not true. There's just a lot of other ways to do that, but maybe that's all they thought of, right? Anyway, let's continue.
This mindset got myself
Yeah, that
and my
example's
career to
not
where
good.
it was, but it took over our lives to an unhealthy degree, leading to the deterioration of our health and relationships with people. Being cancelled and away from work gave us the time to address this problem in our
Shot.
personal lives. For example, I have my own dog now who's been keeping me busy. I've gotten back into cosplay after not working on my Nihilister build for months.
Okay.
I've been trying to lead a healthier lifestyle and I've been going to the gym regularly. Despite finding it difficult to be motivated about
I mean, that's
things
good.
since April, I've
That's
been
good.
making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset I was in.
I mean, again, that's cool and all, and I'm proud of you, girl. Like for improving yourself, that is awesome. But again, here's the thing, chap. You made some very strong statements here about Nano and Chad Lily orchestrating and some of her lying. Like, bro, I want the proof. Like, give me the juice. You know, let me drink some of the juice. Like, you're squeezing the orange. Like, let me take a sip. Give me something to work with here, girl. I need some proof. I need some proof. All of this stuff, all of this, like, other stuff, I feel like could have gone later, right? We get to a point again. I feel like we talked about this too many times. So I gotta just say it one more time. If you were gonna make a document about refuting a lot of points and you were trying to clear your name and come back and everything, well, you got to present that in a clear and concise method, right? And sadly, we're just not there. We're just not there, chat. We're not there. Anyway, let's continue. Competition, my apology. I said I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative and my friends are competition. I just learned all about this myself, and there were so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be competition.
Go so far. If you really are making changes, first prove what you're saying and then start working. Like John Bernthal once said, work. Put in the work.
Yeah, you wonder why I'm using TTS today. But I always considered everything our competition, including my friends. I understand and agree with this reasoning below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive against was Silverveil, and that wasn't right of me. So at least she acknowledges, like, all that stuff with Silverveil was wrong. So here's the stuff with Red. The problem is she's like, oh, Red always considered our competition, including my friends. Well, you allowed him to carry that mindset, right? You are the boss. You have to correct your manager and the people that work with you. He was part of the brand, right? He says, you accepted that. You accepted the responsibility, even this document, right? It is up to you to hold him to a certain standard. You allowed him to get away with it.
The content creation sphere is massive, and the tuber sphere is a fraction of that with its own audience.
Okay.
Everyone is always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy, whether you want to look at it that way or not. It's the nature of the industry. Part of the reason why we were always working on new things, releasing bigger things, at a faster and faster rate was to stay competitive in the space. In a general sense, everyone was competition. Friends, other tubers, and other content creators. But at the same time that anyone and everyone could be considered competition, they were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners.
I truly and honestly, chat, I hope this isn't a hot take, but I do not agree with this. The general sense everyone was competition. I just don't, I cannot agree with that. I really don't. I really, really don't. Not everybody is competition, right? Like, if anybody's competition, I'm in competition with myself. For every day is a new day for me to grow and improve myself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in competition with being a better version of myself. If I just keep looking at, let's use elara, right? Because I don't want to point out anybody in particular, but let's say that we point out, like, elara. We're like, oh my God, elara, I gotta be better than you all the time, right? That's just unhealthy. Like, I want to be a better version of myself. If you are so wrapped up in relevancy, well, okay, I get that, right? Because you got to stay relevant. But you don't have to step on other people to remain relevant or treat people like they are, in a race. I'll tell you the words of Takahata, right? And I know Takahata is in a little bit of hot water right now, but let me give him to you because they're very relevant. Content creation is not a race. It's a marathon, guys. It truly is a marathon. It's not about beating somebody to the finish line. It's just about keeping up. Keep up the pace. That's it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to beat anybody to the finish line. You literally just gotta keep a healthy pace, and that's it. That's it. Just keep a healthy pace. Well, I just really don't like this mindset at all. I don't think I can. I don't think I can agree with it. I don't think I'll ever agree with it. And maybe I'll be less successful because of that. I don't know. But you know what? I don't want to think like that. This could have been solved in court, is what I'm saying. What would it have been in court, by the way, Doctor? If you don't mind, like, what would the court case be? Would it be like slander, or what would it be exactly? Because I've seen a lot of people share that sentiment, but to be honest, I don't think there's a court case that would have happened with this, Like, I don't think there's anything that could have happened.
The end goal was about staying relevant and in people's minds, and making sure our projects could succeed alongside anything going on at any given time, while also topping our own things we've done in the past.
I don't think slander would have made it, sweetheart.
Was this view
I don't
ever
think it would have made it to
motivation
court.
or an excuse to hurt,
I don't think so.
take advantage of, or put down creators around us, especially friends. This is a business, it's a job, but keeping the business aspect of things in mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships with people or the way I treated them. They were my friends too, and we both cared about them, supported them, and helped them out when they needed it. I've always had the backs of the people closest to us.
Yeah, so slander's super hard to prove anyway. So like, yes, it's a business and yes, it's a job, but you sitting there and just looking at everybody as competition, it's not that way. Like, the second that you start moving away and blaming other things and talking about other people in my competition, I gotta do like better than them, right? No. Listen to my word, chat. You have to do better than yourself. Every day, you have to do better version of yourself. Grow yourself. Don't worry about what other people are doing. They are in a separate set of circumstances. You know what I mean? Like everybody functions differently, chat. Everybody functions differently. Everybody is in their own place. They have their own set of circumstances. Some people have more money. Some people have more time. Everybody has different things going on. So you treating them as your direct competitor, in my opinion, is just wrong. And I think sadly, looking at this being typed out, I truly and honestly believe, number one, Red does not need to be involved with her business-wise. And number two, I think that both her and Red are very immature when it comes to running a business professionally. I don't think that they understand what truly and honestly it means to actually run a business. This isn't the way that you have a mindset on treating other people. This isn't the way that you treat yourself. It's very toxic, and ultimately you're gonna burn out. You're gonna burn yourself. And in fact, chat, they already did that. You know what I mean? Like, they already did that. They already burned themselves. So I think they need to Red needs to take a look in the mirror at this statement and realize why this is wrong. Let's keep going.
The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in the negative sense were people either we had something against, or they had or did something against us, and were working with artists important to us. By April 2025, this was only Silvervale from how she acted towards Cinder for years, Val after what I thought she did to us and our other friends in December of 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025, and potentially soon to be Lily by the way she was treating Cinder and coincidentally getting a model from Nanolis at the same time. It was wrong of me to feel this way, especially towards Bao, and I'm sorry.
It was. Why would you say that? Only people have ever considered direct competition. Bro, okay, number one, here's the thing. Only Silvervale from how she acted towards us. Okay, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. We're gonna go through the documents still, but, bro, if somebody doesn't like you, not everybody has to like you, acted towards you, unless she did something really horrible. Bro, she doesn't owe you anything. Silvervale does not owe you shit. Like, she can literally just do her own thing. If she doesn't like you, she doesn't have to like you. Nobody owes you that. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, again, I'm gonna be looking for the proof on how she acted negatively enough that would require this type of behavior back. You know what I mean? So, now, after what she did, and soon to be Lily in the way she was treating Cinder and coincidentally getting a model from Needless to Say. She was treating Cinder and coincidentally getting a model. Bro, honestly, I don't think maybe Lily the PR training should be sought after him. Yep, absolutely. B. Dimming explained, I am literally so happy that I work for Disney and I work for a video editing company. Because literally I got that corporate side of a business, right? So like, I'm really glad that I have that experience because I feel like I understand how to conduct myself in a professional manner. But can I just talk about this? She was treating Cinder, coincidentally getting a model from Nanolis. Nanolis makes models. What are you talking about? That's Nanolis's job. What do you mean coincidentally? Like, She makes models, bro. She makes models. That's what she does. What are you talking about? Oh, how could you coincidentally get a model at the same time for me? Oh my god, how dare you VTube at the same time as me? Like, oh my god, this is like, this is a little schizo. This is a little too much for me. I mean, unless you're gonna prove like some kind of like deep dark intent here, I don't see it, guys. I don't see it. Yeah, like, but was it Nana working on like multiple models at the same time? Like, can we put this in the notes? Yeah, can we put this in the notes? And potentially soon to be Lily. Oh my god. It was wrong of me to feel this way, especially towards Bound. I'm sorry. I mean, at least you acknowledge that, but also at the same time, like, oh my god. Oh my god, it kills me. It kills me. Alright, let's go. I want to address some people. Red and I heard they don't have a larger section in this document, so I'm not overly competitive, but the other content creators also creating content. How is this not about me? Wait, I'm not overly competitive, but this other content creator is also creating content. How is this not about me? Buzz, I hate you. I hate you because you're fucking funny, bro. Oh my god. Give me like put that up on the refrigerator. I'm not overly competitive, but this other content creator is creating content. This is definitely about me. How are you, Fuzz? It's good to see you. Wait, guys, wait. Fuzz. Fuzz, what do you think about my new model? Do you like it? Do you like my new model, Fuzz? Yeah, I want to hear all the things you have to say that are really nice about my model, Fuzz. I'm waiting on your nice words. All right, here we go. Yeah, let's see if Fuzz is actually nice to me or not. God damn it. Oh no. Oh no. I hate it here so much. Alright, so here we go. This is the section about Tricky. Here we go. A little bit, Nikki.
Red and I traveled to Japan last year. About a week into our trip around the country, we arrived in Tokyo for the last few days there. Red, Tricky, and I were all talking about going to the Godzilla store the night we arrived, but other plans left us with no time to go. The next morning, Red and I were up super early and were ready to leave the hotel around 8 or 9 a.m. We waited in our hotel room for about an hour without hearing from Tricky at all.
Okay, she was sleepy. So, like, I have a question, chat. This is like, can I just say, why not just go to Tricky if you want to apologize to her, right? Why not just be like, hey, Tricky, heads is actually pretty good. I can see what's way more expensive. Bet, let's go. All right, Fuzz gave me the W. We're out here. We're taking it. So, like, why not just apologize to Tricky and then your document be like, hey, there was a story about Tricky. I apologize to her in private. That would have been, like, way easier, right, chat? Like, way easier. You know what I mean?
We were around friends all week and didn't have much, if any, time alone together in Japan either. The other half dozen of us there either had their own plans, or were still sleeping too. There were other friends staying at the same hotel as Red, Tricky and I. So instead of waiting around for Tricky to wake up, we selfishly chose to go out into the city and to the Godzilla store without her. By the time Tricky was awake and ready to leave the hotel, Red and I were across the city and didn't go back together. We only met up with her towards the end of the day when everyone reconvened somewhere.
This is a nothing burger. You could have just solved this between yourselves. We don't need to know we do not need to know about this. This is just, yeah, why don't you just DM Tricky that? And it's like, hey, like, you might have heard the story about Tricky. We solved it in DM. But this does not need to be in the document. Yeah, this has more filler than Naruto seasons. My god.
Red and I are sorry to Tricky for leaving her behind and hurting her. We've always been there for her, especially when we've traveled together. We didn't think she'd be left completely alone with how many of us were together in Tokyo, but we still should have waited for her instead of going off on our own. She was one of our best friends and we're both so sorry.
Yeah, maybe Tricky blocked her. I don't know, but like, why is this in the document? It's such a small this is a nothing burger. Just talk to Tricky about it. Why are you talking to us about it? Just talk to Tricky about it. So anyway, this is coming from both Cinder and Red.
I'm sorry to Cotton for the way I've avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being a good friend to someone I was close
I wonder what
with,
this is about.
but it was unfair to her to treat her
I
that
wonder
way.
what this one's all about,
I did
chat.
not agree with how Red included her name in his deal with Nano, and I wouldn't have let him if I knew about it, regardless of how I felt about her at the time.
Okay.
Red, it was wrong of me to ask Nano not to work with Cotton.
I think she just
It was a
overslept.
spur-of-the-moment thing, and after hearing about the situation she was involved in, I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice to me personally, and she didn't deserve that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this was just completely unneeded. I don't know why this even went down to begin with. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Just something. I don't understand why Red even did that. There's a lot of stuff I don't understand by him, but this is just, yeah. Cotton is just like got caught up in the crossfire, you know. That's related to me and Cotton's failed thing. Yeah, I don't know what this is about. To be honest, it's not our business, chat. It's really not our business. Whatever happens with Cotton is between them, right? And her friends or ex-friends, whatever. That's between them. That's not our business, and it doesn't need to be, right? Anyway, let's continue.
Nixu deleted her tweet with her document about me. She shouldn't have, because she was right. I was going to include it here for reference, but I've left it out because of what she wrote in it.
Yeah, I don't get it either,
So
dude.
instead I've summarized the situation below.
I mean, let's at least acknowledge, chat, that Cinder is in charge of her own brand, so she wants to fuck it up continuously even more. That's her prerogative, chat. That's not our prerogative. That's her prerogative. So she can do whatever she wants about that, but I think it's worth at least pointing out that he's clearly an awful manager, and she needs to second guess that decision. Second, I don't want any kind of public reaction. I really do not want to appear on videos or something. I don't want my case being used as an excuse to put more hate into it. I just want to share, let it out my chest. I'll probably delete it in the end. So here we go. This was one of the artists, by the way, chat.
Nixu, or at Iamaya AF, is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork in exchange for showing it off and giving a shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't seen the email, but she made a tweet laying out her terms, tagging me in it. I messaged her that I was interested. I put her in contact with Red and he handled things from there.
Okay. Which was kind of problematic because you went through Red and you expected him to handle that kind of stuff. Yeah, sure. I'm going to be honest, chat. Hey, let me ask a question here. And I don't mean this in a cruel way or a mean way, but I have a question. It seems like Cinder gave a lot of stuff away, right? And don't get me wrong. Streaming does take a lot of time. It takes a lot out of you. Collabing, all that kind of stuff, right? But, like, what exactly was she doing? Like, I know everybody has different time, and I want to be empathetic. Everybody has different needs, so on and so forth. But, like, for me, right, like, I'm a manager, and I'm still working my ass off. You know what I mean? Like, I'm still working my butt up. I'm, like, out there contacting people, getting my collab set up, constantly messaging people, running my social media, replying to comments. I mean, like, I'm doing a lot of stuff. So it kind of feels like, I just want to know, what was she actually in charge of? Because it seems like she hands a lot of stuff off. It's just like, we already knew she was negligent, but like, girl, like, you got to put your hand in the pot too, you know? That's the same question. What are you doing? Oh my God, Astro, do you want to know what I do, like, every day? I'm glad to tell you, because, like, I'll tell you exactly what I do. So, like, now I have the subathon, right? I stream every single day. Once I get done with my streaming, right, I immediately go on and get all of my social media stuff set up. I list my YouTube video because I normally release another video for another day. I get a photograph for a photograph. I have a photograph that goes on down, and then I watch a photograph that's photographing. Now after I do that photograph, I watch another photograph that's doing another photograph. But anyway, after I do all that stuff, I do all my social media that I gotta do for the day. I check my social medias and try to like actually respond to it. And then after I respond to all my social medias, then I do my other rated work, which is normally updating stuff on stream, getting ready for collabs, because normally my Saturdays have like a lot of events. So then I gotta like totally get it ready for that and get my moderators involved into it and get them in the Discord and message all the people and get them into that Discord to set it up and make sure that they know what's going on. And that's only for my Saturday events. That's not even counting Sundays. So then I gotta get up early, on Mondays to get all of my React stuff together and make sure that I got all that. Then I do that with stream, and then I send all that stuff to my editors, and then I give them all the time things that they gotta do so they can go ahead and edit all of those reactions for me. And then on every Wednesday, I get up at 7 o'clock in the morning because I gotta get all my other stuff set up and get my news ready to go. And then on Friday, I do the exact same thing, and on Sunday, I do the exact same thing. And then I just have a lot going on. I'm not stressed out. I'm fine, chat. Everything's okay. I'm doing great out here. Everything's fine, chat. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was very popular. Her scale of work might be more. I just keep hearing like, oh, I give it a red, 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 I give it a red. And I haven't seen a lot where she's like, I did this, so I think it's a genuine question, right? What stuff did she have her hands in? And again, I don't mean that in a cruel way. I mean that in a mean way. I'm very empathetic for people's workloads and everything else. Oh my god, why did we just start a hype train? What the fuck's going on? Thank you for the hype train, y'all. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, by the way, elara loves hype train. She gets a little train above her head now. Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute, chat? She gets a little look at her. She gets a little train on her model. It's so cute. But yeah, I mean, it's a genuine question, right? It's a genuine question. I don't mean it meanly. I just would like to know what she is working on.
Through Red, we made our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished when I had changed my mind about our agreement and didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know what was going through my head or what my reason was for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like there was miscommunication somewhere to save face for me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me and I agreed to follow through with the art showcase and shout out on my stream.
Gotcha.
However, I failed to follow Nixu's terms as they were agreed upon.
Oh,
I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon, and only showed the link to it that was on her artwork.
Gotcha.
I also didn't show the censored, NSFW version of the art, but that was because I was worried about getting in trouble with Twitch.
Sure, I mean, that's fair. Thank you so much for the 5, Belfry. I appreciate you. By the way, chat, from yesterday, let me calculate this really quick. Okay, carry the 1, I only owe you a very small amount of 40 wheel spins from yesterday. Okay, well, we're gonna do those later, chat. We're gonna do those later. To be fair, it's considered like mid-20s. I mean, to be fair, Tangled, I'm mid-20s, literally. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be honest. Age is an excuse to a point, but I mean, I'm in my mid-20s too. Yeah, I'm in my mid-20s too. So I owe you 40 from yesterday. Well, okay, I owe you 38 from yesterday, 2 from before I went on break, and then an extra one that Belfry gave. So that is 41 wheel spins.
This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist, and I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement I made extremely and regrettably unprofessionally.
Absolutely.
This was way out of character for me, and I'm sorry to Nixu for how I handled things and for the stress I caused her. I encourage anyone reading this to please support her and her incredible work.
Thank you so much, Shadow Dragon. I appreciate the 5 as well. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate all of y'all's support. Seriously, y'all are absolutely incredible. Thank you so much.
Nice voice need a manager?
Shut up. I'm gonna move the timer so you can actually see it. No, the eel does not need a manager. I am her manager. Yeah, we get new sub alerts. We got all kinds of new stuff. And all that stuff is new. So thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. I promise I'll get your wheel spins a little bit later. So here's my thing, chat. So this is just another instance of her unprofessionalism, right? She's lied about stuff to save face multiple times. She's lied about this stuff with this person, right? She said she's gonna do this, didn't do it. It's just like, how many times are you gonna how many times are you gonna fuck up? And how many times are you gonna lie and be unprofessional and expect people to want to keep working with you and forgive you? Because here's the thing, chat. You can be hella unprofessional, super unprofessional. But if you have a good manager that can help you, then hire them instead of fucking Red. Hire an active manager. If you are unprofessional and you know this about yourself and you're not good with deals and you're prone to stretching the truth and lying and stuff, just get somebody that will help you. Like, please, dear God. You literally, like, while you work on yourself, get somebody that can help you in a professional sense. It just kills me. It kills me. Like, you're being told, like, this is wrong, fix this, and you just keep, oh my God, you make the same mistake. It's a little insanity, you know? Oh, well, Pulse, I've already seen an analyst stuff, so, all right, chat, so, how many pages in are we? Yeah, how many pages in are we, chat? Yeah, we have the analyst stuff, we have through the first 3 sections, so, the analyst section is by far the longest section. So, I'll tell you what. Let me stretch really quick, chat. Let me stretch. And we will. Yeah, we really didn't get that far. We're gonna go through the analyst section. I think we will finish the analyst section. And that will be where we end stuff for today. So, by the way, this is probably gonna change. This is probably gonna take like 3 hours. By the way, chat. just a heads up. This by itself is like 300 pages. Want to see my steppies? I got steppies. I got 2 steppies. Yeah, my doctor said I have to stretch more. That stretching is helpful. Okay. Looking. Stepping on the beat. You need a subscription at Hecki. Yeah, I gotta charge extra for that. Alright, chat. Here we go. This is the Nanolist part. If you're still with me, guys,
okay, but I know
focus up.
Toomsy needs a manager. Toomsy, call me.
One Piece? Nah, this is One
Yeah,
Piece.
maybe we get a manager for Toomsy and be like, hey Toomsy, can you do better? Yeah, can you do better at all of your stuff inside of Night Rain? If you could stop throwing, that'd be great, bro. He gets a manager to teach him how to play fucking Night Rain. That'd be so funny. Toomsy, I'm gonna get you a manager for Night Rain. That way you won't throw him. Ironic Cinder needs a manager, and Nano needs a manager. I'm stretching the back of the legs mostly because you're seeing so much, yeah. Well, I told you guys I have some new health issues that I have to keep dealing with, so I gotta keep stretching too. Oh, this is Undefeatable from Sonic. Yeah, really, really good one. Guys, thank you for being here. I do appreciate all of you. You know what, do you want to do the wheel spins now, chat? Let's do the wheel spins. Let's do the wheel spins. We have... Actually, no, I'll wait till the hype train's over. So, guys, if you're with me, everybody type 1. We are going to dive in. I'm going to drink some gamer subs, and, you know, here we go, guys. This is a very large part of the document here, so... Alright, here we go. So here's Nano's document. Allow me to share something that's affected me personally and hurt others, so it's very hard for me. But I feel like it's necessary. Please do not send hate to anybody on my behalf. This is all I want to say. So again, I am going to use DTS because there's like a million screenshots and I'm going to have to read all those, so...
Nano's document claimed both Red and I manipulated, used, and dragged her into drama, while slandering multiple tubers, including our friends. These claims were the basis for everything else publicly released afterwards. Documents from half a dozen people, and many others tweeting their grievances with me. It all hinged on Nano's document being posted, and its validity. When I wrote my apology, I said, I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions.
Yeah, so to say, didn't she like directly be like, oh yeah, that's not true? when I wrote this poorly worded sentence. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. I appreciate you. Thank you for the level 4 hype train. You get a random light over there. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you for the hype train. So, I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions, but like he did see a lot of that stuff, and ultimately she was responsible for a lot of those things as well, right? So, what does she mean by poorly worded sentence? You know what I mean? I hadn't seen any of those DMs. Okay, so she's trying to be like, yeah, I didn't see any of it.
When I wrote this poorly worded sentence, I hadn't seen any of these DMs. I was in a panic, and didn't think Nano would be lying about anything. But now that I've read Red's DMs myself, I can say that Nano was not manipulated, abused, used, lied to, mistreated, expected to take action over any drama she was told about, or incapable of making her own decisions regarding her commissions and clientele. She was never forced to do or not do anything, has always been in control of her own choices, and always had the ability to say no. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions professionally or personally from either of us when she did. Nano's messages with Red were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. I don't believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to my friends. Her claims were backed by Shilely, and I believe they were misled into blindly supporting
her. So chat, this is going to be the biggest point that we're going to be discussing today is, well, obviously we're ending with this point, but it is the Nanolist stuff, right? So, here we have Cinder saying, hey, guess what? Nano was not manipulated. She had full control. She had full ability to do whatever she wanted, etc. Right now, what I will say is when we talked about Nano before, I think most of us knew that when we looked at Nano's stuff initially, like, we're like, wow, that's really messed up, right? But I think that we all kind of knew, like, we had questioned in the back of our mind, like, what exactly is going on with Nano, right? It seemed like there were some things in it that we were questioning, right? But ultimately, you have to remember something really important, right? This is a large amount of money for Nano, right? This is a large amount of a very, very big client, right? And obviously you want to please them. So you can say that you didn't manipulate them, right? But there was definitely 100% pressure, right? For her to, in Vark, even like when I covered it, I remember asking, I'm like, okay, so we're reading all this, right? We're seeing all this stuff, and she felt like she was forced into it. It's like, there's a lot of stuff kind of blanked out, so I did want to see some of the blanked out stuff, right? So we're going to get all those DMs, but there was always like a question in the back of our head, like, the Nano stuff, right? Was it 100%? So, now we're getting that, right? But what I want to see here is that you can't acknowledge that there wasn't pressure, right? There was definitely pressure on Nano because this was such a large client with a lot of, influence, right? So I think that was very fair. Yo, what's up, Lemony? How are you? Christ Alive Nanolist was getting gaslit, pressure bunch. So much confusion for sure. I mean, she was definitely getting pressured, right? Again, this is a very large creator, right? So the pressure was certainly there. But as far as to the level of manipulation, etc., let's go look at the screenshots and we'll ultimately decide for ourselves, right? So thank you so much, Lemony, for the raid. How are you? Cinder claiming accountability for guilt tripping Nano. That's true. That's manipulation. The fourth screenshot here looks like manipulation. Guilt trip both did try. Definitely, sure. And Chris, we're gonna dive into the screenshots. So I got you. Dave, let's continue here. Our claims are backed by Shed Lily, and I believe they were misled into blindly supporting her. So, all right, let's see what you got.
Nano was a close friend who we respected, and was a massive part of my own success. I've only ever praised her, privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I always encouraged Nano to do what was best for her, not us. Red, who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule, push projects back if she needed more time on them or to take a break, and give her first priority on projects she was interested in. He trusted her, and the extent he lied to her about the other people involved was in telling her his own genuine thoughts, observations, and experiences with them as he knew them. The same way my accusers did to the public with how they assumed how Red and I had to have operated together.
Okay. I mean, like, I really want to get into the screenshots because I have a lot of thoughts, but let's keep going.
The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage projects Nano had is a lie. We both would praise her for the work she did for other people, and I've always celebrated and supported new Nano model siblings when they debuted.
That's not true.
Even if Red was really
You
asking
literally
Nano
said
to
that
cancel
you
every
wanted
model
to do
she had,
exclusivity.
it was ultimately still her choice to do
fundamentally
it
not
or
true.
not, but all of the blame for her actions was somehow put on me.
So the whole exclusivity, right? And you're gonna find out something very important, chat. So there's a point that I want to point out, but looking for exclusivity is not really supporting model siblings, right? That's really not. That's actually the opposite. So whether you were the first or last person to ask for the exclusivity, you supporting it is not really supporting model siblings, right, chat? However, you are going to come to find out an important point in this document is that the analyst actually was the one that asked about the exclusivity the first time, right? That's a very important point that we will get to. But nonetheless, you like being like, yeah, I want that. That's not supporting model siblings. That's contradictory. I'm going to put that in our notes. Is that good with y'all?
There were only 4 people Red ever explicitly asked Nano not to work with her agreeing not to. The first was Spite at the start of 2023. Red asked Nano himself and he told me about it after. I lied about knowing this in my apology since it was never mentioned in Nano's or Spite's documents. Bow, Cotton, and Silvervale were all part of their
apology, you
exclusivity
can't
deal
lie,
in
bro.
January
Like,
of
that's
2025, and each for Red's
That's
own
horrible.
reasons. I was only ever aware of and in agreement of asking Nano not to work with Silver anymore. Red never told me about the other 2. I am not guilty of him using his free will to push his own agenda and express his own feelings to Nano, but I understand that as my manager, everything he said to her, or anyone else, is
true.
my responsibility whether I knew about it or not. Although they were friends, it was unprofessional of him to talk gossip and work interchangeably.
Absolutely, it was very unprofessional. There were only 4 people Red ever explicitly asked Nano not to work with her, agreeing not to. So, like, here's the thing, though. Why is the conversation of Red asking Nano not to work with people ever happening in the first place? That is problematic, right, chat? We need to stop and acknowledge that. It's unprofessional, and it never needed to happen in the first place, period. Okay, yes, I get that she agreed to it, and she should not have agreed to it, right? She should have pushed back on it. But to be fair, right, there's a lot of pressure going on because it's coming from a very large client with a lot of clout, a lot of power. I could get why she might have felt pressured to agree to that. But Nano was at fault for agreeing to it. She should have absolutely said no at that point. You know what I mean? She should have absolutely said, nope, that's not cool. This is very unprofessional, and pushed back. She was trying to be a people pleaser right there, and she should have stood her ground. She really should have stood her ground. Certainly Nano fucked up right there. Do y'all agree? Yeah, do you think that Nano fucked up right there by not pushing back on it? Yes or no? Yeah, and power dynamics can be pretty bad to deal with sometimes, but regardless, we're gonna look at some of the messages because there are some parts where Nano kind of like asked for the drama. So only you can really decide that you really believe the power dynamic was really strong or not. But we need to look at all the evidence before ultimately decide. However, I think we would all agree this is where she made a mistake. If something is wrong and something is bad, You need to stand up and you need to say no. And if you don't, Tyler, you're guilty of making the wrong choice.
We've worked with Nano for 4 years. She is an incredible artist who I've treasured working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start when we were both much smaller creators.
Picasso released a video.
She saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model, and she's been with me every step of my journey since. I wanted Nano to be a part of anything she could, and chose to make her artwork the backbone of my brand.
Cool.
I love and appreciate every single thing she's done for me, and I'm proud of everything I've been able to do for her. In April, I believe Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of, and then chose to do what would result in the most beneficial outcome for herself. Hide the truth.
Yeah, the thing is with Nano, though, is like, I feel like we got like 85% of the truth, because there's some other screenshots that we're going to look at that I think kind of paint like a little bit of a different picture, right? But we'll get there, I keep skipping and I keep telling you that, but these screenshots are very important.
Below are a large portion of Nano's DMs with Red and I over the past 2.5 years that show any situations brought up in Nano's document in full context.
We're just
show
on
the
Nano's
relationship we had with her, how she felt about us and other people involved in everything, and any other relevant conversations that weren't included in what was posted to the public. I've also included some of my own messages with her, and some messages with other people. Some of these DMs are repeated and included in the following sections of this document. Nano's profile picture is different in some of these screenshots because of them being taken at different times throughout making this document.
And I think this section probably has the most weight, which is why we're spending today on it. So, I mean, everything is in chronological order, and all dates and times are in EST. Sent to private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots and include messages that are in the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange. Dates and important messages of these screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes or my apology are highlighted in gray. Red zone comments or anything being preserved are labeled and highlighted in blue. So, guys, without further ado, let's get into it. She should have pushed back yes, but on the other side was one of the biggest VTubers in Sphere. Victims of power manipulation have to do that, make mistakes and not push back. All emissions usually done to instinctively defend one since there's fear. People will side with more powerful abusers. Absolutely. I get where you're coming from. What matter is that Nana was right, Cinder did mess up. My point, Ken, is that you have to point out where people make the wrong choice, right? And Nana made the wrong choice there. Yes, we are acknowledging the power dynamic, but we also have to acknowledge the bad choice as well, you know? Like, both can exist at the same time. So here we go.
January
sorry if I didn't make that
23rd,
clear.
2023. By the start of 2023, Nano was already sharing her commission plans with Red. She also told him that it was okay for us to commission someone else for merch artwork Red had previously talked to her about. Red said it was no problem for us to wait for her to do it. Like I said in my apology, in regards to Nanolis, for the majority of the time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing the communication about new plans and negotiations through his private DMs.
Okie dokie, here we go. I was just curious, but was Blink the only new client you took on for this year right now? I'm trying to think how I'll read this. I'll always start with, so I'll try to see who it is that's talking at the beginning of each sentence. So, Nanolist, got another one, but it's done already. Red, okay, cool. It seems like a lot of new people want to work with you. Nanolist, yeah, I kind of feel it too. By the way, you said you want to leave Daki and Booba for later. It's okay if you want to calm someone else. I don't want to lay your plans. If you're fine waiting, I'm more than happy to work on it. Red, oh, that's okay. We're fine with moving things around. It's only really Cinder if you draw it. Yeah, I know they really liked working with them, so... Oh my god, what the fuck? Don't do that. I think my phone did that thing again. Yeah, I think my phone did that thing again, chat. I think I gotta take my phone in. It's having issues. Yeah, it's having issues, chat. Okay, but I'm gonna leave it there, but I'm gonna keep reading this stuff. You don't need my model to move, so I can read. And I'm gonna let it fix itself. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Yeah, my phone has been having issues. I gotta take it in. I gotta take it in. So the battery keeps dying like immediately, like so fast. So I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know what's going on with it, but anyway, let's keep talking here. So yeah, you can get PNG version of me. Yeah, I'll put the mask on. There we go. There we go. It's like 4 years old. 3 or 4 years old. Yeah, maybe so, Walk. But like, I thought I plugged it in when I put it on my thing, but apparently I didn't. I think it keeps falling out. Yeah, I think it keeps falling out. So anyway, all right. So let's see. Red goes on to say other things going on, preventing us from doing it for Valentine's. Like we wanted to, so I have to move it anyways. I was focusing on YouTube. The demon and the 2 starting screen artwork's done is more of a priority too. Analyst, goddamn, this means a lot to me. What the fuck? And Red gives hearts. Okay. Cool stuff.
Later that day was the first time Red brought up Spite to Nano. Red asked Nano not to work with Spite, and she gladly agreed not to. Red only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I was okay with it. Nano never said anything about this to me, and we've never talked about Spite. I share the feelings Red expressed here since he was the only other one who knew how I felt. What he said about negative comments I was getting was true. Everything regarding Spite is presented in her section of this document.
Everything regarding Spite is presented in her section of this document. Okay, so again, Red asked Nano not to work with Spite, and she gladly agreed not to. So we're gonna have to look at those messages, right, chat? And if anybody in Cinder's apology was the biggest thing, verifying that Nano's screenshots are real. It is announcement on Discord is the biggest thing, showing what the screenshots in this section are. Yeah.
This was not included in Nano's or Spite's documents at all. Why? Since they didn't say anything about it, I chose not to either. I
Which
lied
is kind
about
of
not
fucked up.
knowing about Red's conversations with Nano about Spite to try and not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the state
Yeah,
I
that was
in.
a bad move.
This was what I said in my apology. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver. Red,
This is just
Cinder was upset over what we both thought was Spite copying her. I saw
I mean, at least
Spite
she was honest about the
interacting with
lie,
Nano,
but to be
possibly
honest,
with
in
the
my opinion,
intent
just
of
makes it
trying
worse.
to work with her. I went to Nano myself and asked her not to without talking to Cinder first. This was about one person and one artist they never worked with before who
This
was
is so
fine with
shitty,
agreeing
though.
to it. As far as I know it never
It never actually affected Spite. I never talked about Spite. I mean, the artist, I'm sorry to hear that I asked this in Nano. I mean, this is just like, number one, like, lying about, you chose to lie about it, about not knowing about Red's conversation with Nano about Spite is fucked up. Like, this right here, I think is a very valid reason not to want to, mess with Cinder anymore. I could see why people would be like, this right here would be a reason that you would not want to work with or even like support Cinder. This is a very, very strong action that you have done and lied about something that's very important, right? And again, Red going on to, do this despite. That's fucked up. This was the first of 4 total times with 3 different artists. I never specifically asked anyone to not work with somebody else, which are all presented in this document. Red, hey, kind of a weird question, maybe okay to be requested you don't work with someone? Nanola says, you mean like being exclusive? Red, no, like not accepting commissions from one person. Nanola, oh, who is this? Red, sorry, the conversation is if we were asking Nano to do this, like I would any other time. As sad as it is, we got proof that basically everyone has lied throughout this, whether intentional or not. Sure, absolutely. I get where you're coming from. Who is this? Red, Spike. Oh, Nano. Oh, damn, I almost said something like, when Cinder X Spike. Red, Ever since Cinder debut, we've slowly seen her implement new design details onto herself. It seems like she might have taken them from Cinder, including her now having ear flames she never had. And we think it's because she was the Hellhound until Cinder showed up. What the actual fuck? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How dare you have flame ears, you copycat? What? But also some of Spike's community has been rude to Cinder in chat or in YouTube comments on other people's clips on Cinder. Where's the proof? I've noticed her being friendly towards you, possibly the intention of working with you. I just want to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. But what the fuck? I really hate this whole mentality of, oh, well, I own this vtuber model. It's mine. Like, what the fuck? Analyst, of course, I protect my BB, but I also notice the flame editions. It's a shame people can't educate their community. Highly agree after having this previously fed to her, yeah. I agree, though. I mean, she said, of course. He agreed to it. Analyst should not have agreed to that. Yeah, I mean, where's the proof of this, right? But also, you gotta be like, hey, like, what are you talking about? And also, like, you shouldn't have agreed to this, Nano. You should have agreed to it. Again, a power dynamic is in play. That is something to consider, but also I heard her say, I also noticed the flame editions. It's kind of like, you know. Thank you, Nano. Red says, thank you, Nano. I feel really bad asking you something like this. I really appreciate it, though. Analyst says, I'm sorry about my tracking died, guys. I promise I'll get it back online here in a few minutes. Nano says, it's okay. There's no place for rude people. Red says, Mama, Nano, best Mama. Nanolist says, Mama, protect. So I guess Nanolist just took that as proof. It was like, yeah, you know, Spite's community was being mean to Cinder. Which again, I don't know if there's any proof of that at all. I don't think there is.
But then I tell Nano I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. And I feel really bad asking you something like this. Nano and I have never talked about Spite. Here's me searching Spite in my own DMs with Nano.
I mean, at the same time here, like, it doesn't matter if you feel really bad about it. You still did it. You know what I mean? Like, well, okay, you feel bad. Congratulations. But you still did this to somebody, you know? You still went through the action of asking them that stuff, and you made these baseless accusations. So, yeah, this is pointless, bro. This ain't it. This ain't it. There's even more. By the way, Chad, there's a lot. There's a lot.
January 26, 2023, an example of the relationship Red had with Nano and how they would talk with each other. Nano told Red she wants to make my winter outfit after Red messaged her about it a few days earlier on January 22nd, 2023.
Yeah, didn't Spite have flames for like a long time? And even if it got like copied, like let's see hypothetically, like, you know, in some world this comes out, right, and they both have the same thing. Why does it matter? Why are you so hyper focused on, oh, it's my brand and my model? Like, bro, chill the fuck out. Like, it does not matter that much. Like, it's one thing to copy like one for one, but this is like the powder thing all over again. Like, chill out. It does not matter that much. Hey Nano, were you interested in designing Cinder's winter outfit? Not until a lot later this year, coming from Red. Want to ask in case we need to find somebody else to design it for you to drop. Let's agree on doing Cinder Winter, because I do. I just don't remember that I replied to that. Red says you did not reply to that, Nano. Nano says I do want to them. Red says, oh my gosh, you do. Analyst says I do. Red says I gotta talk to some people to change things around. Oh my god. Analyst says, wait, if you already got someone for that, no need to change. Red says, no, I'm just kidding. Not just a flamethrower from a Spite showed Cinder copied Spite's other designs. Yep. Like the PJ thing. Yep. Absolutely. So, trust me, I remember all that, Tin. You know, it was added later. Like, so, regardless, like, we could look at Spite's old document, right? And see how Cinder, like, copied stuff along the way. So, that point about, like, the flame ears, like, let's say that it did come up after Cinder appeared, right? There's no correlation to the fact that Spike copied her, like, per se, right? That's just a ridiculous, like, notion to even make. And again, who cares? Like, actually, who cares? You know? Fred says, no, I'm just kidding. Nanalis, fuck you, them. Redacted penguin, Nanalis, laugh face. Red, yeah, you can do it if you want. Nanalis, I don't want to anymore. They exchanged some emojis. Nanalis says, just kidding, I love Cinder, but fuck you. Red with the penguin, Nanalis with the gun emoji. There's
Red
nothing really in that
Nano's
screenshot.
other work for us to plan around with her, and Nano willingly shared. This was normal between them.
Pretty normal. Be confident, Nano. Nanolis, it's just on my nature. If you expect low, anything is a win. Red, well, I'm glad it's been going good for you. What does your art schedule look like right now? Nanolis, Demon Cinder, March, April, May, full new model, mid-April, our cuts, for some people, redacted, so we don't know who this is. We're just inspiring each other, nothing crazy here, and that's probably because Lily helped Nano write her doc. People were shitty about the thing that Nano left out. Do we know that Lily helped Nano write her doc? And a few cup arts in between. Already have something for on June. I think that's it. Red, let me see what else Cinder and I planned for you to work with us on this year. Nayla says, oh yeah, that'd be great to know everything. Also, is it okay to have Cinder arts for Patreon rewards? Didn't have much time for Patreon, you're starving. It's highly implied. I mean, I'm gonna need some proof, homie. Sorry, I don't like to live on speculation, but yeah, anyway, I need some proof on that. But
Nano told Red
thank
she
you for telling
wouldn't
me.
be able to meet the deadline for 2 pieces of art she was doing for me. Red was sympathetic and extended the deadline for her.
So.
Nano implied that she's been taking on too many projects.
Okay. Analyst, Red, I'm feeling a bit concerned about deadlines for the 2.0. Red, what's up? Analyst, I think it'd be better if you found somebody else for the 2.0 start screen. I didn't know it'd be used the same day, but I can do work a bit harder to meet the dates if you're maybe to work on it. Red, do you think you would be able to do it by the end of April? I know you have blank in April too, right? So maybe mid-May. Analyst, oh, I thought it'd be earlier. Red, well, ideally I would have wanted both arts within the next week or two, but if you can't do that, we're gonna have to push back the debut for other things too. End of April, mid-May would be okay if you can manage with that. I don't want to overload you too much. Yeah, for the next 2 weeks could be very pushy on me, but end of April, May, or April, mid-May is good. Red, okay, I'll let Cinder know. If you can't push back the debut, I highly recommend somebody else. I don't want to delay things for you guys. Red, and there's also the other waifu cup for Cinder. I don't know what they want to start that, but just another thing to do at some point. Red, okay. It's okay, we have to wait for Blank anyway, since some other things being worked on. I'm going to be starting the demon model in another weekish, which he's back home. The debut will be anywhere from the end of May, mid-July, depending on when things are done, and Cinder and I are traveling to Kansas at the end of April. Kind of relief, besides delaying is sad. Red, it's okay, Nano, but we have a lot of projects we want to work on with you. You're free for the summer right now. Nanalis, I would love to if I have the time. Might stop taking big comms for some time and only work on my current contracts. I'm kind of dying, so... Okay, cool. Want to kind of slow things down, right? Absolutely, Camden. Yeah, the stuff that Cinder and Red did towards Spite was omega petty. Omega petty. Red, I'm sorry we're giving you so much to do. Nano, it's okay. It's my fault. I decided to birth another baby. Red, after the 2.0 and Demon Arts, Blank, any other projects, Patreon stuff, then we will take up all of your time. Nanolis, gladly. Blank is almost done. Just gotta make some cuts or rigging. Red, at least the Cinder Art can help out with your Patreon after the debuts. Julio.
Nano turned down artwork plans that were previously discussed for some time off. Eventually, Red told her we were able to find another artist for those plans. In between, Red praised Nano for her work on another vtuber's model.
Even if Lily did write the full doc, Nano's a primarily English speaker, so it'll honestly be fun anyway. I mean, again, like, there's no proof of that, so I'm just gonna put that on the shelf. Red, or Nanolis says, Red, we need to talk. Red says, hi, Nano, what's up? Nanolis, I think it won't be possible to take Cinder merge comms. Really need some time off from commissions. Red says, okay. Nano says, thank you and sorry for this. Red, no worries, Nano, you just a break. Ready to take on the comms again, we'll have things for you to do if you want. Nanolis, yes, of course, I just need some time to breathe, but still would love to work with you guys. Red, great job with Blank Model, Nano. Nano, thank you. Red, hey Nano, we found an artist to do a Docking Booba mousepad for Cinder, but it's her original design. We'll wait for you to do 2.0 and Demon Design Dockie's mousepad. Want to let you know so you don't feel too bad about it. Okay, great. I mean, you wanted a conversation chat.
Nano about
you're getting all of it.
Some pose ideas for my
you
first
wanted a conversation chat. You're getting all of it.
Ready and available too.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna move my model, so it seems like I'm moving while my phone charges. These screenshots here are reused a fair bit. The intersections hopefully be less painful to read later. Yeah. Hi Nano, was asking me when you'd have some time to work on the art for my Gamer Subs Cup. And I see you're a little busy right now. Do you think we can come up with some post ideas together when you have a chance? There's no rush. I know you're busy. That was from Cinder. Ayla says, yeah, of course. I want you want it two-sided, right? And Cinder says that would be amazing. All right, cool. This section took me forever to get through. I was up till like 3 a.m. like reading this shit one day.
I told Nano I was trying to get her the okay to work on my waifu cup art on stream so it'd be easier for her, and I told her how much it meant to me to have the first waifu cup with her artwork on it.
Cinder says, Nano, I hope you're having a good weekend. The starting soon screen arts you made for me are so nice. I love them. I've been trying to see if you're okay to work on my Gamer Subs art on stream to make things easier for you. They might have to have the art on a big banner for Anime Expo if it's done soon. I can't wait to have the first Nano Cup. It's so special to me. Nano says, I'll share your banner. Yeah, let me work on a stream. Would help a lot. But if not possible, it's okay. I'll manage. Cinder says, I want to make things easy for you as possible. Maybe you don't want to stream collab yet. We can hang out while we work. You want Sunday, no stream. Nano says, I would love that actually, like, get used first. We actually hate each other. Ha ha ha. Cinder says, no, don't say that. I could never. Wow, they age poorly. Nano says, I'm sure that but would be hilarious. So, rip. Yeah, that did not age very well. Let's continue.
I asked Nano about one of my then upcoming model sisters' debuts when planning my demon debuts so they wouldn't accidentally fall on the same day.
Cinder, Nina, do you know about when Blank plans on debuting your model? Just so I can plan around it if it's on my debuts. Nina says, let me check on that. I believe it's around June 2nd or July 2nd. Like said, her debut will be around July, August. Can't say the exact date yet. Okay, Cinder says I've been planning mine to be mid-July. I'm trying to make sure I don't actually have it on the same day as anybody else. Which is fair, right? You want to do your best to try and not make it land on anybody else's, right? Like, you want to give everybody their time to shine,
Red
right? So, I get that.
Projects. About when Silver contacted her about her model made in 2022, and encouraged her to set aside time for her own content.
Again, there's a lot of filler chat, but stick with the adventure, it's important. Red, after the GG 2.0 and Demon Art edits, we'll give you a break. Focus on yourself for a while. We still have a lot of other projects to do right now other than Cinder. Analysts, thank you, I need some breaks. Currently only Blank Silver wants to make another model though. Red, like brand new. Needless, yep, she didn't reply to the model specifications. I'm just taking this chance to be free. Red, Nana, you don't need to answer. I'm just curious. When does Silver contact you about making her first model? Also, I feel like you should take until at least July off to focus on you and your streams. Nano deserves Nano time too. Nano says, like 2 weeks before her birthday. Red says, okay. Nano, at this point, I might just stick to Cinder, Blank, and Blank. Silver is not very responsive to me. Red says, that's surprising. What the fuck? We love working with you. Just not for your art. Nano says, it's very sweet of you. Been having fun with streaming lately. Hope I can keep it up. Red says, you've been doing really good, but I see you on Lurk for a little while. Then you're still really wants to collab with you. Maybe we can set up a drawing stream where you both draw VTubers and paint for like 5 minutes timer or something, LOL. Nano says, I want to. I'm just too, keyword, yep. This sounds fun, not gonna lie. Okay. And then Red goes on to share a little bit of extra information right here.
Red, I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model from her because we grew suspicious of if it had anything to do with Cinder and her debut about a couple months earlier. Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer of 2022, and had only done 3 models at that point, including Cinder's. More about this topic is in Silver's section of the document. I thanked Nano for the waifu cup artwork she made for me, and her scale figure was announced.
I do want her to give Nana status, as to losing Cinder would not have hurt her to such an extent. Financially, she declined. I mean, again, I think that you can acknowledge there wasn't a bit of a power dynamic or even like a financial influence, right, to kind of go along with things a bit, because obviously this is a large client, right? So I guess for me, I just want to know how much she bought into things, and spoilers, you'll find out. Cinder goes on to say, Nano, you did an incredible job on the White Food Cup artwork. Thank you so much for being the best ever. Thank you so much for the raid today, Nano. I'm so excited for your figure. It's going to be, I'm going to be the first one to get one. Nano says, sorry I didn't reply to you before. Oh, shit. I'm excited, a bit nervous. Hope it sells well. Cinder says, no, it's okay. I'm going to tell my friends to buy it. Nano says, I appreciate. Not going to lie, I'm shamelessly get all help I can get. I don't know why this is highlighted, but okay, sure.
Red talked to Nano about the situation with my first waifu cup, which led to him revealing our experience with Silvervale over the past 2 years. Spite was mentioned towards the end of their conversation, and it was the last time she was ever talked about between them. Before this, I was told that Silvervale had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it that was already far into production. I was very excited and proud to have the first cup with Nano's art, and all of a sudden that wasn't going to be the case.
What does it matter?
That, but if my cup was going to be released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. Red, I did not lie to Nano about anything I said in this conversation, and I would have had no reason to. Everything I said was as I genuinely thought and experienced, speaking to a friend I trusted.
Why does this matter? I'm gonna be honest with you, why does this matter? And you said you would have been harassed. Who was harassing you? Like, with like 2 Twitter users? Is there proof of this? Like, people harassing her for copying? Because, like, I'm gonna be honest. Let's say people are like, oh, you're copying, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you are a content creator, sadly, people are just gonna complain about whatever you do, right? So, I feel like you need to have a little backbone and be like, look, you just happen to come at the same time, but like, where is the harassment? You know what I mean? Like, it just comes across as insecurity. Yo, what's up, May? How are you? I know, I actually had to charge my phone. Hold on, let me turn it on. I'm so sorry, y'all. I had to, my phone died, and it hasn't really been charging, but to be fair, I did charge it this morning, but I didn't put it on the charger while I had it up on my little thing, so hopefully we can get back online. Yay, let's go! Let's get W's in the chat! Let's get W's in the chat. Yo, thank you so much. I'm glad you appreciate my new model. I just debuted this model yesterday, so really glad you like it. Thanks for joining us. So sorry about that, guys. Yeah, let me get a W. We're back. We're back online, baby. Let's fucking go. All right. So, yeah, I know I'm a little late, but, yeah, debut and all that shit. So, anyway, this should not matter, right? Like, people are just gonna say that shit regardless. Yeah, the charger's plugged in now. I thought I did, but I keep forgetting. But is it about the recent Cinder stuff? It is. Yeah, it is. So, I feel like they just, I have like, there's so much insecurity, right? It's not even that like big of a deal. So here we go, guys. Let me lock my model again. Anita says, I'm sorry, Red says, the cut might come out a lot sooner than we were planning because of conflicts with another release. Nina says, oh no, what a disaster. Red says, yeah, there's another creator thing coming out. Want to make sure Cinders was released ASAP. Nano says, damn, do you know when it is? Red says, not exactly, that's why we're rushing it. Nano, pretty hype having my art on GG Cup. Red, waiting to hear back about moving the release date up though. And we're super excited to be the first with your art. Nano puts this emoji. Red, have to move it up because we're going to be the first Nano Cup. Gonna be big. Bro, what? Why does it matter so much to you? Like, I mean, like, why this? It drives me nuts, dude. It drives me nuts. This is just not This is not that important, chat. This is really not that important. You're like, oh, I gotta be first. I gotta be first. I gotta be first. I gotta be first. I gotta get in the line. I gotta be D2 first thing. Like, guys, it's not that serious. Chill the fuck out, dude. It's okay to not be first in something. It's just this competitive insecurity, man. Yeah, no, I'm so excited. Let me know if you get dates. Brad is supposed to be towards the end of June. We're waiting on confirmation. It should be within the next couple weeks. Daniel, let's go. Brad, the other thing with your art on it could be coming out soon, so we're going sonic speed on this bitch. Nano, other thing, Red, but they still want the art of Axe, probably without cups being on sale. Nano, emoji. Red, yeah, oh, wait a minute. Nano, sweat. Red says, I thought you would have been told. Okay, so I'm probably not supposed to say anything, but Nano laughs. Red, you're gonna keep this between us, right? Nano says, of course. Red, no leaks. Nano says, I'm leaking excitement. Red says, no, you can't even do that, or I'll have to send a gorilla that beat me up that one time to your house. Nano says, okay, I'm plugged. Red says, okay, so Cinder was like super excited about having the first cup with your art. Like super big deal with a cool double-sided 2-color effect. Nano says she's cute. Oh my god. Okay, yo, what's up? Madvi, how are you? Red says she was talking to Blank today about upcoming cups from other creators just because she was curious, and Blank was teasing a few to her. They mentioned new kind of copy pitch to the heads of Gamersoft, and agreed after seeing a certain piece of art. It'll be used on the first kind of this cup. This new cup instead of the normal transparent waifu art. It's a full body color art piece. I don't know how the couple end up looking though. Okay, this is a top secret. You can't say anything new one, not even Blank. Nano is excited. Red, because I'm technically just between him and Cinder and I should know about it, but I'm the manager. Nano goes, Red says, and I thought you knew. Nano says, me, GG, people were very interested in my work. Maybe it's foreshadowing. And Red goes on to say, the new full body color art cup is of silver veil. It's basically the same part of production as Cinder, and it has your art. What Blank told Cinder is that it's something you drew for silver for Blank, and it was never used, so she's reusing it here after Blank pitched the idea to make it. So Cinder starts panicking about, why does it matter? Well, I feel like I'm gonna ask this so many times. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? This competitiveness is crazy, dude. It's too much. It's just too much, chat. There's no reason to be so, like, all up in arms about this. This part always seemed odd for me. How did Nano not know gamer substituting your art for 2 cups? It seems like the sort of thing should be told. Maybe not Tangled. I don't want to assume how communication goes down with GG in between her. Who knows? Who knows, you know? It's toxic, exactly. We have no clue. They plan on releasing that cup. He also did say, like, what, silver, it's just something you do for silver, and it was never used, so she's reusing it here. So it kind of seems like this was something that maybe he had, and they were asking stuff, and she was like, oh yeah, like, I have this art that never got used, so, you know, they might submit the art, like, they might buy the art from Nano, and it's just, like, completely hands off. It's like, hey, I charge you this amount of money, and that's it. I have nothing to do with it, right? You get full commercial rights, etc. Some artists work that way, so we just don't know. I don't think it's odd necessarily. It's just we don't know. Okay, here we go. We have no clue they're planning on releasing the cup, but if it's more Cinder, it won't be the first Nano cup. It doesn't matter. And not only that, but Cinder said the hand with the heart position is really similar, which isn't your fault since you know anything about this. And if Cinder Cup were to release after hers, then it'd be just more fuel to the ongoing drama between them, and Cinder will get more hate about it. Will she, though? Not every small, non-important detail needs to be added. It's what I feel from this. Most of the section further goes into bots and to mention petty behavior. Yep. And if Cinder's Cup were to release after hers, etc. Plus, sorry, I already read that line. Plus hers is a brand new full art color cup, while Cinder would have a normal waifu cup. And it would be overshadowed in comparison, bro. Bro, I cannot with this guy. I cannot with this guy. So Blank was doing overtime coordinating Blank to try and work out emergency plan to get Cinder's cup out ASAP. There's just a lot of unspoken drama between Cinder and Silver. Only me and a couple of people know about everything is important to get Cinder's out before her. See, there's a lot of unspoken drama between Cinder and Silver. You are creating the drama, bro. You are the one that decided you had a problem with Silvervale. Like, even if Silver didn't want to, like, acknowledge you or whatever, it shouldn't matter to you. Why do you care so much? Why do you care so much? Nano, she has drama with Silver. Red. There's just a lot of misunderstanding and coincidences. The internet thinks Cinder copied everything about Silver, and it basically confirmed that Silver dislikes Cinder because of it. But bro, this is like some 3 a.m. like deep conspiracy stuff. What? This whole sentence is just like really just fucking poor. No, bro. Why is Mujin the go-to name for analysis? It always makes his conclusion so quickly. Didn't Mujin read through everything though, Jam? Nano, it's kind of sad my BB's not getting along really well together, not gonna lie. Whoop! Red, Cinder rated Silver multiple times, and she's the only one that Silver won't say your name. Oh, did he skip this? See, I feel like in this document, you can't skip anything. You gotta acknowledge every little single thing that happened. But what I want to say is, who the fuck is who the fuck is Cinder? Is he fucking Walter White? Say my name. Like, what does it matter? Like, okay, yes, she do acknowledge Raiders, yes, but maybe she just doesn't want to do anything with you. Deal with it, bro. If she doesn't want anything to do with you, stop fucking raiding her and leave her alone. Like, say my name. What the? Oh my god, dude. Yeah. Say my name. When no one is around you. I just raided you. Now acknowledge my name. Silver was at Cinder's TV last year. Cinder started growing fast. And not even a month later. You know, Cinder actually had a huge start, by the way. Which I still don't know where that came from, but whatever, right? And then not even a month later, contacts you about getting a model from you. Herself rushed for her birthday. There's more instances like that, but Silver refuses to follow, acknowledge, and interact with Cinder all in all because it assumed that Cinder copied her. That's not Oh my god, I can't believe that she got a rush model for her birthday. And it's definitely because Cinder got popular. She's absolutely 100%. That's definitely it, bro. I cannot believe that the Silver got a model. She's out to copy. She's after us, bro. She's competition. She hates us. But what is this, dude? What is this? What is this? This is so bad. This is so bad. There's more instances like that, but Silver refuses to follow, acknowledge, or interact with Cinder. Spoiler alert, she doesn't have to. She has no obligation to do that. No obligation to do that. No obligation to interact with you, bro. Literally zero obligation to interact with you. But why does everybody feel like they have to, like people have to, like, acknowledge who they are? Like, dude, I hate to tell you this. You know, maybe this is gonna ruin your day, chat. Yo, what's up, Thick? I'm sticking for 29 months. I hate to tell you this, chat. And maybe you don't want to hear this, but you're not the main character, chat. You're really not. Like, you might be a unique snowflake, but you're not the main character, bro. And not everybody has to pretend that you were like the hot shit around. Like, some people just don't want to talk to you, and that's it. I'm him. Shut up, Thickums. Okay, it sucks because she didn't. Ironically, Cinder is only Cinder because of Silver, but not because she copied her. The complete opposite. History lesson time. Before Cinder was Cinder, she was Tashi with the ASMR channel, which she still does sometimes. Bro, this is late night schizo posting. This is crazy.
Red, Silver didn't like Cinder, and how she would respond to Cinder's raids is the past experience. We had to infer that Lily's reactions to her raids,
why does it matter?
along with her other behavior, signaled she had a problem with Cinder.
Okay, so because they didn't say your name and other stuff, she had a problem with Cinder. Okay, well, let's say that she did. Newsflash, just get over it. Just don't interact with her. It's literally that easy, chat. Just literally don't interact with her. Just don't talk to her. She doesn't want anything to do with you. You can't force somebody to do something to acknowledge you or want to have anything to do with you. Just don't fuck with them. That's it. It's literally that easy, chat. You just don't mess with them anymore. Like, why is this such a like a foreign concept to people? Like, some people just don't want to fuck with you, and even where's the proof in that if that's true? You know what I mean? Like, where's the proof in that? There's no proof, and at the same time, bro, just get over it. All right, why don't you shout me over the inner chat? Where was my break karma? Exactly. Like, guys, spoiler alert, but you're not gonna get along with everybody that you interact with. I know that's hard to accept, chat, but you're not gonna get along with everybody you interact with. I know, right? That's crazy talk, but crazy talk, but crazy talk. But you're not gonna get along with everybody that you interact with, chat. Crazy talk. But it's true. You're just not. And that's okay. Nanolus, oh yeah, I've seen that Pinka see. They're talking about her past, which was Tashi, the ASMR channel. I get along with everybody you interact with since I stopped interacting with the folks I don't. Yeah, absolutely Tingled. Red goes on, yeah, she always loved wolves and she always loved the cherry blossom motif. They're going to turn her already successful existing character into VTuber, but turn her into wolf girl. We wrote lore for and everything. She is cherry blossom wolf girl, who was the nature goddess, spirit of the forest. Got you. Very in line with Silver Veil. So I see why you want to go a different direction. You know, oh shit. Red, that was like October 2020. We're waiting to start on it with blank. We couldn't start with her until December, and 1 to 2 weeks before she started to work with us, he showed her debut. And Silver rebranded as a cherry blossom wolf girl. So to avoid copying her as we could stand out, we did basically the opposite of that design, okay? Because of Cinder's love of metal music and Okami wolves. I didn't actually know Cinder liked metal music. I didn't realize Cinder actually liked metal music. What metal music does she actually like? Opposite that design, because of Cinder's love of metal music and Okami. It's not relevant. I'm sorry for you asking. Sorry, that's my curiosity. And Okami, wolves, and the fact that no one at the time had fire since Western VTubing was so new. We came up with Cinder. Until blank, we had to change direction last minute. Order stand up from Silver and also pink cherry blossom motif was super overdone. And it working out since nobody else but Spite nowadays really has her theming. But you gotta understand too, like Spite has been around since me time, like August 2021. I bet she likes Sabaton. How could she? Oh my god. No. Cinder is. Based on how Red talks here, it should be fine. If Rando pick wild card raids and expect Cinder to interact with certainly, even if every interaction is tainted for something in 2021 in the past. But like, even still, like, if people raid you, like, I mean, you should acknowledge it, but if you don't want to interact with somebody, you don't have to interact with them, bro. Like, you don't have to have a reason to block somebody or just not want to mess around with them, you know? Crazy thought, I know. Such a weak argument. So instead of being yourself and do what you want, base your entire redesign on the concept of not wanting to copy someone else. I mean, like, Maestro, I can see why they wanted to do that, because they don't want to be the same as anybody. It's okay, right, to have a unique design, but, I mean, it sounds like it was inspired enough, right? But they wanted to do something. Now, could it both exist at the same time? Absolutely, they could have, but they made that decision, and that is their decision, right? So, but it's just always about, like, it's just competitive. It's constantly competitive, right? It happening, yeah, I mean, her model was unique, right? So, let's continue. Okay, Nana says, oh shit, this is so tense. Red said, some people think that Cinder and Silver is sounding similar on their designs, like somewhat alike, as Wolf Girls or Cinder's model art and Silver's original blank alive 2D model looking alike. Or the fact that I think they're both super similar personalities, have similar sounding laughs, must mean that Cinder copied everything. That, no, bro, I'm gonna be honest. Who the fuck was out there going like, oh yes, Cinder copied Silver Veil? Like, I never saw that before I read this document. I mean, I'm not saying it's not true, but I personally never saw that. You know, maybe Silver doesn't talk too much because of Cinder. I mean, I'm not blaming Cinder, don't worry. But I don't know, I wouldn't think that's the case. because she's worked with you for a long time before Cinder. You've done a lot of art of her. No, yes, this is kind of set up. I think Cinder and Silver could be like sisters. Red. I'm just wondering if she asked you for a new model because she caught wind of Cinder's upcoming debut and wanted to one-up her. That. Why are you talking to Red about, or I'm sorry, to Nanolith about this? Like, bro, leave Nanolith alone. You should not be sharing this information with Nano. Crying face, Red. Literally, they're so like their personalities, and their opposite designs, so it fits so well together. Then it just feels like she's always in Silver's shadow. Again, jealousy, because that's what people think. Nano. That's who said that? You're the one that thinks that. What, the random guy on Twitter says that? Oh, boo-hoo. Like, no, you're the ones that think that. And you've made it into a problem. Tell me this would work. Yes. Dude, Red, but like, going back to the gamer sub thing, Silver releases a new impressive cup first. This is going to overshadow Cinder. Plus, she'd take the first Nano Art Cup title. And since opposed to similar, people would say she's copying again. Nah, bro. You were just coming up with more reasons. Oh, it's gonna overshadow. Bro, people release shit constantly all the time. Oh, we gotta have the title of the first Nano Cup. Bro, this is wild. You're too much. You're literally too much. This guy is crazy. People would say she's copying again. Again, that one person on Twitter. I see the comparison issues, seen mom and never interact, canine theme, seems to be weird. But like, Suri, here's the thing. There's always going to be weird fans regardless. Why are you taking that to heart? Because they lack professionalism and they lack the ability to deal with criticism or deal with any pushback. Like, guys, that happens all the time. It sucks, but it happens all the time. Literally, somebody earlier said that I was Timu Cotton. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, yeah, you're stupid. Okay, moving on. You know, like, it happens, unfortunately, you know? You have to have the emotional intelligence to take criticism and stuff like that and deal with it. You have to deal with it, chat. I think it's because of what she said earlier about being super insecure. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, and plus we didn't even give, you know, I just feel like Cinder's with Blank. People use still compare us a lot. And I feel like I'm always on his shadow. Red. Oh, and plus we didn't even give Blank Silver as a design reference. We gave her Blank. Nanolith's eyes. Red, I completely understand that I actually like both of your arts for a long time. I've always thought of you as the bigger artist. Nano, thank you. What the fuck? Yep. Red, damn, like, yeah, I like Blank too. A lot of redacted stuff here. I mean, I did ask for like a new Timu name, but like, what the fuck, dude? Like, why would you say that? But you can't tell me this is better than this. God artist, you know, I do love this art piece. Okay, I'm not supposed to have this in mid-save, but let me show you the art cup. You know, thank you, Red. On the anti-world, skill doesn't mean much, but booba. Interesting. Yeah, you should not be gossiping with a business partner. I'll be real. Red, but you draw the best booba, what the fuck? A Silver's cup comes out first while Cinder even copied Silver's art and artist. It's not even in color. Nano, oh shoot. I mean, looking at these poses, I can kind of see where they're like remotely similar, but bro, shit happens, you know? Booba. Booba, chat, booba. What's booba? Never heard of this booba. I'm jumping up and down because I'm really excited to learn about booba. Yeah, chat. I'm just really excited to learn about booba. Can you tell me what booba is, chat? I just really want to know. Tell me more. Where my boobas
communication is piss poor.
What? Okay, thank you. Redacted. So at least if Cinder comes out first, Red, sorry. And then somebody will be like, we'll be copying Cinder, but it won't matter. No one will say that. Because she's massive and the full body covered art would take the attention away from anybody. So wait a second. They're like, oh yeah, booba. Nope. I don't know what that is. So wait a second. So at least if Cinder's cup comes out first and we're trying to do this, so we'll be like, will be copying Cinder, but it won't matter. No one will say anything because she's massive. So wait a second. You're telling me that they're really concerned about Cinder being second, but they're like, oh, but if we come out first, it's fine because you know, Silverville is big enough so she can tank it. That's like a big double standard. Yeah, you're fired. You're fired. You're out of here. Razor Shark, you're fired. I'm sorry, bro. You're taking a hit. You're fired. Yeah, that's a double standard. But like I said, with Cinder, and Silver at the same point of production, so she can launch just as soon as us. But we don't win. Red, our Nanolist, it wasn't so urgent coming new art for the special cup. Red, that's okay, Nano. We really love the art you made for it. If they want another cup, we can always do double-sided, full-color artwork with 2.0 or Demon and Summon, who knows. Yeah, I really wish Silver could make up with, but yeah, I really wish Silver could make up with Cinder. More drama that happened over the past couple years, but it's all from Silver's side. It goes so well together. So literally, he says all the drama is just from Silver. It's not from, you know, Cinder at all. Cinder's done nothing. She hasn't been problematic. It's only just all Silver real. Nanolist, they'd be so good together. That's a big L. A red big L for real. You know, I hope Cinder Cup comes first, so I know the sad feeling. Honestly, she could try to talk before doing this. Red, what do you mean? Like Cinder to Silver? You know, like, talk and have things sorted before just ignoring it all. Red, I don't think Silver is willing to. Cinder DM'd Silver on Twitter before asking to play Minecraft together since they're both really into it and was never answered. Okay. And they're not Discord friends? Okay, let me explain their first interaction. Away, it's late for you. You should sleep. You know, don't worry, I love gossip. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Analyst was clearly into this conversation, right? Redacted, Nano is in it 2 or 3 for you. Nano, I believe it was the MSP Mind server, right? But it is when I'm very into it. Right, okay, let me get the deets. I'm trying to find a tweet. Nano, don't worry, I love gossip. Nano's always been open to talking about drama gossip with me. I mean, yeah, that's true. Now we see that. I mean, we really knew Nano was okay with discussing this stuff, even from the prior stuff that came out, you know? But, I mean, at least there's like a screenshot of her being like, yeah, I want to talk about it. I'll show you some artwork that was made, chat. And I need to take a sip of my tea. I've been yapping for 4 hours straight. Okay, this was February 2021. Cinder was designed in December 2020. Cinder is a talented artist from high school and college, and she didn't pick up art for a long time. Okay, cool. And she didn't pick up art for a long time until she got a tablet laptop for working on the ASMR channel. Like thumbnails, so when she became a VTuber, she wanted to draw fan art of herself with other big VTubers. Silver was the first one that she did. Okay, so Cinder drew this art. A little gift for Silver. I thought that'd be cute to draw us together since we're opposites. You're such an inspiration to me. Okay. I think it's because she's very, like, bright and cutesy. Very, like, I don't know the right word for it. Like, very just, like, you know, metal is, like, very, like, loud and rambunctious and, very, like, blunt and in your face. Silvervale's kind of the opposite, right? She's a little bit more quiet and chill and cozy and bubbly. Yeah, thank you. Yo, what's up, Claire? How are you? Thank you so much. I'm really glad you like it. I'm so in love with it, too. I, like, literally, the expressiveness is, like, crazy on it. So, thank you for being here, though. So she planned to do her in blank drinking tea, while splashing water on her head, and her getting upset, and blank playing drums while Cinder played a Guitar Hero controller. And Nano, that's cute. I remember that art actually read, but he never ended up doing any more. So only the Silver one exists, and no one knows about the other one. So in isolation, it seemed like she only meant to draw this one for Silver. Problem is, in that tweet, Cinder said you're such an inspiration, when in reality, Silver was the inspiration for the design. But by not wanting to be Cherry Blossom Wolf, by not her streams or inside jokes or personality or anything, because Cinder didn't watch Silver. Okay, so she was the inspiration design-wise. So people look at this one fan art Cinder ever did, And in fact, she said she's an inspiration to point them for having similar names, designs, and on-stream personas. Who says that? Again, who says that? Like the random Twitter user? Again, if you can't deal with, like, I'm gonna be honest, chat. If you can deal with criticism or like, even just like people being like shitty, like, I'm sorry, but inherently that's just being in the spotlight as a content creator, chat. People are gonna be shitty to you. I'm sorry, it sucks, but it's 100% accurate. That's how people are. So people look at that fan art, but that's not all the drama of this post. Cinder tweeted the same thing a few days before. There's also a hashtag SinderVale, you know, because it's cute art. This wasn't malicious intent or weird feelings behind it. Mama Vale retweeted the original post and unretweeted it. And we were like, what happened? That's it? Mama Vale retweeted and unretweeted? Why do you even care that much? Why do you even care that much? People make too much fuss out of nothing. Reddit, at the same time we were working on blank on Cinder's alerts and panel art. There's so many VTubers that are very like. From Nano, Red says, we knew Blank was friends with Silver. We asked if there's a problem, and Blank said that Silver was really output but at SinderVale, and she was going to message Cinder. Silver messages Cinder, asking her to take it down, and she did without any problem. Cinder was really broken about it because she didn't want to get off the wrong foot with Silver, being one of the biggest VTubers of all time. And because we redesigned her into Cinder, I've always pushed for them to interact because their designs fit so well. So she took down the tweet and reposted the one I sent you. Silver Mama Vale commented, and that was it. Silver never followed Cinder, but I mean, at the time, Cinder was just a reference sheet in the chapter, next chapter. Bro, okay, so it sounds like to me Silver Vale was like not comfortable being shit. And she was like, hey, like, can you not do that? But at the same time, like, also, like, where's the proof? You know what I mean? I'm gonna look for that. You know what I mean? Like, if Silvervale messaged you and it's like, hey, like, I'm not comfortable with shipping, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, let me take it down. Bro, that's not that big of a deal. Like, it's just like, okay, like, why is this such a big deal? To you guys, right? Like, why are you just like, oh my god, I can't believe we had to take this down. We had to take this thing down. Like, when I'm here entitled to knowledge and when they go to mutual, got dig for the info, but a family member's action. Silver's already output, and then the mutual told her that Red came and knocking, they didn't apologize for crossing that line. What happened? I mean, I would like the proof of this message to Cinder, right? Like, if you're gonna say this or release this whole document, you know, give us the proof behind it, right? But at the same time, like, why does this matter so much to you? It's just, it's jealousy, it's ego, it's falling for something that a very easy trap to fall into, but they let it consume them, you know? And considering they never met before, who is being so intrusive and disregarding Silver's comfort on a matter? I mean, look, if they worked it out between each other, that's fine, right? That's totally cool, but if you're gonna say there's like this message that they went down and stuff like that, and you're releasing all this other stuff, let's see the message, you know? And again, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. You know, laughs. Red says, now we're on the model chapter. You know, man, still pretty mean from Silver's side. Dude also Cinder to our class. Explains to her, eye for artists really good. I mean, I feel other people might have different opinions. Some of you might be like, hey, you know, like, Silvervale, that was a little too much. Whatever, right? I mean, I'll be honest, I would not have messaged Cinder. Hypothetically, if that is true, right? Like, I would not have messaged her. I just like, whatever. People ship people all the time, you know? It happens. But, you know, if Silver wants to say something about it, that's her prerogative. Yeah, that's a good point, Tangled. Yeah, it just seems like Cinder is just very, like, again, insecure. What it boils down to, like, yeah, this art, you know, maybe it just didn't go over the best, and she just held on to that interaction, like, for forever, you know? She just made it, like, everything. She's like, oh my god, you know, Silvervale hates me, this and that, but, like, that's not true, and then it became this grudge, and it grew and grew and grew and grew and grew, and now we're where we're at. Red, she is artist. Nano, it's the design change that made you guys have issues with the first model artist. I remember y'all coming to me because the other one didn't work well. Red, it's a long story. Nano is sweating. I said this 90% of this wasn't needed. Then I should have just added context in Nano's Google Doc and nothing else. Yeah, this is just too much. I agree. I agree with you.
In between these screenshots, Red told Nano the story about the long process of getting my first model, but it's not relevant to show here.
Then why did you show it? It's not relevant to show here, then why did you show it? Alright, anyway, anyhow, so blank, and then you know the rest with the rigging, teaching how to make models and cutting the swimsuits. Cinder's debuted last year, and Cinder most likely would have debuted a lot sooner, but the model kept everything on hold. We would have never got tied up with Blank, but in the end, we were super happy that you ended up being Cinder's artist. Now we can't imagine anybody else doing your stuff, and who knows if Blank was influenced by Silver at all. Either way, when she decided to get a model from Blank, or when Blank canceled on Cinder. But I was saying before Cinder debuted and Silver was here for the first hour, watching never said anything. Okay. How dare you lurk in my debut? What's wrong with you? Like, this is killing me, dude. This is killing me. Then a few weeks later, she goes to you for a model. After we got you training, LOL, and your art had improved so much in such a small time. Well, bro, you're like, okay, imagine this, chat. Imagine this, chat. So, like, imagine potatoes grow out of the ground, right? So if a potato grows out of the ground, does that mean that the Lay's chips are dirt? Bro, what are these correlations, dude? What are these correlations? Like, who cares if she went to you a few weeks later? What does it matter? What does it matter? These whole messages are not doing you any favors. They are not doing you any favors, you know? I'm trying to think of something ridiculous, right? But like, oh, really? So you beat Elden Ring? That must mean that you're a god gamer at Mario 64, right? Like, what? This makes no sense. The correlation is... it's skewed. It makes no sense. Even with Cinder debut, people are saying she looked like Silver. I like Silver, acted like Silver, the name is like Silver. People say these two look alike. Ooh, chat, I have a question. Have you ever heard somebody outside of this document, or documents, outside of these documents, have you heard anybody ever compare Cinder to Silvervale outside of these documents, yes or no? I gotta say no, chat. I have never in a million years heard people compare Silvervale to Cinder. I gotta be real outside this document, so I don't know where this is coming from, dude. Please prove me wrong. I would love for you to prove me wrong. Oh my god, I received a meme we had last fall. That was the inside joke between Cinder and I. Hold on. Oh wait. Boing boing. Okay. We made this meme. This is a really old joke between us October 8th last year. This is not the meme going around trending or anything. A week later on the 16th. He posted like a booba meme. The exact same thing Silver does not follow Cinder because you're refusing to acknowledge or validate her in any way. Bro, deal with it. She doesn't have to acknowledge you or interact with you. But she did this, so like she's watching what she's doing. And we're like, are you kidding? She replied to it with her own tweet. Wow, you had a booba tweet. It was similar where you shook your boobies on screen. Wow, you're copying me, bro. What if it's like a trend? Just to be kind of like, I'm not the one copying her, and this was around the time the BSMP Minecraft server started. And they're both in it all the time. Blank introduced them to each other. Cinder was super nice, like always, and Silver just gave them like divisive vibe and went on what she was doing. So she doesn't want to fuck with you, right? Silver does not owe you anything. If she doesn't want to mess with you, take the fucking hint and leave her alone.
This would be considered as some form of stalking.
Leave her alone. You're obsessed with her, dude. Leave her alone. My god. And at TwitchCon, Red, in October, Cinder went to Silver's meet and greet at a V-Show booth at Aru, because I guess her and Silver are friends, just like introduce yourself. You know, holy shit, this is a lot. The blank thing is so shit, bro. Yeah, maybe so, Groggles. That's a good point. That's a good point. Guys, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you. I have boobs, so I'm copying everybody. It's true, chat. I was born with boobs, so I'm just copying everybody else. Anyway, Red says, I wanted to ask Silver if the two of them and Cinder can do a Wolf Girl collab together. Handle says, I've heard some issues about Blank. Red says, our asked and Cinder never said anything else about it. Nano, I have a friend that made a moment for her and wanted Blank to give credit. She just goes to me and that's that. Red, Blank really nice with her managers, really difficult to get through. Fearless, also Blank had an issue with Blank too. Blank, or Red, we haven't really worked with Blank at all, so I don't know. We want an art piece from her for the 2.0 debut in September, but we don't know if she's able to. Okay, back to the lore. Minecraft ad in November. There's a Christmas update coming out in December. Okay, remember the Silver message Cinder on Twitter with the first art piece. We were like, fuck it, and Cinder sent Silver message like, do you want to play the Christmas update together? It doesn't need to be on stream, so I love to get to know you. Never heard back. And after Cinder, she recently got with Gamer Subs and probably been racing to get a super special full art cup out. Probably not related to Cinder, but I'd say after Shy Lily, Cinder is their next biggest VTuber, or was before Silver. I don't know how much she does for them. Okay, but she doesn't owe you a response. Guys, you do not have to interact with somebody, period. You don't owe anybody a response. Why are you so obsessed with the fact of getting this response? Yeah, guys, I'm sorry I have an E in my name. How dare I copy somebody else? How dare I have a vowel in my name? Like, Presidium is Silver. Exactly. I would love to see that as well. Okay, if you're going to drop everything, let me see it all. What's up, mission? Actually, I got surprised when Silver went to Gamer Subs. Red says, yeah. Payless isn't the other one bigger? Red, she got, with Blank launcher shaker than left. I think so. Wouldn't be surprised if Silver's Cup comes out soon. Also want the art on the Axe booth. I mean, don't mind if they advertise Cinder and Silver together. It just makes Silver mad. But how do you know that? How do you know that, bro? Like, how do you know that? If you advertise them together, you get 2 times the sales. At least you got some confirmation Cinder be in the booth, which is awesome. You know, I'll advise the Cup Cinder versus Silver. I'm joking, okay. Red says, and when you told me she'd ask, you've been doing a new model, whenever it's because Cinder posted 2 or 3 teasers of a new model on Twitter, and Silver stalks her page and saw it and thought she had to beat her to it. Or at least take up your time so you won't be able to do what Cinder needed. Bro, these are just baseless fucking accusations rooted in jealousy. You're clearly jealous of Silvervale or obsessed with the fact she just went to interact with you. This is all coming from jealousy, insecurity. Red, like honestly, benefit them both. The Silver seems like she has too much of an ego. So never give Cinder public validation as long as she believes Cinder is a copy.
All the rest of this shows how petty, jealous, paranoid, and how much of a stalker. She is.
Okay, thanks, there. Are you good? Are you good, Elara? Like, bro, you been saying some wild stuff. I don't know why she just be like talking randomly. I don't think I'm like hooked up to. I'm not hooked up to YouTube or anything else. That's weird. Okay, anyway, let's continue. That was in French or Spanish or something. As long as you release Cinder's a copy and analyst, emoji here. Red, now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. Analyst, at this point, Cinder should just give up on that and keep walking. Okay, so, time out here. I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. I'm just heavily implying it by making up false accusations and also talking shit about another creator, behind their back. Yeah, I'm not telling you not to work with her. But, at the same time, I'm also not telling you that it's a good idea to, because I'm just going to talk a bunch of shit. Come on, dude. Come on. Who are you trying to fool with this by highlighting this? How would you think we're not telling you to work with her? Bro, you're clearly trying to push a narrative on them. You said you didn't manipulate them, but bro, you're pushing a narrative. At this point, Natalis says Cinder should just give up on that and keep walking. Agreed. Red says she's a big customer. Red says true and real. You're taking your own advice. It's just hard because it's hard for the public to separate the two. No. It's hard because it's hard for the public to separate the two. No. It's hard for you to separate the two. No. This is on you, bro. Kind of like Blank. Hannah says, I did this with Blank, and I'm living, but Blank seems like a cool guy. He just feels like my Dinkelberg. Dinkelberg. Red says, LOL, Cinder is Silver's Dinkelberg. That's perfect. Nana says, I don't understand. What the fuck? Cinder is Silver's Dinkelberg. No. Wait, Cinder is Silver's. No, I'm pretty sure Silver is Cinder's Dinkelberg because you guys are constantly like, oh, she got a cup before me. Oh, I can't believe that she went to Nano and talked about another model. Oh, no, Dinkelberg. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the other way around, bro. But yeah, sure. Keep coping. Nana says, I don't understand. Blank issue. Fact, it says, or Red says, Cinder just try to be nice and Silver hating her. Nana says, yes, exactly. Red, Blank had beef with Blank debuted last year because she sent a stream she was ripping off her voice. I think they're talking about, I don't know if they're talking about Baby and Sky Lily, because I know there was like, well, wasn't there something about that? Maybe I'm wrong, but wasn't there somebody talking about like, something like that? About ripping off somebody's voice? I don't remember. The only one that comes to mind is Shy Lily and Baby, but that was before my news coverage time, so I'm not like 100% on that one, chat. Anyway, that's speculation. Don't worry about that. Fred says somebody like, why watch a ripoff when you have the original? Or something, and like Blank just ignored it because she didn't want any fights. Nana with eyes, Red, and I don't know what happened behind the scenes, so now they're fine. And they interact on Twitter. Okay, so they clearly solved it, right? Red, but they're inseparable because people always associate them together with for that, like Silver and Cinder. It was about, okay, well, was it about that? Needless, well, I never thought it was something, but I just called it the voice meta. Red, and it names me so similar to Salva Cedar. Got cute accents, always do well. Nano, change Cinder to Tinder. Follow me for more great tips. Red, actually just buy Tinder. Quit VTuber, become dating app. Analyst laughs. Red, so like, we're not trying to stop working with Silver. Again, even though we're heavily applying it and talking a bunch of shit and saying like how they're copying them and also trying to be all of our kind of stuff, so maybe you should. But anyway, we didn't directly say that to stop working with Cinder. We're just extremely heavily implying it by talking a bunch of shit. Did I miss anything, chat? Like, did I miss anything here? So, like, we're not saying to stop working with Silver, but we've always had plenty of work for you if you're willing to take it. Really appreciate everything you do for us, and Cinder really wants to get closer with you. You just need to be more social. Nana says that's a key statement. Also, oh shit, my ass. Red says, oh yeah, I forgot to mention Silver's. Cinder rated Silver like 3 or 4 times. With like fat reads, blah, blah, blah. Says, in our stream, she'll say, thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. Go follow him. Every other single Raider, she'll call them their name. Again, why does it matter, bro? You raid them and they're not receptive, just don't raid them again. Deal with it, bro. Yeah, you're trying to paint her as like a villain. Like, bro, I'm really waiting for you to paint her as a villain. Like, can we get to that part? I mean, I will say that, you know, Nana being like wanting the drama and stuff, there is some minutes of her being like, yeah, like, you know, I want to know more about it and stuff. And you shouldn't have done that. I mean, if they were friends, I don't know. I would have kept it professional in my opinion, but I'm not in that situation. So, and Nana did come out with some more stuff that we will look at as well, chat.
I'm using "we're here," but Cinder had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us without her knowledge or consent.
You know, Red goes on to say, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Cinder, oh, here it is, rated Silver like 3 or 4 times, like fat rates, 1,000, 2,000 people. If Silver refuses to see Cinder on stream, she'll say, thank you so much, welcome Raiders, come follow our approaches. Why are you obsessed with this?
Red,
why does it matter?
I didn't realize this
why
message was cut off when these screenshots were taken.
Why does it matter, chat? Yo, Cloudy, thank you so much. How are you? What's up, Bea? How are you? Every other raid she'll call them their name. What the fuck? They'll make it more obvious if a problem. Silver and Nano, she can't even hide it. I mean, Nano is commenting on this stuff, chat, so he's gossiping back and forth with her, you know? Or back and forth
they
with Red.
They talked about Silver leaving Shoujo between these screenshots.
So she is actively engaging in, she definitely shouldn't have done that. So I think I'm going to stop here just for a moment. and acknowledge. I think that Nanolith should not have engaged in this type of gossip with him. And I think we can acknowledge that. What do you guys think? Do you agree, disagree? What do you think, chat? Oh, Canadian Thanksgiving, let's go! I hope it was good for you. I hope it was good for you. I think this is where she fucked up. Yeah, I think this was a fuck up. Yeah, most of people should talk about her own clients. Yep. The entire Nanolith section is like, look, Nanolith is not some angel. Sure. Let's continue. By the way, about Silver's model, it's not because, not her that came to me. It was me. I wanted to ask her if she wanted a better model since that was, kind of made a rush, but not gonna lie, I regret asking it because I'm not sure I'm up to more model work. And all this talk makes me feel sus. She didn't give me a proper reply about the model yet anyway. All this talk makes me feel sus. So she did kind of maybe be like, yeah, okay, I fucked that up a little bit, you know? I agree with you. I agree with you. Annie. Rat says, okay, no worries, Nano. I'd rather it be you asking her than her asking you. Oh my god, I found it. So, it seems like a little bit of our conversation analyst says, like, hey, by the way, about Silver's model, it's not her that came to, it's not her that came to me. It was the analyst reaching out to Silvervale. So there you go. That dispels even a lot of their, like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening, right? The only reason I think Cinder posted full DMs is because she didn't want to be accused of hiding info. Sure, absolutely. Maybe, but I'm calling this a Cinder gamble. Are enough people going to go through this to prove whether she's lying or not, right? And that's part of it. Sometimes too much information is a way to push off average people from just proving something, right? And vice versa. I'm okay. I'd rather you be asking her than you. LOL. Oh my god, I found it. Here's the tweet. I just wanted to see it's less weird. I saw a lot of on the bag though. Red says, it's okay. Nailless damn. Red actually comfy. Again, I just think releasing a large document has a lot of inherent problems with it.
To me that she was the one who went to Silver about a new model when she told me about it on May 4th, 2023, but was already regretting it due to not being up for more model work. Nano taking on more models than she could handle will continue to happen over the next couple years.
And that's problematic. I wonder who's that about? It's just been crazy, Nano. And that's why we're rushing this cup. LOL. Nano laughs. Brad, welcome to the inner circle. Only a few people know about this sort of real drama. Bro, it's not even drama. It's just like, she doesn't really want, she's not feeling the vibe. She doesn't want to interact with you. It's not drama. You made it drama. I'm feeling the doc is make people believe me, but rather you got questions, answers in the doc. Go find them, stop asking me. Yeah, a little bit. I could see that. Nailless is like, how I Met Your Mother, but cup. Red, yeah, but cup. Maybe next cup. Nano, chug off an asshole. I no longer want a butt cup. Okay, but chat, hear me out. I have a really good idea. I want to do a cup, but instead the top is like a big like titty, and then you can just like suckle from the booba. VTuber booba cup. It's a good idea, right? It's a good idea, right? People will buy the fuck out of that. Take my money now. Yeah, go on. Oh, can somebody like back me on this? Yeah, it's like the thing babies drink out of. Yeah. A boo-boo cup, right? That is a good idea, though. You hate it, but it's a good idea and you know it. You know grossintid.com. Oh my god. You know it's a good idea. You know it's a good idea. You just hate it's a good idea. Oh my god. Oh, guys, you know we have a new emote? Or write that down? Yeah, we have an emote for that now. I don't know if you guys saw that. Yeah, chat, we have a write that down emote. Yeah. I got one specifically made because I always tell you guys to write that down. Yeah, everybody spam it. You guys got this. Yeah, we have one. Oh my god. It's a photo of a photograph. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Kurup. Yeah, there it is. It's called Notebook. Yeah, it's called Notebook. We also have a new redeem photograph. I read, I no longer want a butt cup. Give me a boob cup, please. Nano, but it's a great investment. Red, oh, really? Is that so? Nano, believe me, I'm a professional. Red, you're the professional. If you got a butt question, go to Nano. Nano, butt face, Red, so she drew him. You can drink him, she can slap him, maybe kiss him, who knows. Nano, this makes me salty. I have a bad butt history. Wait, what the fuck? Red says, do I want to ask? No, I don't think I will. Nano, people from my community know the tale. Red, Nano, it's 5 a.m. for you. You're about to tell me about bad butt history. How am I supposed to take that? I don't see up the ass. Nano says, also thank you for the explanation. It was a ride. I do be a bit dead inside. Red, yes, it's nice to have you up on the same page at a reading. Leslie said I don't think it's going away soon. Appreciate you staying up to listen. Do you think there'd be a different point of view on this situation with Red? He wasn't a manager, but his son is his boyfriend. Maybe, but he's clearly a bad manager. He needs to be a boyfriend first. In a manager, like 5 millionth. Like, that needs to be like very last in line. He does not need the role of manager. Again, these are just like irrelevant. You know what I mean? This doesn't really help anything at all, right? Nicholas, I do a bit be dead inside. Red, yeah, it's nice to see you have the same page as everything, especially since I don't think this is going away soon. Appreciate you staying up to listen. Again, I have my Cinder figure and my Nano figure right next to each other. And the silver figure will be in the box in the closet. Nano, I know it's kind of a different situation. I do feel very similar to me and Blank. That pains me a lot. Red says, well, is Blank ever mean to you? Nano says, no, that's why I say it's a bit different. But Silver wasn't mean. She just didn't want to fuck with you, dude. Like, you don't have to be friends with everybody, right? Red says, oh, yeah, Blank was nice to work with them. They actually rated today. Nano says, I felt a bit being in a shadow for long. I still have this feeling, but I bulk up. Red, hell yeah, buff Nano. Yeah, out here doing full illustrations. Nanolis, thank you, Nagalag, kind of react well out of spite. Red, especially looking at the difference. Nanolis says, when I get angry, I want to destroy. Red, look how much I wanted to improve. Look how much you improved. This is like a year and a half apart. Wait a minute, I can't find it. Wow. And showing the model differences. Look at it. Which I gotta say, that's quite a glow up. It does look really, really good. Nanolis, like my VTubing arc, got me moved by spite and I enjoy it. Red, look at it. Nanolis, oh yes, this made me proud, not gonna lie. Red, be careful with spite. I hear she copies things, lol. Nanolis, laugh with a gun. Red, oh, also, we can't really say anything about spite because people will say, you copied Silver, didn't you? I can't bruh hard enough for that. I literally cannot bruh hard enough for that. Nano says, bruh, I kind of thought about it. Red, Silver's talking about sides. Nano, the plot twist is Cinder becomes a two-faced two, but on spite. Red, Cinder was literally designed to not copy Silver. Nano and the cycle never ends. What do you think about Nano's response to spite? Red, Spite actually came into Cinder's chat last year. Nano Tails says it's going to any people. Red, she was growing really fast and introduced herself, cheered 1500 bits too. Nano, Red, then like a month later, followed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas. Cinder's idea, like the flames. Bro, she did not take your ideas! She unfollowed me on Twitter. She hates me. She hates me, bro. She unfollowed me on Twitter. She hates me, bro. Are we doing this, chat? Are we like fucking like 14-year-olds on Twitter? Older ideas. Okay, yeah, sure. Bro, prove it. Prove it, you know? I feel like Nana was like talking, but she's not like super acknowledging stuff. You know, she's very like, she's answering just enough so it doesn't seem dismissive. Now she basically rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus, using fire emojis all the time. SMH never did that before. It's funny because she used to call herself a hellhound. But Stompit's intergroup passed her and used Cerberus or Cerberpup. However, lore says she is, I don't know. Yeah, so this is like messages we've seen. But I feel like that's probably part of the reason that maybe Spite did that, because she didn't want that comparison, you know? You know, the unfollow is weird. Red, yeah, it's like there was also improvement tweets from her. Unprovoked tweets from her. Like, I didn't copy anybody else from my design. My design is on me. This is who I am. Like, huh? Who are you saying that to? Oh, LOL, and random Cinder clips on YouTube. There was one dedicated Spite fan, or someone she knew, I don't know, that would comment on these clips. And like, when are you going to clip Spite? Only on Cinder clips. I mean, but it's just a rogue fan, dude. You can't like correlate that to Spite. Nanoless, honestly, Spite X Cinder design is much more sus than Cinder X Silver design. Red, or saying rude things about Cinder, always mentioning Spite. Yes, but after Cinder debut with Spite's redesign. Bro, honestly, it always begins with a fan saying shit. So, like, I feel like Nano's just kind of like, it kind of feels like she's acknowledging it just enough where she can be like, yeah, I'm throwing in the conversation, but I'm not really gonna like acknowledge it or like pour into the drama more, you know what I mean? This was original Spite, this was Spite's debut 2 to 3 months after Cinder. Nailless dude. Yeah, the follow coming from Red. And a random I'm not copying tweet. Now, if you look at her page, she uses fire all the time. Puts her little skulls in her flames in her head to make it somewhat different. I mean, weren't there little flames up here anyway? Yeah, it's kind of like passive, a little dismissive, but I just don't know why you're so fucking like turned about this. You know what I mean? You're just so turned about that they're like slightly similar. And you're finding anything to like correlate to it. Nano, I've seen the skulls, looks like PNGs. Red True, not Mama Nano are for real. Nano, yeah, Nano kind of talking shit about her model though. That's not cool. Nano says Mama Nano makes best Hellhound. Let's wait for Demon Cinder. I'm gonna see if Spite makes a move too. Red, LOL, True Cinder is copying me. Yeah, so Nano is kind of buying into it more right here. Not very cool in Nano. Not very cool in Nano right here, chat. Nano, not gonna lie, though, Cinder is the best mascot. Animal VTubers usually go for the same animals as pets. But Cinder is a fireball. I mean, still the doggy, but fire. Yeah, it should have been its Spite section, I agree. Yeah, Nano did buy into it a little bit there and kind of add to it, so she was not 100% innocent. This is the talk that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on. My friends, some people start reading it and not knowing it was. Continue reading it forever just because, yeah, I'm stuck in an endless loop.
Red told me the gist of his conversation with Nano, and the next morning I messaged her about it.
Alright, so Cinder says Red. Told me he was talking to you about a full story. LMAO, haven't really told anybody about all this except blank and blank. Last month and of course blank yesterday. It's always been eating me alive since I revealed my design and I can't escape. Been living with this for so long without anybody knowing the truth. What truth? You made up half of the problems. You're like, oh, she hates me. She has it out for me. Like, she just doesn't want to be your friend, dude. You're like, you're living with the truth. The truth that Silverville hates me, chat. Bro, it's literally not that serious. But I also didn't want to say anything or tell anybody because I hate drama. I said everybody nice and happy. That did not age well. I also didn't want to tell you about the cup are being similar because I don't want you to feel bad or blame yourself for anything. I'm glad and relieved to understand that. I'm so thankful for you and I want to get to know you just more than just a business partner. Have fun together and play games that are ready to. I know you're going to have so much fun. It's obsession. I know, it do be a lot, I'm not going to lie. It just feels sad knowing, I know now how other being someone's shadow eats your sanity. But again, you have to deal with that. If you feel like you're in somebody's shadow, it's on you to mentally deal with that, right? Like, instead of just being like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm constantly in this person's shadow all the time. Like, you need to work mentally out of that funk. You know what I mean? Like, that's on you. You were in charge of your own mental health. Ari, you were in charge of your own mental health. I'll say it again. You were in charge of your own mental health. It's time to be strong and forget about Silver. You're already so big you don't need any validation from her. True. Also, the blank stuff was very shocking. And you had a couple artists such as that coincidence. I didn't know any of this. Game, yeah, after staying up till 5 a.m. reading your deep lore, I do feel more part of the game. Cinder, it's okay. I'm just keep celebrating all the cool stuff I get to do. Have fun with my friends, the lore. We need to put a note here. Is kind of like, Nano did contribute to a bit of drama and gossip in DMs. So we do want to acknowledge that at least, right? She did kind of contribute to it just a little bit, right? Cinder says, it's okay, I'm gonna keep celebrating the cool stuff I get to do. Have fun with my friends. I really wish you'd have done that. I really wish you would have done that. The Lord, LMAO. Phyllis, I never read that much text in so long. I feel very cultured. Cinder, I can imagine it's been a long time since all this started, so much happened. Phyllis, I can only imagine how much you modeled over the first model. Damn. Cinder, but I'm thankful it worked out this way because I don't want to work with anybody else now. Phyllis, I think the same. Not gonna lie, I modeled a lot working your first model, but worth it so much. Nihilist, second model was so much easier. Cinder, you're cute. I know my model's really complicated, but I'm so happy it helped you improve so much. Yeah, there was times she was dismissive, but there's also times she did contribute to it. Nihilist says, it would be so good. I'm hyped for your debut. By the way, Red, show me you're having to figure out my design. I couldn't. My dream was having to figure my art ended. I got two. Cinder, all that makes me so happy. I'll show you the final sketch when it's ready. Nano, yes, I love this scene. Later in our conversation, we're talking about my scale figure that was in pre-production. Cinder says, Nano, I'm gonna cry. You just see me this thing when they do a bikini instead. This is good already. Did you in the model, you do the red chopped up. And I can see that on the left. I love this. The Fire and the Beast is a great addition. This is the one that they had at the Gamer Subs booth, right? Cinder, I'm gonna fight for this so hard. Naila's gonna try a good smile to make Demon. Cinder with a good smile didn't even want Silver. Oop. Naila says stop talking about Silver. Okay, so here is kind of what I get. Nano's kind of dismissive sometimes. She kind of buys into it a little bit, but she does keep like kind of every once in a while. She's like, yeah, just push away, stop, don't worry about it. So this is Cinder kind of talking shit, and Nano's like straight up just like, yeah, bro, like stop talking about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, obsessive, dude, obsessive, dude. Like, what? Why, chat? Why? I'm talking about Silver. Cinder says, I'm kidding. Good smiles, just really picky about who they work with. Nano, yeah, bet maybe one day though. Cinder says, you never know what can happen. Nano says, right for me, just have my own figure with novels. You seal. I 9 piece. Cinder says, I'm so proud of you, Nano. You're doing amazing things. So, yeah, I mean, it is fair to say, but like, I mean, I would say that she was shutting this down right here, right? She's like, just stop talking about Silvervale, bro.
When Nano suggested
I mean,
I
she
have
is
good smile
adult,
make
right?
my demon figure,
So,
I
she's
said they
responsible.
didn't even want Silver, which is something
Yeah.
I heard from another
There is a
friend.
bit of resistance,
Good
so
smile is
we should
very hard to get
acknowledge
to work
that.
with. She was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them were even smaller. I chose to keep this in, and I'm pointing this out because it's the only time I said anything mean about Silver in any of my DMs with anyone.
It's the only time. There should never have been one time. Sorry. Oh no, this was the only time I did it. Well, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. And clearly, like, you knew all the stuff that was going on. You had this problem. You bought into it even more instead of just burying it. I mean, like, you know, it's not even worth causing this problem, right? It's not even like, you know that Red had a conversation with her about this stuff. You added into it. You knew it was unprofessional. I'm sorry, dude, but one time is too many. I need to stretch, chat. I need to stretch really quick. Oh my god. This is a lot. I mean, I already knew it was a lot, but... Yeah, exactly, entangled. Should have even been one time. She's not Jesus, at least she acknowledged that. I mean, yeah, nobody's perfect, Philip, but I am, dude, like, why are you gonna just sit there and talk shit about a bunch of other people, you know? And then watch your partner slash manager do the same thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think Philip, that's too much. Yeah, in my opinion, one time is too many. The same. Especially when the reasons you have are unfounded. It's one thing if like someone did like something horrible, but remember this is all just like speculation, right? They're just coming up with these reasons. Like Philip, You have to acknowledge the fact that the reasons that they have a problem with Cinder are basically all of their own. Silver didn't do anything to them, and they have a problem with it, right? So, like, their reasons for it are just unfounded to begin with. So that's why I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't have talked shit in the first place. At this point, you're just spreading you're just spreading stuff, right? You see what Silver did that was horrible, or what they were told Silver did in Silver's section, yeah, which we will get to. Yeah, all of this because, Silver just didn't want to be friends with them. Like, bro, get over it. That's why I think it's one too much, Philip. Yeah, it feels exactly. It's just like it feels like there's a justification there that just should not exist.
I messaged Nano to tell her we needed to change the artwork on one side of my waifu cup because it was too similar to Silver's.
Okay. Sorry, sucking on a cough drop. Cinder goes on to say, Nano, I have to give you a heads up. Gamersubs needs to change to orange art. Which I'm glad at least Gamersubs acknowledged they were too similar. Nano goes on to say, is it because of the pose issue? Cinder says, I was just in a call with them to discuss my cup was being released, along with artwork similarities between mine and Silver's cup. Since her cup has been in development this December, plus the issue with them potentially releasing so close together, they suggested we change the pose with a new piece of artwork before the end of this week. So I want to ask if you could have had the time to do that for me. Blank said he'd pay you an expedite fee on top of the commission price, or just spread it out, but sometimes you can't do that, so I get you. Good news is we're able to use the first art piece and artwork under the custom artists for banners for their boost, not just the cup. They also wanted me to ask if you were paid for the first two pieces of artwork. So, Nameless, I could try to change this arm if that's an option, but I'm fine doing a new one too. They didn't pay anything yet. It sounds like Gamersubs. We were wondering about that earlier. Somebody asked. It's just kind of like Gamersubs. Their communication may not be 100%. They said they'd rather prefer a brand new one, so 3 separate pieces, especially since they want 3 to fill a giant mouse pad. Ayo, Cinder, let them know you haven't been paid. Haven't been paid. And Blank should get on the ASP today. Do you think you'll have the time this week to do it? Yeah, I can do the rush keys again. I'll be removing my wisdom teeth tomorrow, but I'm 80% sure I'll be good. Last time I was at least. Nano, don't die trying to do the art. Yeah, I mean, doing something after you get your wisdom teeth, that's a lot. That's a lot.
May 25th, 2023, Nano suggested an artist for a reference sheet, and Red told her that we were holding on to my winter outfit for her to do since she was interested.
Okie dokie. Nano, it's all about a way if you want to call artists for a rep sheet. I think Blank is great. Red, Blank did the Pyro Pup, so we're going to work with them again. Analyst, yes, I know his work is really good. Red, we can have him design the winter outfit if you'd rather have that. Analyst, I'd like to try. Red, yeah, we haven't asked you for this new design because the only new one we have in mind right now is the winter one, and we knew you were interested. All right. Continuing.
Nano asked Red if we could pay for a commission
with the
for her and
subtract
the total from the work she did for us. We've done this multiple times over the years to help her when she needed it, and she'd take the difference off of our commissions. This was while we were at Anime Expo and had just bought a life-size standee of her.
Okay. So they made a little deal, right? Red, can you pay me a little com again? It's a $700 com, but my shit card can't handle it. Red says, yes, as soon as Cinder wakes up, today's a work day in the hotel. We bought you... we can just pay the invoice you sent. Hannah says, no, I didn't know you guys were home. I can wait till it's good for you. We're at home, sorry. Paying the comp for me would be better possible. My issue is that my car can't handle the numbers. Cinder said to pick to me. Like, wow, they got me taking some air and touch grass. I was outside because Cinder kidnapped me. Red, yeah, we were like, we need to take Nano home. Let's spin on her. Now we have to figure out how to ship you. And I think Cinder will be okay with it. We just take it off our invoice later, so it bounces out. Gotta help Mom and Nano out when we can. Okay, so I mean that's fair, right? You have a commission, you're going to subtract what was sold. Bada bing, bada boom.
I showed Nano that I included her eye symbol in my demon room after my debut, which I've been including in all of my major room backgrounds for years. Nano wasn't a tool for Red or I to use. She was someone we both cherished working with. She said she was planning to start on my winter design soon.
I mean, again, like, why are you having an unprofessional conversation with her, you know? I mean, it does seem like they were genuine friends, though, so I will concede to that fact. They were definitely friends here. Not sure if you noticed Cinder putting the eyeball right here, right? So, yo, what's up, Jacone? What's up? Thank you so much, Samuel. Shout out for the follow. Nana Cinder, I didn't notice actually. You're so cute. I fell in love with the lore video and there's a photo of us. Cinder, you're cute. I love including low places. You're a huge part of my journey. Also wanted to ask if you're able to make a winter design outfit on the base 2.0 model for the beginning of next year. Nanalis, of course, I was planning on working this design soon. Actually, Redman, tell me about it. Cinder, you guys are amazing. Nanalis. There you go. And here's some art pieces with Nanalis's little eyeball. Kind of reminds me of Brave Fencer Musashi. Yeah, but we just played that game like earlier this year. Kind of reminds me of the eyeballs and that. But that's cute. I mean, putting that in there, that's nice. Nana's eye symbol in the first room. Nana's eye symbol in the demon room. Nana's eye symbol in the second room. A frame picture with her and her mascot. Words question Bow's mascot on the table because it looks like it's made of glass and filled with liquid. Bow is framed with me and my other closest friends on the wall. Yeah, so I know she included a lot of her friends in her stuff. But there it is. So a lot of people do that. And Nana's eye symbol in the Heaven Hound room. Not a room background, but Nana was asked to include her own standee of herself on her my most recent starting soon screen that had my desk IRL. So I think what we're seeing here, Chad, is just again, you know, she clearly was friends with Nana, right? They had a friendly relationship, but however, you know, Nana felt very pressured and manipulated. So Nana scammed Red and Cinder. I don't know if I would go that far, bro. Yeah, I don't know if I go that far. Actually, I'll let Elara read this. Elara, give it to me.
Red messaged Nano about Silver asking about a model right after my demon model debut.
Red, Silver come out this Friday. Nano will post. Yes, she told me. Red, at least Cinder came out first. Nano, yes, and it's doing so well. Red, did she have you make a second art piece recently for it? Yeah, what page are we on? Let me look. You're on 71 of this particular section. Yeah, we'll post. Yes, she told me Red at least Cinders came out first. Of course, the competition part of it. So, yeah, let's yes, it's doing so well. Red, did she have you make a second art piece recently for it? Nano, Gold Bar, Racing Fast. Red, yeah, it is. We're gonna get that flavor. Nanalis, I think I made it last month or even before that. Red, Nana mentioned to me that more people are contacting her for models because of Cinder. But man, Cinder's model caught a lot of attention. Blank and Blank messaged me for models. Red, did she ask you for a new model yet since Cinder's debut? Oh, LOL. I'm gonna assume that. I'm gonna assume that that is probably talking about Silvervale, maybe. So Nana mentioned me that more people are contacting for models because of Cinder. Nano, yeah, she kind of did actually, but I'm kind of except for Blank. Brad, me and Cinder were like, she probably asked for Nano. Are you planning to work on another model for her, just Blank or Noob? I think she got upset about Cinder's figure stealing her figure's thunder. Why are you upset? It's such a competition all the time. Why do you care, dude? Why do you care? Let's see, dude. Nana says there's so many ways. I mean, Cinder's been blasting. She got it all. Red says, wait, did you tell her no? Nana says, Silver been kind of missing, I think. Yeah, not that. Actually, I know it's Cinder's enemy, but still my client. I'm sorry. Red says it's okay, but keep in mind that I love Cinder so much from Nano. So this is literally Nanolis like being like, look, dude, like this is still like somebody that I work with. You know, it's still gonna be a thing.
After I asked, Nano told me Silver already asked her for a model after Cinder's demon debut, which was 3 days before this. When I enthusiastically said, wait, did you tell her no? About that model, Nano had the ability to tell me no.
Why do you care?
Silver was
Why does
still
it matter?
her client, regardless of
you know
how
what I mean?
felt
Why
about
does it matter?
which I accepted. That's just business. Her calling Silver Cinder's enemy at the time were her words, not mine, and not how we viewed Silvervale at this time. Just someone treating her unfairly.
I mean, you gotta remember here, so I get what he's poking at. He's like, oh, well, Nana said this. Well, like, that's gonna phrase poorly looking at this. I know it's Cinder's enemy, but still my client, I'm sorry. So she's clearly being like...
What the fuck was that?
She's still clearly acknowledging, like, yeah, I know y'all have problems with each other, but this is my client. Our colleagues, not how we viewed Silvervale at this time. Yeah, you did. You literally just asked, wait, did you tell her no? Like, you wanted her to cancel on her. And on top of that, you continued to air out your grievances, which half of them even weren't like a problem, unless proved otherwise, right? Allegedly. So, am I missing something here, Chad? Like, what am I missing here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's clearly not, like, being like, oh my god, yeah, like, Silvervale's Cinder's enemy. She's just like, hey, you guys, I know this is Cinder's enemy, like, in quotations, because she's talking to you. But she's like, yeah, but it's my client, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a crying emoji. I have to learn she didn't cancel. Yeah, it's okay, crying emoji. I mean, that's how I take it. How do you take it, chat? How do you take it? Nano, but keep in mind, love Cinder so much. Red says, Nano, smile. Red, is she rushing you for a birthday model again? Why do you care? Why are you like, are you canceling? Is she rushing? Bro, get off of fucking Silvervale. Like, leave her alone. Stop going to Nanolist about this stuff. Like, stop poking her about all the information. Just leave her alone. Red, is she rushing for a birthday model again? Listen, I just wish you played nice, man. Like, Cinder didn't copy you. Stop being like this. Again, what did Silvervale actually do? I'm waiting on the proof. I think Studio is calling Silver to Cinder's enemy as her words. Been months of world poisoning, claiming their drama inside. She only thinks it cause of what they said. Exactly. That's literally what I'm pointing at as well, Curse. Thanks in with the part of the doctor on me. Dude, she doesn't like you. Get over it. Yep. Nana says, oh no, it's just a new model with one of their contest outfits, right? I don't see a point like, wow, Wolf Girl. Red says, please don't be bitch Silver. Half the reasons are what you made up, bro. You made up. We just wanted Silver to get along with Cinder, but we recognized the way she'd always acted towards Cinder. So just blank. What way did she act towards her? She just didn't want to be your friend. That's it. That's not acting badly. We just wanted Silver to get along with Cinder. So just blank are like the new babies right now. Nailless, blank isn't confirmed yet, but blank is. Redacted, okay, I thought blank was working on a new model. Nailless, she is, but it seems like too busy to keep on that. Red, oh, I'm glad everyone interested is working with you. You deserve the attention. That's true, and I hope your own VTubing is going good. Cinder still wants a collab. Nailless, I'm having existential crisis over VTubing. Red, you've been doing good though, what the hell? Nano, I don't know, I'd just be like that. I believe Cinder's mistake was trying to reach out to Silver from day one. Probably so. Yeah, well, like, didn't Silvervale, like, message her? You know what I mean? Like, who was first reaching out to who? But either way, like, she clearly doesn't want to be your friend, so stop pushing for it, you know? That is the biggest mistake, that Red was obsessive over. Same with Cinder, right? They both were. And I just be like that. Red says, how is your new design coming? And I guess we'll start working on Cinder's winter outfit design when you want. Make sure you save time for new Cinder stuff too. Blank and Silver and everything else you do. Nano, my new model going a bit slow, not gonna lie. Also, don't worry, didn't confirm anything with Silver yet. Redacted, I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes. They're not fighting for your work. They're just both they're just both commissioning you. They're not fighting. They're just both people that want to work with you. And you just happen to not like this one person, so it's problematic to you. You know, no big deal. Just take my time to work on it. I'm gonna post a 2.0 Cinder art. I'm okay with an actual debut though. Red says, I think I'd wait for the post it 2.0, but you can post a demon artwork. So, let's see what Red said.
Me saying I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes is the first instance of me implying we would eventually be competing directly with anyone.
You're you're not competing with anybody, dude. This is an artist who provides a service that, yes, is your friend, but lots of people probably want to work with them. If there's a new up-and-coming artist, maybe somebody wants to work with him. There's nothing wrong with that, chat. There's nothing wrong with that. It's no problem. Sarah set date for 2.0. Red, we're gonna do Cinder's birthday. It's gonna be early October. Just a lot we have to take care of before the debut. Panelists, oh shit, hope it's nothing bad. All I know is Cinder is a non-stop opportunity machine. Sorry, Red, we have some problems going on. All of these DMs are not helping Cinder redacting the stylist. Lightest, yeah, sure, Nano has done wrong, as we've seen in here, but redacted, to be honest, and have all these wild claims about Silver. I agree, like, overall, so far, reading this again with you guys, I just feel like this is not doing Red and Cinder really any favors. Well, what do you think, chat? Is this doing Red and Cinder any favors, yes or no? Red, we have some problems going on. They need things fixed. Just some drama getting dusty. It's non-stop crazy stuff. Nanolist made no more drama. Red, we have a little break of things until the 2.0. But still have to advertise gamer subs in a bikini figure until then. Red, yeah. Panelists, may I know what's up? Kind of like to gossip. I take it a lot of sanity, David. Yeah. Do you think it's doing them any favors, chat? Red, drama with some friends when we were traveling, just people not acting very nice and being kind of two-faced. Announced that we're getting to us since we didn't plan for things to be releasing so close to ours. Again, bro, that's just this is a coinkydink, you know? That's literally just a coinkydink. Bro. It's just a coinkydink. Nana, what's kind of vibe? Kind of like to gossip. Nana Slice been open to talk about drama gossip. I mean, that's true. That's true. After getting cooked months ago, Cinder wanted to figure out how she could make the situation even worse. I mean, we do have a lot more to go through. I do feel like that. Sadly, this is more shooting yourself in the foot. But there's a lot more to go through. There's a lot more to go through, chat. This is not the end of everything, right? We certainly have a lot more to dive into over this time, because this is just a long document, guys. I mean, it's very, very long. Very, very long. So, all right, chat. I gotta be honest with you. I'm fucking tired. I don't think I can take much more mental damage. We're reading this shit, dude. This is a lot. This is hurting my brain. This is hurting my brain. Look, we have several days to cover all of this, chat. Several days to cover all this. I put aside. We still have multiple days, and we're gonna get through all of it. We are absolutely gonna get through every single bit of it. Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. So, just to recap a little bit, I want to give you my recap on my notes. But first, we have a dance party, apparently. So, everybody get the dance party going. Let's go. We are actually going to be raiding. We're gonna raid Yomi today. Yeah, we're gonna raid Yomi today. Oh, it's my favorite. It's Chad's dance party. Chad's dance party. Thanks, VTubing. Look at you, chat. Look at you. Look, you're having so much fun out there, chat. Look at you, chat. Look at you. Look at you, chat. Oh shit, it really is Chat's song. I love that so much. Thank you guys so much for a great stream. I will get the wheel spins tomorrow at the start, but I do want to let you all know we're going to be covering more of this tomorrow and on Tuesday as well. So we will finish every single thing up over the next couple of days. So guys, thank you so much for sticking with, holy shit, for sticking with me during this crazy analysis. So we're going to be stopping officially on, let me see, page 77. So we are about a quarter of the way through the Nanolist part, but the rest of the other sections are a lot quicker. So thank you guys for being here. I appreciate all of you. YouTube, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you so much. Twitter, thank you for tuning in. And of course, guys, have a great